Good morning, everyone. I'm Kim. So today we are going to talk about what the Ethereum insurance policy is. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Kim. So now we are going to talk about what the Ethereum insurance policy is.
Check. Hello, everyone. We will talk about insurance and game, like why Ethereum insurance policy is. Okay, the next slide. Yeah. Okay. Check. Check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. Hello, check 1, 2. Hey. Check. สวัสดีครับ Check 1, 2. Hey. Check. สวัสดีครับ Hello, everyone. Check. Taste 1, 2. Check. Check. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check. Check. Hello, everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, test. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. Check audio. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check. 1, 2, check.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to welcome our first speaker. We will start with the session. The title is called Why Ethereum's Issuance Policy is Redacted. I have the pleasure to announce Ansgar Dietrichs as well as Kaspar Schwarz-Schilling. They will talk. This talk will explore the status quo of staking economics, its drawbacks as we see them, and what the future of staking's economics could look like. And a fun fact about three of us, we just discovered we're all German speaking, so we might switch the session into German. I both had the pleasure of meeting them on previous events in Zurich and in Amsterdam. But anyways, we will speak in English since we're here at Devcon in Bangkok. I'm very happy both of you can come on stage.
Thanks for the intro, and thank you for coming so early. I know it's the first session. Ansgar and I are going to talk about why Ethereum's issuance policy is unsustainable, in our opinion. And for some of you who might have been at Justin's talk, presenting his idea of the Beam chain, one of the items that is part of that roadmap is smarter issuance, as he refers to it. And he put a little spicy emojicon next to it. And it didn't take long to understand why this topic tends to be spicy. It was the most upvoted question in the Q&A. Why are ETH researchers obsessed with lowering issuance? And we're here to kind of answer this question and argue for why we think we need to change issuance. So let's begin by just looking at the current staking trend. It's been a relatively straight affair, up only. So here you see basically the amount of stake in the system, and it's been trending upwards at a fairly constant rate. And the question is obviously, where does this trend go? Will it continue? When will it stop? What does it look like in the long run? And to kind of answer this question, we're going to have to argue a bit about kind of staking supply and demand, and to be able to reason about what an equilibrium looks like. So in this setting, the demand curve is what we call the issuance curve. It's basically the protocol's willingness to pay validators to secure the chain. And that function is very well defined. We know exactly at what point how much validators earn as yield, if they perform correctly, of course. And then the supply is basically the willingness of ETH holders to do that work, to do the validation for different levels of yield. And so what we see here is basically the demand curve, which is the issuance curve. And to kind of quickly run through this intuition here, why it's designed the way it's designed, right now is that for what you see here is that there's a downwards trend. As more and more ETH is staked, the protocol pays validators less and less yield. But at the same time, one property here that you can see is for very low levels of staking, the issuance yield is very high. Basically, the intuition here is the protocol really needs to make sure that we have a minimum amount of security in the system, and so it pays a lot for that. And as more and more ETH gets staked, kind of the urgency of needing to kind of recruit more validators goes down, and it goes down, but it kind of flattens out, and so that leaves us in this awkward spot that we don't really know where we actually end up in the long run. So what happened so far is basically this upwards only trend where more and more people stake, and what that means in a supply and demand context is that the supply curve has been shifting downwards over time. And now the question is, where does this end up in the long run? And one reason behind the fact that kind of why we might end up in a sort of high percentage staked world is this what we call the flattening effect. And the idea here is basically that for solo stakers to stake, the kind of costs are very heterogeneous. And mostly it's the fact that some people are very good with computers, some people not so much. And so to recruit the last person on Earth, or like the last ETH holder on Earth, to sort of go through the pain of setting up a server and like running their own validating node is extremely costly. You would need to pay a lot. Whereas with sort of delegated stake, that cost is very homogeneous, meaning it's just a one-click solution for everyone. And so the kind of, obviously the preference is still different. So it is an upward sloping supply curve, but it's basically significantly flattened. And again, in the supply and demand context, what this basically means is that with a flatter supply curve, you end up with more stake in the system in equilibrium, given a demand curve. Now, basically, yeah, the question is, where do we end up in the long run? And that's not, because we don't know the supply curve, we can only observe it at any sort of point in time. We know that today X amount of stake is in the system, roughly 34 million, so roughly 30% of all ETH. And so basically, at the very least, given the whole kind of trend with LSTs and liquid staking, it is very plausible that we, over time, kind of continue trending to the right in terms of staking participation. And because the demand curve, so the issuance curve, is so kind of just relatively flat towards the end and doesn't kind of conclusively go to zero or anything like that, we don't really know where, and you can see that a very small change in yield can have a dramatic impact on the sort of equilibrium staking level. And now I'm going to let Ansgar continue.
Yeah, and the second section, we call that nominal versus real yield. So we've been giving like talks like this over the past half a year, basically, at a few conferences. And this is always the one section where, in the end, when we talk to people, people are always just a little bit confused by it and didn't really understand what we were trying to say in that section. So we tried to restructure it a little bit experimentally. And we'll still show like proper yield curves, but I wanted to start with like a very simple mental model first. And specifically, I really think that there's two, I call them anomalies for proof of stake accounting, that mean that I think most people's mental models for like how much yield you earn in proof of stake are just fundamentally slightly off. And to explain that a little bit more, again, simple model. So basically, just let's look first at a normal, any real-world example where you have a large group of people paying a small group of people, right? Everyone here takes some coins, gives them over to the other group. Very simple, right? And if you run the analysis, like you could imagine, I don't know, that's a retirement fund or something. A lot of people pay in, few people get a payout or something, and you make the analysis like who basically gained, who lost, or like who paid, who received. It's a very simple analysis, right? Everyone here paid a little bit. Those two gained quite a bit. Simple accounting here. If you go to first proof of work, because that's where the first anomaly shows up. It's a bit of a different model, right? So we have these people, they now like they say these are all ETH holders pre-merge, right? They all have their own balance. You have these miners. These miners need to be incentivized for their work. So what we do is we give them coins. But this time, those coins didn't come from anywhere, right? We minted them. And so that's the first anomaly. That's basically that we in blockchain networks, we often pay for expenses by just minting new coins. Now that's no magic, right? It's not magically coming out of nowhere. It's still a payment from those people to those people, right? But it's an indirect payment, basically, because you're now being paid by being diluted, right? That is accounting-wise. It's accounting-wise the same thing as if you're just given coins over directly, but it basically instead takes this indirect step. And the way you can think about it is, right, like the balances here didn't change, but because there's now more coins in existence in general, everything shrinks a little bit, right? So that's the way, basically, same thing. Again, it's just a different way of doing accounting, but it does make it a little bit harder to track what's going on. Now, proof of work, that's still fine. Proof of stake adds one other kind of weird addition to that accounting model. Of course, wait, that's obvious, right? Like those people still paid a little bit, and then those people gained. So now proof of stake adds a second anomaly to this model, and that is that there are no miners anymore, right? And that's great. You know, I think it's great that we were able to do that. But now who actually is doing the work? Who's being paid here, right? And it turns out that actually in proof of stake, of course, the people that actually do the work are some of the stakers, some of the holders themselves, right? Some of the people with ETH, in this case, I don't know, half of them. Of course, right now we are more like at a third or something. Some of them actually are stakers, are doing the work. And just to give a little bit more room, let's separate them out a little bit. And so Now same thing again, right? Like they do stake, they fulfill their duties and they're getting paid, right? So let's pay them. Okay, so then again, same thing, same question. What happened here? Like where did this money come from, right? Same answer, of course. Dilution, so let's shrink everything. And then we can run the analysis again. And we can run the analysis and we can say, well, everyone here paid for the security. And then those guys actually got extra money. And of course, if you do the accounting, like everyone lost a little bit because they paid for the security, those two gained more. So on balance, you still make a profit if you stake, of course, right? That makes sense. But for example, in this example, we have 4 new coins. We have 4 people, so basically everyone got diluted by 1 coin on average, right? So basically, I chose this example just because actually, if you look at this here, it's very simple if you ask, like, how much did you actually earn? You did not, like, you see 2 new coins, but the first coin here offsets the dilution. The second coin is the earning. So the actual answer would be, your staking yields in this picture is 1 coin. Now there is one annoying fact. I don't know how many of you all have ever paid taxes for staking. But if you're a solo staker, you just pay taxes for the 2 coins, right? Because that is how much your balance went up. Now, in many countries, it's a bit better. There are countries where, like, you know, the top tax rate on income, if that's taxed income, is around 50%. In that world, you literally have lost the 1 coin that was your real income just now, you know? So 50% staked, it's already getting quite uncomfortable with kind of this dilution effect. And I just wrote it down here. So the two accounting anomalies that make it a little bit hard to talk about proof of stake, kind of the payment via new coins, and then the recipients are also paying. And so what you see in terms of yield is not what you get. And actually, I think, you know how a couple of years ago when we first had ICOs, people only looked at like floating supply, right? And at some point, we all in the industry were like, wait, that's not the right way of doing accounting. Actually, we need total, like fully diluted volume of the coins, right? And that took a while, but by now that's the standard metric. And I would say we really need the same thing with staking rewards as well. If someone tells you, hey, our network pays 7% staking yields, but we also have 70% staked, you should actually think, so I'm getting 2% staking yields, not 7%, right? That actually makes a big difference. Now, so far, that's not an argument for like anything about Ethereum in particular. It's just like some annoying aspect about how to, you know, do accounting for proof of stake. And actually, if someone tries to maybe convince the tax authorities that actually they should only pay taxes on one of those 2 coins, I think that would, in principle, be a very sound argument, but not a tax advisor. But like now, let's go back to actual yield curves, you know, and like proper economics. Like this is the same curve from just now. Like this tells you, depending on how much total stake there's in the system, we have roughly 120 million ETH in total. This tells you how much you earn or how much you think you earn, right? Like this is the nominal, that's what we call it, the nominal yield, how much the protocol, how much your balance goes up every year. Now we can just take that, and one point there is that your incentive to come in and stake at any level, right, is always the difference between earning that yield and earning 0, right? That's pretty trivial. So now let's adjust that for the real yield, and that shifts the curve down. And it should be relatively intuitive why it shifts the curve down. Like towards the left, if barely anyone stakes, right, there's barely any dilution. So towards the left, those 2 curves are basically the same. If we have 10% staked, like the amount your balance goes up, that's roughly what you actually earn in staking. Towards the right, if everyone stakes, it's not like the system breaks. Like if everyone stakes, it still works, but everyone's balance goes up by the same amount every year, and that doesn't actually create any value, right? So you don't actually earn anything anymore. At that point, basically staking is just a duty for the entire network. And one point I just wanted to make there, because sometimes people ask about that, that does not mean that the security of the network is in any way broken, because your incentive to stake is still always the difference between staking and not staking. And as you can see, I kind of plotted the real ETH yield here. Like, so basically, if you just hold ETH, you know, you're getting diluted every year. So like basically, the gap between those 2 curves still stays the same as before. So the incentive to come in is still the same, like as you would have thought from the nominal graph, but it just means that it comes from a different thing. First, it comes from the potential to earn profit, and then towards the right side, it comes just from avoiding to be diluted. And so that's kind of the summary slide here. So basically, we have a spectrum of different paradigms of staking. You can have staking set up as something that actually generates profits, potentially, of course, for stakers, or you can set it up as just a duty for the entire protocol. Both of those work for the protocol. So if we just reason from what's best for Ethereum, both of those work. But we have to be aware, and I personally think, talking to a lot of stakers, that actually once you kind of like try to make that point, people tend to really prefer the world where actually staking is a profitable activity. And one side argument there is that we always make is like, if we want to go to the other world instead, and we want to just everyone participate in staking, we should design Ethereum explicitly with that in mind. And then the last point, of course, it's that it's still all incentive compatible. So yeah, sorry, this was like a little bit, I tried again this now to give you the stickman intuition. Hopefully that helped a little bit better understand what we mean when we talk about nominal versus real yield, but that's basically our first argument for like why, if we do nothing, we'll keep sliding more and more and change the character of staking from profit-driven to just an accounting mirage. So if you want.
Right.
Oh, wait. These are two, because, from Kasper is our meme in chief, and so he always like comes up with these images, and I always forget about mentioning them. So that's kind of supposed to illustrate, like the staking mechanism. Once we get to like almost everyone stakes, right? It becomes this like purely cyclical thing where you think, coins come down the waterfall, but then it turns out that it's the same coins that just went in, right? So basically, just like demonstrating that, and then, if you have to pay taxes, even worse. So yeah, and now over to you.
Thank you, Ansgar, for explaining my meme. Third, okay, final section. So what's the problem with all of this, right? Ansgar basically just explained the whole, why we should pay attention to nominal versus real yield and how sort of staking becomes sort of a profitable activity to kind of being quasi forced onto you economically by basically, if you don't want to be diluted, it becomes this duty, actually. And so I'm going to, as you see, there's a bunch of reasons that we've gone through in various iterations of different talks. So if you're interested in like different points, you can talk to us after the talk or find it online. But I'm going to focus on basically the network effects of money, and then we have a little bonus one. And I think the network effects of money are really crucial. And so what do I mean when I talk about this? So basically, money has network effects, and that also applies to ETH, it applies to LSTs, and in some sense, basically, one way to think about it is what makes money attractive. Money is attractive, for example, if you can trade it at good execution. Sort of this kind of mental model is liquidity begets liquidity. So as you are a liquid asset, people are incentivized to come to your asset to have that good execution. And in some sense, ETH and LSTs are in competition, in the sense that they somewhat represent similar things. LSTs are a derivative. Obviously, there's like slashing risk and sort of counterparty risk if you do it in a mediated way. But the whole point here is that basically LSTs have network effects, and these network effects kind of lead to this winner-takes-most dynamic, where it's likely that in the long run that one LST will kind of win as the money on that LST in that LST market. And what that then implies is that if we end up in a world where a lot of the ETH is staked, say 80% hypothetically, what does that mean? So you have 20% raw ETH that is still in circulation, and 80% is mostly going to be dominated by LSTs, because unfortunately there's only so many solo stakers. Basically then what happens is that the dominant LST is basically going to be the de facto money of Ethereum, replacing raw ETH. And what that means is that we're adding a permanent trust layer to Ethereum. So as an ETH holder, you come to Ethereum and you kind of faced with the question, do I want to hold this very expensive, maximally trustless asset that is ETH? Or am I going to kind of not be the only silly one in town that is getting diluted and hold an LST that is actually at that point even more liquid than ETH, because like in a market where 80% of is dominated by LSTs, then those LSTs are going to be the ones most liquid on decentralized exchanges. It might even the NFTs might be denominated in that dominant LST, etc., etc. And so it really becomes this permanent trust layer that we're kind of economically obviously it's not enforced onto anyone, but it's kind of economically quasi-enforced. And yeah, you kind of sort of bullied into holding this trusted asset, and we're losing this maximally trustless raw ETH as the main money of Ethereum. And I mean, as a side point also, as for ETH, the asset, this is also a sort of huge concession in terms of monetary premium, giving up on that kind of maximally trustless vision. On that point, we're actually going to give a talk next Saturday with a bit more focus on that topic at the Bankless Summit. And then, since we're up with time, let me quickly talk about this sort of principal agent problem. So basically, at the very beginning, before basically the initial people that staked were almost kind of crazy lunatics. You didn't even know when the merge would happen. People still went ahead and staked. They were like basically, yeah, crazy cool. And then the more kind of like sort of the less risk friendly solo stakers came in, and then LSTs kind of kicked in, and sort of what I'm trying to get at here is that there is a spectrum of sort of who is actually running the software, which of the stakers are actually sort of running the software themselves, and as you kind of go on that spectrum, there's more and more intermediation. So LSTs there's people staking with Rocket Pool or Lido, for example, on chain are pretty close to kind of the risk trade-off and are aware. And then Coinbase and centralized exchanges, it gets more and more abstracted away. It becomes this one-click thing. You don't even know what's actually happening. It becomes less and less a conscious decision. And then one reason why we added this as a bonus was yesterday there was the news that one of the ETFs just bought a staking service provider, and effectively the capital that is being staked is less and less sort of close to the actual staking. They don't even know what happens in the back end anymore. And so, I mean, one obvious question here, the elephant in the room is, so what can we do about all of this? Yeah, basically changing the issuance curve. This is our tool of how we can kind of control the staking ratio, and with a high staking ratio, as we just discussed, there's like a bunch of negative externalities, and so there's different kind of approaches. There's a sort of progressive yield reduction, which one of our colleagues, Anders, is going to talk about, I think, in maybe 2 hours or something. And then there's also ideas of curves that actually go to zero to sort of meaningfully kind of constrain the amount of stake that would plausibly enter the staking set. And then we have the second sort of question of what kind of staking range do we actually find desirable? I think there's kind of arguments for why a low range is preferable than levels to similar today, like 25%, or sort of more closer to 50%. Obviously, there is basically no true value. It's a trade-off space, and it's a big topic, and we're going to talk a lot about this in the coming sessions and future talks. But yeah, I think we wanted to really focus on why we think we need to change it, and then hopefully we'll get to actually change it eventually. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have some short minutes to answer the most voted question, and that would be, what should the ideal percentage of staked ETH be? For example, if you are at 20%, what ideal number do we want to equalize at?
All right. So that was a little bit on the last slide. It's tricky because there's two versions of the question. The one is like, if we were to design the system completely from scratch before anyone starts staking, what number would we choose? And there, I think, as we said, like initially the system was designed with solo stakers in mind. With solo stakers only, we would never go above 5–10% of ETH stake maybe, because just not so many people are sophisticated enough to run their own local setup. And that would exactly be these like 5–10% of like enthusiasts that really also care about the network, right? Those would be exactly the people we would want in the system the most. It's unclear whether, you know, now we're already at 30% staked. It's unclear whether we can actually get back down to that level in a way that doesn't actually hurt existing stakers too much or drives out solo stakers. Then the next best thing could be like maybe try to stay equalized at today's level, except that forever, basically out of every 3 coins you earn, 1 of them will be fake and just account for dilution. Or potentially, you know, if it takes us for a long time to find a solution here, or the process with the community, like of all of us coming to agreement takes a lot of time, we might have to try to like basically just cut off as basically late in the process as we, you know, then find an agreement on, which might be closer to 50%.
Great. Let's jump on to the next one. Let me check. What's the highest vote? Will restaking worsen this issue?
We gave a talk about this. I'm not sure if it's online. Is it online?
Yes, it's online.
It's online.
There's also a website, issuance.whatthefuck, where all resources on the topic are listed, and also that talk.
And basically, restaking is only yet another source. It's similar to MEV in a sense. There's different types of restaking. Some of them don't really affect this at all. The ones that do are what we call basically proposer-specific restaking yield. That's things like pre-confirmations, things where basically your role in the protocol is what gives you access to that yield. But those can be addressed. We didn't talk about it in this talk, but there is this kind of upcoming proposal for a feature called MEV burn. The more precise term would actually be proposer-specific yield burn, and that would capture both the existing MEV and the relevant portion of the restaking yield, so that basically, yes, it worsens the problem a little bit, but it also, we have already the tools for addressing it.
Okay, then I think one last, is an enshrined LST a solution?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but like basically the idea is here, we just want to be intentional. And also like, you know, the other question of like, why didn't we do it at the start of the beacon chain? Well, because no one thought about the kind of the tail end of staking. Everyone just thought about how do we make sure there's at least 5% of ETH staked. And so I think now the point is, okay, we have a mature understanding of proof of stake. Now we want to really design for the end game, or at least, you know, like as close as we can get to that. And for that, basically, we just have to make the intentional choice. Hey, do we want lowest percent staked and it is actually income you can earn? Do we want to embrace, you know, 100% staked, but then let's redesign the system and enshrine some sort of LST mechanism, which, by the way, would not mean that Lido or Rocket Pool would go out of business. You know, like you still need all of that on top, but basically the core mechanism we could enshrine, which would make that part trustless. So we would at least end up with an LST that is a trustless LST in the system. But then let's make that choice. And in that world, of course, yes, stakers no longer actually earn money directly, right? It becomes a duty for all ETH holders. If we like that, if we prefer that world over the 10% or 20% staked, let's make that choice and properly design for it instead of just being passively pushed into it because when the beacon chain launched, we didn't anticipate we would go this way.
Thank you so much. I think our time is up, but you have a lot of burning questions, but I think you can still ask the questions later on. Thank you so much, Ansgar, and thank you so much, Kasper, for this wonderful presentation.
We'll be outside the door if you want to come and grab us.
You can stay for the next session. We just have like 5 minutes. Okay, sorry, there's no time left, so I think the next speaker is already here. Let me check. Okay, super. Okay. I have the pleasure to announce the next speaker already, finding rough consensus on issuance. Welcome Sasha on stage.
I'm just testing the clicker. Okay. Okay, hi. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I'm Sasha. I'm a researcher at Lido. I just recently read the blurb for the talk, and it's not at all what I originally set out to do, so I apologize. It's not as funny as I wanted it to be, and it's not as simple. So bear with me. What this talk is not about. This talk is not about making the case for no issuance change. This talk is about it. You know, there are good reasons for that, to do with mainly neutrality, and I think like a pessimism towards attracting new solo stakers, but that's for another talk. This is really to try and find some sort of consensus, some sort of bridge between what Casper, Ansgar, and Anders are doing, and how, I guess, a subset of Lido contributors think about things. So what this talk is about, an attempt to find a synthesis as consensus that all sides can put up with. It does take as axiomatic that most EF researchers have already made their minds up on an issuance cut, although there are disagreements on the details. Okay, so what do we agree on already? I think we are all aligned that issuance should concern itself with like macro level risks to Ethereum. This is Anders' framing. If you look at number 2, there are sort of existential macro level risks, and I think that's within the scope of issuance to try and anticipate and fix. One thing that I think Casper touched on is the crux of this is having a viable social layer that's uncorrupted by any staking provider, right? That's ultimately what matters to credible neutrality. Okay, so where do we disagree? We disagree on 3 things, I think, right? The first is what the purpose of issuance should be, and this is kind of we maybe disagree. The second is our confidence in the shape of the long-run supply curve, and this is, probably disagree. And the third is the relative chances of macro-level risks under different issuance rates. And I think on this is what we definitely disagree on, right? And this is the crux of it. So I'm going to present kind of one side thesis, the other side antithesis, and try and come to some sort of synthesis. So kind of the one side of the argument goes, not touching issuance at this stage increases the likelihood that an LST like Lido ends up dominating ETH as the most liquid and widely used currency within the ecosystem. This would make it much harder for Ethereum to recover if that LST were to turn malicious at some point in the future, much harder to fork something out that most users depend on. This is kind of like, well summarized by Anders here. A key reason for MVI is precisely because of the fear that all ETH would be staked when some black swan event takes place. And this is kind of a sort of a story mode in Anders' Twitter, which I think does a good job of kind of articulating that event. Okay, what's the counter? What's kind of the antithesis here? So the other side here is that cutting issuance increases the likelihood that a centralized exchange dominates staking. This could have dire consequences for Ethereum's ability to remain censorship resistant and hence ETH's value. A Coinbase tailwind is increasingly likely given Trump's election win. There is now an increased probability of staking ETFs. So why are we considering adding fuel to the fire? But perhaps most importantly, even with less than 50% of ETH staked, a malicious Coinbase could prove impossible to socially slash. And to see this kind of small story, kind of inspired by Anders, but kind of the other side, consider the following, right? Okay. a significant issuance cut is implemented, let's say in 6 months to a year's time, maybe even sooner. With margin compressed and ETH staking ETFs given the green light, stake centralizes pretty quickly. Within a few years, over 50% of validators are run by Coinbase. 2030, the Dems are back in power. The US government puts a tremendous amount of pressure on Coinbase to refuse to process blocks that contain privacy-preserving transactions in them, or transactions from a continuously updated government blacklist. That could include human rights activists, journalists, whoever's kind of public enemy number one at the time. By this time, Brian is no longer CEO. He stepped down to focus on longevity research. He's kind of burnt out of all the politicking. His replacement is not as OG or aligned and caves in order to appease both the government and Coinbase's shareholders. Most of the Ethereum crowd is now on Farcaster. I don't know, maybe they already are on Farcaster. While Farcaster has been great for the ecosystem, its strong ties to Coinbase make it especially difficult for anti-Coinbase narratives to spread across the social layer. And that kind of has to do with how an initial network is seeded, right? If you look at, I'm not going to go into this now, but it does, if there's momentum with initial followers, and that's kind of hard to undo later on. Okay, major base and Farcast influence argue that forking out Coinbase at this stage would be extremely unfair to innocent users. I mean, you can think of I think Ansgar has mentioned teachers with pension funds, etc. You're not going to just fork them out and stash their ETH. So this leads to some sort of crisis, right? So you have on one side Ethereum OGs and researchers who are threatening to leave the project if the censorship doesn't stop, and on the other hand, you have these kind of Coinbase aligned people that have a lot of social influence that say this is kind of a really bad idea for Ethereum. So the Ethereum community splits into two camps. A contentious fork occurs, and circle, surprise, surprise, sides with Coinbase. So at this point, you have two sides in their own separate universes with their own chains with no practical way of coming back together. Ethereum, a global permissionless platform created in part to be a refuge from nations and geopolitics, instead ends up cleaved in half by a large corporation that is ultimately accountable to its shareholders and government. So, coming back down to earth, what the hell is the point of all this? The point of this antithesis here is to show that it's too simplistic a view. It's too simplistic to sort of view the macro level risk through the lens of solely the amount of ETH tied up in staking, which is, which is the foundation for a lot of the issuance discussion. One of the main reasons given for cutting issuance. So as we see, there are complex social dynamics at play here that are very difficult to untangle, right? This is one hypothetical scenario, but you can dream up, millions of them. It's not difficult to. So double-clicking on the Coinbase risk. Today, these stats are slightly out of date, but it's the largest Ethereum node operator. Nearly 15% market share, could be over 15% now. Staking ETFs likely to happen under Trump. There's a good chance Coinbase will call on the market here. There's, US-based custodians are more likely to be whitelisted. If you look at Bitcoin, 8 out of 11 Bitcoin ETFs use Coinbase as their custodian. This is a pattern that is likely to repeat with ETH. The switching cost of moving capital on-chain is extremely low compared to the switching cost of moving capital from an ETF/SEX. Which essentially means if staking yield drops below a certain point, on-chain capital will leave for higher yields in DeFi. That's unlikely to happen on an exchange. In more sort of technical language, centralized custodians are likely to have a much lower supply curve than decentralized pools. All this means that there's a real possibility that staking ETFs combined with issuance cuts, could think of this as an accelerant, leads to one custodian controlling 51% of ETH staked a few years down the line. If that happens, you can probably say goodbye to ETH's monetary premium. And since this custodian has a large, if subtle, influence over the social layer, it will be very difficult, if not impossible, to fork them out should something go wrong. So before I come to some synthesis, right, I've presented one thesis, short, because I think there's Casper, Ansgar, Anders have done a good job of presenting that well. I've presented the antithesis in a long way because I don't think it's been presented before. Before we come to a synthesis, I want to do a double click on how a strong LST adds value to Ethereum. There are multiple lenses through this, but the one I want to focus on is jurisdictional dispersion. So almost 20% of Lido-owned operators are domiciled in APAC countries. That's sort of Hong Kong, Singapore, Australia, South Korea. And while Europe compromises nearly 60% of the total, 2/3 of these are actually non-EU, right? So this includes countries like BVI, Cayman Islands, etc. So 60%, in total, we have 60% non-EU and non-US nodes, which is a pretty resilient distribution, especially compared to an Ethereum without Lido. If you look at sort of a distribution of Ethereum nodes, you see a real concentration in the US and Europe, especially the EU. Sort of according to Ether nodes, like more than 66% of Ethereum nodes are based in either the EUS or the EU. So that's significantly worse than Lido and very prone to geopolitical censorship. I think if Lido's doing well, but if it can get to 5 to 10% representation from both LATAM and Africa, that would be perfect, and I think we should make that an objective. This is a picture from a couple of days ago from a Lido community staking meetup. These are kind of 11 leaders within the Lido community stakers from 11 different countries, all running their own nodes. Okay, so how do we find a synthesis here? I think we have to start by pushing back on the myopic focus of solo stakers. So, I mean, one way of looking at this is I agree with Anders' point, and his point is focusing on if solo stakers might stop solo staking to a higher degree than delegating stakers at some specific yield is more important than if they change modality. Yes, solo stakers are indispensable and we need more of them. But the overarching emphasis on this, I think, is missing half the story. And one way to reformulate this is we need to, if we care about using issuance to improve geopolitical decentralization of the underlying nodes, we need to pay just as much attention to whether or not on-chain delegating stakers might stop staking to a higher degree than those holding their ETH on exchanges at some specific yield. I know that's a mouthful. Bear with me. In other words, the answer we're looking for really boils down to the shape of the respective supply curves of different types of operators in question. Again, technical jargon, but I'm kind of addressing two audiences here. This way of looking at things, I think, was extremely well formulated by Barnaby back in February. So the way he broke this down into the questions we should be asking ourselves, I think, was beautiful and extremely on point. Having said that, I don't think anyone has quite answered these questions. And there are different groups working on looking at the supply side, but none of them, to my knowledge, are actually specifically looking at answering the way Barnaby has framed this problem. And I think without this sort of analysis, we can't really be sure whether or not enforcing an equilibrium, according to, here I'm focusing on Anders' practical endgame, we can't really be sure whether this will have a significant negative impact on the composition of the staking set. Okay, so what's a possible path forward? I have 6 minutes. Barring enough confidence on the shape of the supply curves for different types of operators, one possible path forward, as I see it today, is to build off Anders' latest practical endgame proposal, which I think is actually semi-reasonable, very well articulated, very beautiful read, if anyone has a spare week to get through the post, but very inspirational for me in terms of seeing how his mind works and how he thinks. This is kind of how what he proposes. Okay, this is the initial latest proposal, where you never have a yearly issuance rate of more than 0.5%, and there are sort of these different curves that could satisfy this. Sort of the 3 X's on the bottom are, I think, his preferred curves, and then there's also like sort of a curveball solution, he outlines, well, okay, we could just cap it at 0.5%, sort of that flat gray line, and revisit it in a few years' time when we have more insights on orbit SSF and MEV burn. And as you notice, sort of they peak around sort of 20, 30 million ETH staked, and then they kind of smoothly descend down. And they do follow the current reward curve up to, let's say 10 to 15 million ETH staked, but then they diverge, peak earlier, and then come down. And okay, so I think to find a synthesis, we can work with something that is mostly aligned with this. Modular the constraint that we need to try to depart minimally from the current reward curve. And this additional constraint comes from three things. One, improving the geopolitical distribution of knowns should be a property of issuance. Two, the macro risk of a dominant coin base is at least as important as the macro risk of a dominant LST. Three, we don't have a good read on what the long-term supply curve looks like, even if we agree the supply curve still has some room to shift downwards from here. Concretely, I think this means finding a mathematically elegant curve that, one, departs minimally from the current reward curve up until this point. Two, has a good chance of keeping total ETH stake close to 50%. So this kind of, again, aligns. If we're going to find consensus here, I think one thing that is kind of axiomatic from the other side is that there shouldn't be another money that dominates ETH. And so if you're trying to adhere to that, you want to keep the total ETH stake close to 50%. And three, does not significantly increase the chances of cartelization. So that means doesn't taper too steeply, and that has to do with kind of the validated set, deciding to censor new deposits because as new people come in, their rewards, their revenue as a whole goes down. So you don't want this to sort of go too steeply. This is kind of like a really simplistic back-of-the-envelope sketch that has no mathematical properties at all, but it sort of kind of gives you an idea of, this is the brown line of kind of the design space I'm getting at here. Although there are mimetic properties, I think the brown line sort of peaks at 0.69% issuance rate. So there are ways of doing this that are not violating the mimetic properties of an issuance rate upper limit. Okay. Another possible path, simple, pragmatic. I think a way to thread the needle here is to add a fail-safe to the current curve. So in other words, to choose a reward curve that sticks to the current reward curve for longer until we get close to 40 to 45% of ETH staked, say, before dropping down. This can be either aggressively in the spirit of sort of Ansgar or more smoothly in the spirit of Anders, up for debate. The idea behind this is it acts as a pragmatic brake on staked ETH surpassing 50% of the ETH supply. So with the current churn rate limit, realistically, it will take another 4 or 5 years for the amount of ETH stake to reach 50%. So this wait-and-see approach would allow us to gather more real-world information on what the equilibrium is likely to be under the current curve, more information on what the sort of the long-run supply curve looks like before making drastic changes, which are inevitably going to be based on less than complete information. I think the more time we have to sort of get real-world data on this, the more confident we can be to make the change. Okay. And sorry, I didn't have time to sketch that curve this morning. But it's basically just something that follows the current reward curve for longer, then sort of comes down at 45% staked in terms of being a fail-safe to avoid worst-case outcomes. Okay, 3 questions to think about. I have 56 seconds. One, what are the set of reward curves that could build off Anders's pragmatic endgame post while departing minimally from the current reward curve? 2, how steeply can the reward curve fall without significantly increasing the risk of cartelization attacks? Is this something we need to be worried about, given that the social layer can correct for it? I don't know. That's an open question. 3, what are the set of reward curves that could satisfy kind of the simple / pragmatic path? What are the downsides here? Again, haven't really discussed this deeply with the other side, so we need to sort of start a conversation. Okay, now I think you can all throw tomatoes at me. I'm pretty sure everyone from the Lido side is annoyed at me, and everyone from the ETH research side is annoyed at me, but thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Sasha. Now the stage is open for questions. I think we should start with the first one. Do you agree the issue is not in the curve, but the fact we don't have a way to increase incentives to active participants, solo stakers, and reduce passive ones?
No, I don't agree. I mean, I don't disagree, but I don't agree either. It's one factor. But
why don't you agree?
Well, the curve matters a lot. But so there's, if you could find a way to increase incentives to active, I mean, what do you even mean by passive participants, I guess? Whose question is it?
Whose question is it? Maybe you want to elaborate a little bit more on your question? Is the person still here? Well, if not, then we just go to the next one. Why do you think 50% of ETH should be staked? It seems a very high percentage.
So, first of all, I don't think that 50% of ETH should or should not be staked. I'm just trying, these are kind of not necessarily my personal thoughts, this presentation. They're kind of trying to find some sort of consensus. I think like the way you find some sort of consensus is to say, okay, the most important factor from one side is ETH should be the dominant money. And the most important sort of factor from the other side is, hang on, we need to care about the geopolitical diversity of nodes. Like, how do you find a synthesis? 50% avoids having something else dominate ETH as money, while still like giving you the maximum room to decentralize the validator set. So that's all.
Next one, is there a technical solution to identify solo stakes? For example, some on-chain ZKP and preference them in issuance.
I'm not an expert on the latest there, so I don't know.
Okay, then we move on to the next. What do you think will actually happen with the EF decision?
Well, it's not an EF decision, it's a community decision, hence why we're all here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. The decision would have already been made, and Ethereum would probably be worth 0. Not because of this decision being made, but because the EF, if the EF is the sole decision maker, Ethereum is worth nothing. So I have no idea what will happen, but it's not the EF's decision to make. It's all of us.
I think we still have more time. Should we also think of changing the entry queue to be closer and closer to 0 instead of changing issuance curve?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Sorry?
Sorry, wait. Sorry.
Oh, stop letting in new validators. I think that's kind of dangerous, because you have like, then you cement like an OG class of people that just end up living off yields forever, and yeah, I don't think that's healthy for the system. I think it needs to be more fluid. I mean, I think Vitalik had an idea, if you were to cap, right, you could randomly eject and randomly come in. I think that's interesting, but I think you do need some sort of fluid movement.
Are there any more questions from the audience, which maybe you have not found time to scan it and place it online? We still have more time. Yeah, the gentleman in the white shirt has more questions.
Hey. The ZKP question was me. The technology doesn't matter, I guess. The question was, like, if one of the goals is increased geopolitical distribution, and or just like solo stakers, if you are able to positively identify solo stakers in a non-Sybil way, then you could design the protocol that way. So there are solutions, I think, to this, like choose your stack, but there's like some way to identify
Yes.
people. So like, is that part of the conversation of, preferencing that goal by identifying solo stakers?
I'm not sure if necessarily identifying solo stakers is part of the conversation, but like I think part of the conversation is how optimistic are we that we can bring in new solo stakers, right? And this is kind of like a higher level than that, but it touches on it. And I think like I would say I'm like Lido as a whole is very optimistic that we can bring in a lot more solo stakers, right? And I think like maybe, and I don't want to speak for Casper or Ansgar, but I think like the vibe I get is they're actually much more pessimistic about the ability to bring in new solo stakers, right? And so if you are more pessimistic about enlarging this set of actors, then you might be more prone towards reducing issuance than not. But I mean, people can disagree on this, right?
Thank you so much. Time is up, Sasha. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
We have 5 minutes for our next speaker, Artyom. So if you want to stay here, you're highly welcome to stay here. Otherwise, you can use the bathroom, but 5 minutes back. Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm excited to announce our next speaker that talk about maximum viable security MVS, a new issuance framework by Artyom. He will talk about study about diverse validator set and Ethereum's future depends on defendability is a key factor for issuance policy evaluation. And fun fact about Artyom, he knows a lot of questions, so maybe he will pay attention, he will ask you questions instead of you asking him a question. Welcome on stage, Artyom.
All right. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here. My name's Artyom Kotelsky, and I'm going to be talking about this paper of maximum viable security, and it's really a framework for how to think about Ethereum issuance, and it's a work in collaboration with ADCV, Danny McNutt, and Sonia Kim from Stakehouse. Maybe I'll give just a little bit of background because I'm kind of newish to crypto research scene. I have been mathematician for about 10 years, studied topology and geometry, pure mathematics. And yeah, over like past 6 years, I've been slowly sort of transitioning to crypto research. And I work at Cyberfund, right? And Cyberfund is an investment firm, and it's founder-led. And the most important thing about it is that we try to accelerate transition of our economy to cyber economy. And by cyber economy, I mean an open, efficient cyber economy where everyone on the planet can collaborate, right? And the reason why we're so focused on crypto is because crypto and blockchains is a value substrate on top of which this cyber economy can be built. Quick disclaimer, Cyberfund holds ETH, LDO, and is investor in P2P. So what are we trying to do in general about Ethereum issuance policy. I think pretty much the call is clear. We want to develop a stable, sustainable issuance policy. And I wanted to take a step back a little bit and think, okay, what could that really mean? And I came up with these 4 simple steps. And the first one is set the North Star and have a guiding framework. Second is collect the necessary data. Third is analyze scenarios individually. And fourth is analyze scenarios relative to each other. And I would argue that we largely have been focused on number 3, research led by Ethereum Foundation. But I think all other 3s, 1, 2, and 4, are also very, very important. And basically those 4 steps is the plan for my talk. So let's talk about North Star and framework. So first, why do we need a high-level framework? Well, the first thing is that it's an incredibly complex topic with many, many factors, right? So we need to kind of find our way through all these factors. And second, it's very contentious. So we need to rally people around a direction. So that's basically, and it's almost, in my mind, it's almost unavoidable. If we want to come to a rough consensus, right, we need some sort of North Star and framework which will guide us and which will help us agree on something. Next is how. How do we find this North Star? What to optimize for? This one is big, by the way, for me. I think we need to spend like a lot of time talking about this, what to optimize for. And there's 3 things I think that are floating around. One is network, Ethereum, right? Another is asset, ETH. And a third one, stakers, interestingly, right? And I would argue that the framework and proposals that have been suggested by Ethereum Foundation, MVI stake cap, are largely focused on the asset ETH, while our framework, maximum viable security, actually is more focused on network. And this is basically the starting point of our paper, is that actually the network is the most important. And it's not to say that ETH is not important or stakers are not important, but it's important to understand that the value flows from network to asset, primarily. Of course, there's some value from the asset to network as well, but primarily value flows from network to asset. And also about the stakers, this one is you know, we all really love stakers, right? And especially solo stakers because they bring most decentralization. But let's think about why we love stakers, and we are stakers by ourselves, so we love ourselves as well. Well, the reason is because they secure Ethereum, right? It's not just by default we love them, right? So when arguing about Ethereum issuance, we cannot think about stakers without thinking Ethereum network. We always need to have this in mind. So we cannot just build something that is good for stakers, because stakers are providers of security for the network. And I strongly feel that, and I strongly feel a little bit of confusion in the community that, you know, we serve stakers, we like all our conversation about stakers, but they are about stakers because they give us something, right? So we need to ground ourselves in the root cause, which is the network. And I'll come to that later, of course. And so what should be the framework? Well, I would argue, and I think most of people agree actually, that the network's highest value that it brings to the table, Ethereum's biggest value proposition, is security and neutrality. So now, if we take security and neutrality as a framework, and I think there's a large consensus that that's the network's biggest differentiator. What should we think about? Well, we need to think about attacks, and there's 3 types. There's more, but these are 3 main types of attacks. If actor has 34% of network, it can double sign. And this attack is interesting because it is seen by protocol. Protocol can detect it, and there is automatic slashing there. 51% attacks are trickier because you can do short reorgs, you can also censor, and these attacks, they are not seen by the protocol. And gradual coercion by state actors is an attack that we didn't really see, but it's very possible we see it, and it is also not seen by the protocol. And I would argue that Ethereum's autonomy, it's a concept that Gabe Shapiro came up with, ability to resist these attacks that are not seen by the protocol is a very important thing to think about, right? Because if we don't defend against these attacks in some other way, not in protocol, but out of protocol, we are vulnerable. So what are the defenses? Well, as I said, there's cryptographic slashing for A, there is social slashing for A and B, but it's pretty politically messy to do. And also, like, if we want to automate it, there are ways to do it to some extent, but it's very complicated, and you cannot do it fully, right? That's why protocol doesn't see it. And I would argue that, you know, the core defense that Ethereum has against actually all these attacks is the decentralization that comes from distributed validator set, ensuring that no single party controls any of the big thresholds of network. And this defense is preventive, it's apparent, it's Ethereum's biggest differentiator. If you think about other networks, Ethereum has the most diverse validator set by far. And I would also stress that it is key to neutrality. Okay? Neutrality comes from this fact. So I would argue we need to think about intentionally about this defense mechanism. And so the upshot of framework is that we suggest this MVS framework, maximum viable security and neutrality, and it largely comes from geographically distributed and disconnected validators. And if I were to contrast this with the framework of MVI, MVS strives to maximize security. Of course, you cannot forget about asset, you cannot forget about stakers, so without compromising the rest, for example, scarcity of ETH. And MVI is sort of is the opposite. It minimizes issues, prioritizes assets without compromising, trying to not compromise security. And maybe a slightly different way of to think about it is that MVS prioritizes expansion of the network and sustainability, right, over efficiency, and MVI does the opposite. Okay, coming to the second point of the plan is the data collection, right? And this is what I wanted to focus a little bit on because there's basically a whole staking economy built around Ethereum staking, and I wanted to maybe talk a little bit in detail about it. So first, what types of stakers there are? Well, obviously there are solo stakers, and they have actually about 10% of the market, give or take. On-chain techies, so these are people who are on-chain and basically on-chain, but without really sort of big restrictions, big regulatory restrictions or something like that. And then institutions, they're also on-chain, but they come with their own sort of restrictions and preferences. There's retail, and then there's ETFs, which are not there yet, but they're coming. And we saw yesterday that ETF issuer actually acquired a testant, so we know they're coming. So now the next point, and this is probably the most important point that I want to convey, is that the majority of the staking market, 90%, works through delegation. There's no way around it. That's how the market works. And we need to think about this intentionally, and I feel like we need to almost accept it, because most of the talk is about solo stakers, and of course we want to support them, right? But we really need to think how Ethereum issuance will affect delegated stake. So what are the types of delegations? So first is centralized exchanges. They have 20% of the market. And 15%, by the way, is by Coinbase. And they charge a quarter, there are different fees, but roughly they charge actually 25%, a really high fee. Why they charge this high fee is because their users are sticky, right? They don't want to go on chain, and they just want convenience, okay? And as a result, there's very big sort of network effects there, economies of scale, and it's a really not competitive market, and it is fairly concentrated within Coinbase and Binance. Next come centralized staking providers. So these are first like P2P, Kiln, Figment, and these are interestingly it's a different market segment from centralized exchanges. They serve institutions a lot, they serve on-chain techies, and they charge way less fees, 1 to 5%. Why? It's a very competitive market. Okay, there's many of those. And because it's a competitive market, it is decentralized. So these are two sort of, let's say, straightforward way to delegate stake, right? And then there's one which is trickier, which we'll know is these decentralized pools, liquid staking token pools, and liquid restaking token pools, like Lido, EtherFi, Rocket Pool, etc. So these are, it's important to understand that these do not really run node operators. They do not validate Ethereum. They are middleware that take stake primarily from on-chain techies, and they distribute this stake into various validated nodes. So, for example, some distributed to solo stakers like Rocket Pool or Lido with their community staking module, but majority actually is distributed into centralized staking providers. And the core point is this, I have these 3 arrows here, 3 arrows here, is because it really distributes it uniformly, which actually brings a lot of decentralization to Ethereum. So, and that's sort of one reason why it exists, and the other reason is because they provide also liquidity. So you can notice that they charge roughly 10%. There's different fees. And the reason why it's higher than centralized staking providers is because people who stake with LST and LRT pools, they get liquidity, right? And so they can get DeFi yield on top. So that's the market structure, right? And pools have 40%, centralized staking providers 25%, and centralized exchanges 25%. Okay? All right. So I want to stress one other thing about this these markets. I'll speed up a little bit. That actually, I feel like the market, the staking market, is kind of subtle. It's not straightforward. It is actually segmented. It is segmented into centralized exchanges with very sticky customers who are inelastic to yield, essentially. I'm not even sure they know the yield. They just think that they know that they're staking and they're earning something, but they don't really care, like, is it 2, 2.5, 1% or something like that, right? And then on-chain segment with CSPs, LSTs, and LRTs, and solo stakers, where we have sophisticated participants who actually kind of go between each other. And I would, a lot of arguments in the research, they sort of at some point say, well, it's a competitive market, so the margins will compress either way. I personally don't think so, and I do not, and I think we need to try to, let's say, really segment this market. The reason why is because if the market is not segmented and margins compress, we do not have hope for decentralization. Centralized delegated staking is way cheaper and superior. So if it's all hyper-competitive, there's no chance to decentralize the stake. So we really need to find a way how we're going to distribute the stake among many participants. And this is, I think, one natural way as it happens. And the natural way is that sticky customers who are willing to pay 25% fees with centralized exchange, they stay there. And centralized exchanges, their optimal solution is to not lower the fees, not compete with on-chain segment. Their optimal solution is to charge higher fees. You can think of this as pension funds. Pension funds, even though they seem to not charge really high fees, but if you dig down into the mechanism, they actually do charge high fees. It's because their users are extremely sticky. Okay, so I feel like it's an important message. Of course, I mean, there's a lot of analysis needs to be done here on the costs, on the fees, on the stake elasticity, but that's how I feel right now. And we at Cyberfund have a grants program, MBI grants program, where various teams dig into all this. And so watch out for the announcements of various reports that we're going to publish. Okay, so analysis of the impact, right? So from what I told you, what do we think will happen if we cut the issuance? Well, as I said, the stakers are sophisticated with LST, LRT, and CSPs, and so as a result, their yield will be lowered, and they will churn. And so the decentralized market segment actually decreases. Centralized exchange stakers are inelastic, and so they largely don't turn, and actually that results in centralized exchanges gaining market share. And solo stakers will churn, and as Ansgar and Kaspar said, potentially at a lower rate, right? Because they have very diverse costs and preferences. However, we also analyze in our paper their cost structure, and actually they have really high costs, high fixed costs, and they're very inflexible. So their supply curve is maybe steep marginally, but I think it's very low, kind of at the lower end of yields. So at some point, actually, there will be a big cliff, a big jump, a big drop of solo stakers. So we need to really be careful, right, about solo stakers. And by the way, the amount of solo stakers will decrease, and they will be unhappy. That's for sure. Maybe we can argue that the percentage of solo stakers marginally will increase, but will it increase long term? I don't believe so, and that's what we show in our paper. And then on staking providers and middleware, this is the more subtle thing. What's the impact? Well, here LSTs and LRTs, they have high costs, and the reason why they have high costs is because they distribute the stake among like 40 node operators. So some of those node operators will drop, and so what the result of this will be just loss of decentralization or reduction decentralization. Centralized exchanges preserve customers and maintain margins because they just have really, really low costs. And CSPs lose customers, but they actually maintain margins, probably due to flexible low costs. So they cut on their expenses, on their personnel, and et cetera, and we show in our paper that it is possible, so they will likely maintain their margins. Okay, so what's the upshot? Well, centralized exchange market segment largely untouched. The decentralized market segment of LRT, LST, and CSP feel the pressure, so the issuance cut hits this market segment, and so some stakers and some CSPs leave. And as a result, centralized exchange market share grows, and we end up with less decentralization undermining security. And important thing is that we actually try to model this scenario in a paper. And right now, Coinbase has 15% share, huge unstaked reserves, and ETFs assets are coming. Coinbase is the main custodian for most of the ETF issuers. And so with the issuance cut, we show that with all this information combined, there is a very real scenario of Coinbase achieving 34% of the network, in particular under 40 million staked ETH cap, right? So these kind of these alarms that I'm making that market share decentralization can be lost are very real. And yeah, I encourage everyone to look at our paper and read the analysis. And yeah, so I also wanted to sort of try to apply our framework, this maximum valuable security framework, to some of the arguments that researchers have been discussing. So the first is real versus nominal yield. So one thing that, as a mathematician, I really, appreciate the beauty of that whole argument and construction. But from the practical standpoint, I feel like it's concerns with stakers and not the network, right? Because we're talking about the stakers actually earning less than nominal yield, right? The real yield is less. But in some sense, network doesn't really care about that. Network cares about how many of those stakers we have. So I feel like that argument is a little bit not in the root goal of what we're doing, right? And then current issuance is costly. It's another argument. And we in our paper estimate, and actually Anders also in one of his papers estimates that actually the safe costs from cutting issuance are in single billions, right? So it's about 4, but give or take. And if you think about the market cap of ETH, the trading volume of ETH, it's apparent that this price is relatively low for security assurance that you get from it. So the saving on costs is like on balance is not as valuable as the security and neutrality that Ethereum gets from issuance. And so the last one is boosting monetary hardness of ETH. Well, there's several points here. So first is Bitcoin won that market, right? There's a growing consensus. Bitcoin is a store of value. It's very hard to sort of compete with that. But even more importantly, in my mind, ETH moneyness doesn't really come from hardness of its issuance rate. It actually may decrease if we change the monetary policy because we undermine the credibility, the sustainability of our issuance policy. And also security losses, like if security or neutrality sentiment is suffered, ETH moneyness will suffer for sure because the network and ETH are very, very connected. And then I would even argue that if we want to think about ETH and if we want to think about Ethereum contributors and how we rally around, coordinate and rally the whole community, right? Actually bolstering the network might be the best way to go. Yeah, I know the time's up. I'll speed up in just 1 minute. Yeah, and then there's an attempt to, really quickly on relative analysis, right? Here we didn't do. There's almost no analysis out there. I would say that there are arguments pro-cut, there are arguments against cut, but on balance, it feels like aggregating staked ETH on the transparent and smart contract layer, right, that boosts decentralization is better than aggregating it on the opaque TradFi layer with centralized exchanges that undermines neutrality. And I would say that this is also a very important thing that we haven't really done too much research on, but both arguments are security aligned, right? The LST dominance argument and the centralized exchange stake concentration. They're both very important under MVS. Okay, I'll speed up a little bit. So we have lots to do. Let's collaborate. Let's accelerate what we want fiercely. It's an infinite game. There's no end game. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Artyom. People have questions. Let me start with the first one. Solo stakers have paid most costs upfront, hardware, time to set up, etc. Maintenance is very cheap, but then why do you think staking via SEC centralized exchanges is more inelastic?
Right. So, well, first of all, I would say that there's a misconception that stakers have costs up front, right, and they're fixed costs. They're actually variable costs, and they need to upgrade their setup over time. So one needs to take this into account. Second, solo stakers are people who are very engaged in the community, right, and they are very engaged on chain. They know their options, right, and that's the reason why they are more elastic. It's because centralized exchange users, they don't think about Ethereum. They think about their life, they think about their investments. That's why they're inelastic. Solo stakers, sure. I mean, I admit they have diverse cost preferences. So likely their supply curve is rather steep, at least marginally. But if you think about this fixed cost, you also realize that actually at some point of the yield, it becomes unsustainable. So it's a very important point to dig further, and we did it in our paper. Encourage everyone to read.
Thank you. Just one more time for one question. As more ETH is staked, real profit margins go down, even if you doubled issuance. Why do you think staking margins will not compress either way?
Yeah, so I answered this question on my fourth or fifth slide. Is because the market is segmented, right? That's our, let's say, main hope. That decentralization, we can sort of pay this for decentralization is because the other users, other stakers, other capital allocators will be willing to pay higher price with centralized exchange. Is the segmentation of the market. And it really, by the way, it's a fact that it is like that right now. If you just take a look at the fees, 25% fee with Coinbase, and 1 to 10% fees with pools and CSPs. So market is segmented right now. Question, will it be segmented in the long future? I don't know. I would argue that there is a very good chance that it will be segmented. For example, investment, the whole investment market, right? There's pension funds, and then there's professional investment firms. It's a segmented market as well.
Thank you so much. Time is up, Artyom. And thank you for the audience for the questions.
Thank you.
If you have any further questions, Artyom is around. You can ask questions afterwards. Thank you so much. Welcome back to our fourth session. I am really happy to announce our next speaker. It's Anders Elosson, and his topic is about practical endgame on issuance policy. Thank you so much. Welcome, the stage is yours.
Thank you, and welcome to this presentation of a practical endgame on issuance policy, which is also the title of my recent ETH research post. And we begin in a hypothetical future scenario, perhaps a decade from now, where the cost of staking has come down and staking frictions have been overcome. Now, people still have different perspectives of the cost of staking and stake under varying conditions, so there's really no agreement on the exact yield that is sufficient for staking. People have different reservation yields, that is, the lowest yield they find acceptable for staking. They are at this point indifferent to staking or holding the token. Let's plot the hypothetical distribution of reservation yields. We see here we have staking yield on the x-axis, and we have amount of stake on the y-axis. A few might be willing to stake at the negative yield, perhaps to attack or defend Ethereum. Many more are willing to stake as the yield becomes positive, and at 1% staking yield, perhaps a lot of token holders rush in. In this hypothetical scenario, at 2.5%, half the ETH is staked, and as the yield reaches beyond 4, 5, or 6%, not much more stake comes in, because almost all ETH is already staked. And we can explore this further by computing the cumulative stake, here in blue, as it rises to 1. The cumulative stake can be referred to as the deposit ratio, that is the proportion of all stake that is deposited for staking. And we can also call it the deposit size. Then we are referring to the quantity of stake, the total, reaching 120 million if all ETH is staked. Now, let's remove the negative part here of the yield and flip the axis. And we have now created from a distribution of reservation yields what we generally refer to as the stake supply curve. So if you remember, at the 2.5% yield, half the ETH gets staked. We add also the demand curve specified by the protocol. And let's add also 300K of MEV each year. We then reach at the intersection of demand and supply, what we refer to as the staking equilibrium, at the black square. But currently we are here, and the supply curve isn't exactly known to us. So that's the situation we have right now. We are now ready to discuss the motivation for a reduction in issuance. If you note that over half the circulating supply could be staked in a plausible scenario, but it's this general agreement amongst researchers that 30 million ETH is perfectly sufficient for retaining security. And here we would be at more than twice of that. Zoom in on this range here. What's the cost? Why don't we want to pay more for security than what is strictly needed? Well, for one, we can approach cost rather generally, speaking of, the hardware that you need to pay, the taxes you need to pay for, you have illiquidity, you need to finance the upkeep of your software, etc. And it's then natural to approach the cost as the reservation yield. If you remember, that's the lowest yield at which you are willing to stake. And then, since the supply curve captures the marginal reservation yields, as shown previously, you can compute the total cost for staking in aggregate for the protocol as the integral of the supply curve. And so in this scenario, there's a picture. Oh. Can I remove this? Yeah. And so in this scenario, the total cost of staking becomes 820,000 ETH for this specific supply curve. That's $2.6 billion. There's also a surplus above the supply curve. So the marginal staker with the low reservation yield will have a high surplus, and the marginal staker will have, with the high reservation yield, will have no surplus at all. Let's now reduce issuance with the red reward curve. This then pushes down the staking equilibrium down to the red circle here. This gives us a cost reduction benefiting all token holders. So we're removing essentially hardware cost, taxes, we're removing illiquidity for users and the risk premium, and benefiting all token holders in the form of a lower amount of newly minted ETH. And that's around $1.4 billion at the current token price we would save in this hypothetical scenario. There's also a surplus shift from stakers to all holders. But this just shifts value around from one set of users to another. The cost reduction, that's the welfare gain we're striving for. And it's a wonderful opportunity we have here to reduce the cost of our users. A simple way to frame it would be, don't buy things you don't need. This is not a sustainable model. And we, of course, need to focus on facilitating sustainable economic activity. Then some people will say, well, the yield makes Ethereum attractive. It's fun to stake. But we have to remember that all ETH that is issued will also dilute the token holders. So there's nothing gained, in aggregate. We shouldn't try to trick our users into believing so. We need to focus on facilitating sustainable economic activity. Or some people say, well, we need inflation, otherwise people just hoard the tokens. Well, that's not true. First of all, consider the fact that if you issue a high amount of token, then you compel users to lock up the token staking instead of having them available on hand, for paying your transactions. Furthermore, consider the fact that, of course, if you focus on what we are trying to do, the need to transact is universal. It's not really affected. And if we ensure that Ethereum facilitates sustainable economic activity and that ETH remains sound, then the best option available to users is to be on Ethereum transacting using ETH. And so that's what we have to strive for. And then some people say, well, apps rely on the yield, framing the yield as somehow productive. It's not. And it's not our role, unfortunately, to support applications that do not facilitate sustainable economic activity. That's not our job. And if we do so, a high issuance will always over time turn into perverse subsidies. There's also a macro perspective to consider. High stake participation puts pressure on the consensus layer. Here we have the current scenario, around 35 million ETH staked. But imagine a scenario where almost all ETH is staked, and then something breaks. Say there's a discouragement attack, the censorship, or there's some client bug or anything else. In this scenario, Ethereum relies on the social layer as a final recourse. But what happens if the social layer is sort of wrapped up? Everyone has stake in the game. Well, in this case, the social layer sort of becomes overloaded. And we have come to a point, where we can lead to very aggregated failure modes. We would then very much prefer the bottom scenario, where we have a neutral social layer available. High stake position also can lead to, of course, higher attestation load. And furthermore, it puts pressure on the app layer when one or few LSTs comes to dominate this money. Ethereum then is deprived of a trustless sound asset, which is one of the most important, crucial features of a decentralized blockchain. And you can imagine if you have control of the money, you sort of can control users and apps in various ways that we wouldn't really like. Furthermore, consider the fact that if apps build on top of the LSD, and then apps build on top of the apps building on top of the LSD, and you're creating this sort of a money layer, and then something breaks, well, then you're sort of threatening the whole system here, which is something we really would like to avoid. So in conclusion, even though nominally the protocol might seem maximally secure if everyone is staking, it turns out that it's actually a bit insecure, both at the consensus layer and at the app layer. And we would prefer the bottom scenario here. However, there are also potential downsides for a reduction in issuance. For example, pseudo stakers do not have the economies of scales of large staking service provider. So it's perfectly possible that a relatively fewer pseudo stakers might be willing to stake in the scenario where the yield falls very low. There are arguments in the other direction as well, but still, let's explore this a little bit. So we go back to the first plot of reservation yields. And let's split up these reservation yields into two classes. We have delegating stakers and we have solo stakers, some loosely defined here. Now, there are more delegating stakers than solo stakers, so I'm just normalizing these two plots as well. So one scenario is that if we lean on economies of scale, is that the reservation yield among delegated stakers might have a peak in the distribution a bit lower, say at 1%, whereas the peak for solo stakers is at 2%. Well, in this case, we would indeed see that the proportion of solo stakers at the lower issuance yield would be slightly lower. The argument in the other direction is that at a very high stake participation, an LST comes to dominate its money, so there's no loss in liquidity if you own the LST. Big staking service providers also get better economies of scale, and it may be perceived as that the risk of staking with them falls because they become, too big to fail. There's no social layer there anymore. So that's a counter-argument, and that could happen at any yield depending on the exact shape and slope of the supply curve. MEV also becomes a much bigger concern for us as lower issuance. It increases solo stakers' relative yield valuability, because they cannot effortlessly pool their rewards. Furthermore, it degrades the incentive to attest properly, since MEV will be the only thing that counts. So there's a lack of incentives to attest, and we can then consider various ways how to resolve this. We can try to increase the attestation penalties. All right, so now we increase the attestation penalties. But then, if you're a staking service provider and you drop attestation of your competitors, then you can sort of force them out. So then we have to have proposal penalties as well. All right, now we added proposal penalties. But then if you're a solo staker and you make one bad proposal, you can get punished very hard because we have lowered the issuance as well, And you might be in the red for several years. All right. And so then there are ways to try to soften this, but there's a lot of things going on at the same time here that we're working on. And it also further complicates the design of Orbit SSF, the single slot finality design, because then there's also a way for stakers to avoid having to attest as much as possible, taking as low risk as possible. And so the lack of incentive to attest can then lead the stakers to deconsolidate, and then we need to raise the consolidation incentives, and this can, of course, further raise fairness concerns. And what we would like to ship is MEV-burn, because this reduces all these three issues. So that's something that is really important for Ethereum, but we don't have it, and we have to deal with the situation we have. We're now ready to discuss a practical endgame on issuance policy. So here we have the current reward curve, with issuance rising all the way up to 1.8 million ETH with the current reward curve. Here we have the red reward curve shown earlier. It forms by taking the equation for the current reward curve and adding the cube deposit size to the denominator. And I refer to this as a practical endgame. It's practical because it's something we can strive towards without MEV-burn. It's practical because we should be able to guarantee Zulu stakers to not have to pay for staking. And it's practical because it allows us to design consensus incentives in an easy way. And it's also practical, and it's an end game because it allows us to probabilistically stop the growth in stake. So that's why I favor the red reward curve, or something close to it. This shaded range is approximately where I would like to be. That gives us room for a higher or a lower reward curve, depending on how the design works out, the feedback from the community. Others might prefer different ranges, perhaps focusing on stopping the growth in stake or increasing the yield for solo staker. And this can be discussed. But if we go too high, you can imagine if we say go to 110 million each staked and provide anything about the bare minimum to avoid solo stakers paying, then this would feel like a misbalance of these different trade-offs we're trying to balance. And then there might be a movement to further reduce issuance. And we would like to make one singular change to issuance policy. And that's why I find that this will be slightly above where we want to be. And you note that none of the reward curves nor the shaded range goes above an issuance rate of 0.5%. That's sufficient to ignore security, to ensure security, and it's at the upper end of any trade-off I think we should ever consider. So regardless of the exact end game that we choose, we could safely commit to never issuing more than 0.5% of the circulating supply each year. And it feels like a rather attractive proposition, Tell your friends, choose Ethereum, choose ETH. There will never be more than 0.5% of the circulating supply issued each year. And a cap on issuance is perfectly viable on insurance security, whereas a cap on the circulating supply is not, regardless of if you are in proof of stake or proof of work. And from my perspective, we could just ship, 0.5% cap, solidifying it, and then come back to the issue in a few years. But there seems to be, from the community perspective, we want one single change. So that's not something I would push for. There are other ways to construct the reward curve. I'm showing here other alternatives in the ETH research post, like sigmoidal shapes, for example, with the equation provided there. Let's now look at the impact of an issuance reduction on stakers. We have here the staking yield, and we see that we are showing it with MEV. Now we add the supply curve, and we are able to reduce the equilibrium from 60 million down to around 40 million staked. But of course, we are here, and so given some reasonable supply curve, we might end up in this region here. We must also consider a very low supply curve and what might happen in this scenario. And here we have that bad situation for the macro perspective, when almost all ETH is staked. And we could then bring it down to around 65 million ETH with the red reward curve in this scenario. And of course, shipping MEV-burn as well, we come down to almost 50 million ETH staked. And it might seem like a bad scenario, but it turns out that it's actually better for a staker to be at the red square there than at the black square. And that happens because of this equation. It's from my post on minimum violation that sort of started this whole conversation. And it captures the attainable change in the proportion of the circulating supply. So it's sort of like a proportional yield, or it's been referred to as the real yield, or the change in ownership. We have the yield that you attain on top of the fraction line, and we have the inflation rate at the bottom of the fraction line. That could be negative, if there's a high burn rate, but otherwise positive. And we can use this equation to draw something I refer to as isoproportional lines. And at these lines, across these lines, the proportion of the circulating supply that you attain remains constant. So it doesn't matter if you're at 1.5% yield, 2.5% yield, or 3.5% yield. From the perspective of the stakers, once you account for dilution effect, if everyone almost stakes, you get the same proportion of the circulating supply. Let's draw more of these lines. It's like a topographical map, with counter lines indicating equal elevation. So, at this map, you want as a staker to be as a high elevation as possible. This equilibrium at the red area here is not so good, even though the yield is high, because you're at low elevation. Any equilibrium above the dashed curve is at a better, higher elevation. So the orange area here is better for you as a staker, even though the yield is lower. And here we have the supply curve from previously. And we see that if you start here at the black square, you have 110 million each stake than, say, a 1.8% staking yield. Well, it might feel good as a staker, but you follow this as a proportion line all the way to the other equilibrium that's possible under the supply curve. And you see that you're equally well off as a staker at a 0.25% issuance yield and 20 million staked, because you're not suffering from dilution. And the optimal situation here is actually at this red square here, where you're at the highest elevation as possible on the map. But this is just surplus shifting around. It's not the motivation for issuance. The motivation is for an issuance reduction. The motivation is the cost reduction. But it's important to understand this as well. It's very important to emphasize this. And just as a concluding remark, a checklist on the practical area and what needs to be done. There needs to be a theoretical foundation, and we have shipped it. There's a cost reduction, and there's the macro perspective. We need to have curve parameterizations, and they're available in the post and elsewhere. We need to design Orbit SSF consolidation incentives. And I posted yesterday a post on that. So I would put it as yellow because it's a draft post, but it sort of outlines approximately where we would like to be. We also need to redesign Ethereum's consensus incentives a bit if we push issuance yield down close to zero. And we have been working on this a bit, but as you noted, the discussion about these incentives, but there's a few things, quirks to work out. So I put it orange. If we push method burn, both of these becomes greener because, then the issue isn't that big anymore. I'm also working on a probabilistic equilibrium analysis that I will post in the first quarter of next year. And that will, I will put it at orange. And that would be like a foundation for my perspective of why we can do it from the perspective of decentralization. And we also need to build community support. And I will put it at yellow. By turning the other check marks green, we can also build community support better. And we build community support, of course, by striving for an Ethereum that facilitates sustainable economic activity. That is what we're working on in all these different parts of the roadmap. That is how we strengthen ETH and Ethereum, and that is a suitable North Star, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anders. Now time for questions. The first one, what do you think about reward curves with dynamic parameters?
Yes, I have written about this actually. There's a FAQ, and I talk about the issue. If the question relates to the issue of trying to dynamically adjust the reward curve, the point is that it's not a way to address the issues that we have in the long term. In the long term, it doesn't matter, We need to focus on the one reward curve because that's how we prioritize these different aspects, So I think that there's the idea of having some dynamic solution. There's a threat in it that you think that you're solving something, but you're not solving it. You're not solving it in the run. The only reason why we would like to have a dynamic curve is if we go back here. I can't see. Yeah, but if you have an equilibrium where you have to lower the issuance yield so much in the beginning, then, of course, and I describe it a bit in the FAQ, then, of course, you could consider a scenario where you have, you tick down the reward curve gradually over a year, so that you don't make people lose the staking yield so quickly, making it becomes very bad effects on everyone if you just shock it, because otherwise the assumption is, of course, that some are going to leave, so the yield is going to go up again. But if you shock it down, and then the yield becomes very low, there's a risk that the solo stakers are going to leave before the yield comes up again.
Next one. How does the Beam Chain proposed roadmap affect progress on issuance policy?
Well, so my interpretation of how it affects is that it's essentially something that is sort of part of the idea is that we try to ship issuance policy as one of these gradual improvements. It's not like part of the Beam fork. It's supposed to be done earlier. So I would say that it's sort of part of the overall roadmap there. Yeah.
Thank you. What would you say is a good governance process to agree on a new issuance curve?
Rough consensus.
That was a quick one. Why does MEV burn affect our needs for consolidation incentives in Orbit SSF?
No, it's not MEV burn that affects it, it's MEV. So if you design Orbit SSF, like a basic idea of how you can design Orbit SSF is that you push out smaller stakers so that they don't attest as frequently, while you at the same time give them the same yield. So it's sort of fairness still. But the situation is such that if you push out them from attesting, you cannot at the same time push them out from proposing. That's a lot of bigger concern, because if we still have MEV in the situation, then we cannot make it fair. If we push down the issuance, and then you still gain a lot of the value, you gain almost all the value from proposing and attaining this MEV, there's no MEV burn in place. Well, then everyone would like to be deconsolidated to remove risk, but they still get to propose as often as today. And so that's an issue.
Great, thank you so much. The next one, we still got more time. Is there a yield where you might expect institutions to lose interest in staking or might find alternatives to generate yield? Long question. Does it compete with some traditional financial yield threshold?
I mean, the beauty of having a reward curve is that if there's a loss in interest in staking in general, the yield goes up, That's the whole principle. So, I mean, it's hard for me to consider. The option would be here, maybe implied, is that everyone wants to stake, but no institution other than one or a few are still willing to provide services. And I find it a bit perhaps tricky to contemplate that this would be the case. But of course, we have to allow various institutions to compete. We cannot avoid that there's going to be a competition. We would like, of course, for there to not be, but it's not something we can avoid.
Should we go for the last one? There's no vote, but I think since it's already here, let's answer it. There's already so much financial investment by influential VC-funded actors, even at current levels. Do you think it's possible to make a change that drastically affects their bottom line?
Yes.
Okay. Can you a little bit more about the yes? Why do you think?
Well, I don't know. I don't think that VC-funded actors is like the biggest issue for us. The biggest issue, of course, is if solo stakers would feel like it's a disappointment for them. So VC-funded actors is the least of our concerns, I would say, in this regard.
Great. Our time is up now. Thank you so much, Anders. If you have audience, if you have more questions, Anders is around. We'll happy to answer your other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think we have 3 more minutes for change for our next speaker. So stay here. It will just continue. Hi everyone. Welcome to our next speaking sessions. It's all about account abstraction. We will start with Yoav Weiss. He will talk about exploring the future of account abstraction, talking about the past, how it was, the current state, as well as the future outlook roadmap of account abstraction. I welcome on stage Yoav Weiss.
Hi everyone. So yeah, today, so I'm Yoav Weiss from the Ethereum Foundation. I'm a researcher working on account abstraction. And today, today in this talk and the next two afterwards, we're going to talk about the state of account abstraction, where we stand now, and where we're headed. Right? So first, we're going to briefly look at where it all started. So the prehistory. It all started in, it started at the same time Ethereum started, actually. So when Vitalik wrote about Ethereum before the launch, he already blogged about what accounts should ultimately look like. So this was the first mention of account abstraction. And then in the following years until 2020, there was a lot of research done on this, a lot of interesting proposals, and the idea kept evolving. Then in 2021, Vitalik came up with a new idea. trying to get to account abstraction and start experimenting with account abstraction models without protocol changes, which makes it much easier to get started. And this has led to ERC 4337. The idea was to get to full account abstraction without protocol changes, but also without compromising on censorship resistance by relying on centralized relayers. So that's what we've been doing with ERC 437. Now, censorship resistance it requires having a permissionless mempool because otherwise someone could always censor you. But it's a challenge, and the reason it's a challenge is that full account abstraction means also abstracting the validation, and when you abstract validation, it means that it depends, the validity of the transaction now depends on mutable state. So this enables a lot of DOS vectors, a lot of denial of service attack vectors that need to be mitigated. Just to give a quick example of such attack and why we need to solve for this is let's imagine an attacker implementing an account, and this account has a dependency on a flag stored in a singleton smart contract. So every account using this implementation looks at the same flag in order to determine transaction validity and also flips the flag. And now the attacker sends thousands of such transactions on an ongoing basis. And every time such transaction when a transaction gets included, it immediately invalidates all the other ones. So they can't be included in the chain. And now they have to be dropped. And they have to be dropped without paying for gas because they are not valid, so we can charge them. But they still cost a lot of validation work for every node in the mempool. And this can easily escalate to a point where the nodes cannot do any useful work. So we need to mitigate for this kind of attacks. And the way to do it is to separate between validation and execution so that we can limit what can be done by an account before execution, before it agrees to pay for the gas. Now the question is, what do we want to limit? What kind of restrictions could we apply? The easiest way, the no-brainer, is let's not let the account access any state outside the account until the transaction is valid. So it can only access its own storage, it cannot access any other contracts, and it cannot access environment opcodes, such as a timestamp or a block number. So this solves the denial of service problem, but it also limits usability quite a bit. So, for example, you cannot support popular use cases such as paying for gas using an ERC20 token because you cannot look or modify the balances of that ERC20 token during validation. So, over a couple of years, we worked on developing a set of rules, a set of validation rules that support as many use cases as possible while still mitigating denial of service. And this enables use cases such as paying gas with the tokens and many others that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. So the way it works is these rules are applied at the mempool level. The mempool will only propagate transactions if two conditions are met. One, the transaction must be valid, and two, it must also comply with the rules. So a valid transaction in an account that doesn't comply with the rule will still not be propagated. Now, fast forward to the present. Where are we now? So ERC 4337 went live last year, and it gained quite a bit of adoption. There are now over 20 million accounts, mainly on different layer 2s, and a lot of activity. What's interesting is that most of these transactions, the vast majority of the transactions, actually you also do gas abstraction using paymasters, which greatly improved the UX for situations like onboarding. We are abstracting gas, and this alone is a great improvement. And over the past 2 years, we also saw a lot of great projects, a lot of awesome stuff being built by the community. Some of it is things that we really couldn't imagine before. And I'm not going to dive deep into this because one of the next two talks by Tom is precisely about the diving into the numbers and interesting use cases. So be sure to stay for Tom's talk. Another recent development is that the public account abstraction mempool just went live. So before, the idea with the ERC 4337 has always been to have censorship resistance by having all the bundlers connected in one peer-to-peer network, one mempool, where transactions get propagated, and this way you're pretty much guaranteed that someone will include your user operation. But until recently, every bundler maintained its own private mempool, and they were not really connected while we were still working through the coordination of this mempool. And recently, with a coordination effort for the protocol, three of the bundler implementers, EtherSpot, Candid, and Cilius, managed to finally bring it up. So now we have this mempool, and I want to thank these three teams. And I should also thank Fastlane that made it possible to have the mempool on Polygon. So thank you. And this way we have, so now we have the mempool running on several chains, and more are coming soon. I hear that also other bundler implementations are going to join the mempool soon. So we'll see it growing. Now, what does the future hold? Where do we go from here? So one thing we saw is that we started seeing layer 2s introducing native account abstraction in order to have a better integration, more gas efficiency. Now the problem is that they enshrined modified versions of ERC 4337, which are not standardized, and this started causing wallet fragmentation. So suddenly we see wallets, pretty nice wallets, that work only on one chain and cannot be used on any other. And that's really not great for the ecosystem. Because if you found a great wallet you like, you should be able to use it on every chain, not only on one chain and then look for another wallet for something else. So we realized that this is actually not an account abstraction specific problem, but a coordination problem that could cause issues in other fields, which led us to start the rollup improvement proposal, also known as roll call. That's a coordination effort with all the layer 2s to coordinate standards that would benefit the entire ecosystem. After we started this process and brought the layer 2s on board, we started also working on RIP 7560, which is an account abstraction proposal, native account abstraction proposal for layer 2s, and a layer 2 that uses this will get a better user experience and better gas efficiency. Now, what about layer 1? So I said that RIP 7560 is an RIP, it's for layer 2s. But for layer 1, we are thinking more long-term, because we at Ethereum are notorious for taking our time and get things right on layer 1. So this is no exception. We have a proposal called EAP 7701, which is native account abstraction using EOF. And the dependency on EOF means that it's not going to happen very soon because EOF is not included in Pectra. But once it's enabled, it's going to enable interesting account abstraction models and not limit us to just one. And it will enable things like improved censorship resistance through inclusion lists, which are not possible to support otherwise with something like 4337. So that's something to look forward to, and we're working on it. I'm not going to dive further into native account abstraction, but there's the next talk after mine is by Alex, and this is specifically about native account abstraction proposals, so he's going to dive much deeper into this. We also saw strong demand for supporting EOAs, to give EOAs at least some of the benefit of account abstraction. Now, it's not possible for an EOA to get the full benefit of account abstraction because ultimately it's an EOA. It still has a single ECDSA key that cannot be rotated, but we can still give it quite a lot of the benefits. And that's exactly what EAP 7702 does. It enables adding code code to an EOA without invalidating its key. So now the account is actually both a smart account and an EOA. And this works great with ERC 4337 because it allows us to set the code to turn any EOA into a 4337 account, which uses the 4337 mempool. And this automatically enables use cases such as paymasters. Now you can have an EOA that uses 4337 paymasters. So you can, for example, pay gas with tokens or get gas sponsorship for an EOA transaction. And on this one, there was already a talk by Light Client that took a deep dive into it. So if you're interested, you should check out the video for this one. Now, how does it all fit together? We have, so we talked about several different account abstraction models, which would probably be confusing for someone looking into what to implement. So the answer is that the account model is identical. They all use the same kind of separation, the same account model, same gas abstraction, everything. So it's actually quite easy to build an account that supports all of them. So you develop it once, you can deploy it everywhere on every chain, whether it has some kind of native account abstraction or not. You can use it. You just use it everywhere. And once it's deployed, if a chain on which the account lives switches to enables a native account abstraction, it will be able to benefit from the improvements. Now, the goal, so this seems like moving a bit beyond account abstraction, but it's actually part of the same thing. So the goal with account abstraction has always been to go beyond the individual, beyond improving the UX for the individual chain, and to also solve the cross-chain problem. And in a minute, you'll see why it makes sense to use account abstraction for this. And anyway, now that we have the basis for it, it's time to start really solving the chain abstraction problem, having great cross-chain UX. So the cornerstone for this is that account abstraction enables trustless bridging. So with account abstraction, you don't have to trust a bridge operator. You no longer need these multi-sig bridges. And the reason is that the operator is not in the loop. The operator is not a part of the transaction in the sense that the message sender is never the operator. The message sender is always the user's account. As opposed to the EOA case, where message bridges have to sign, the message bridges are a part of the transaction and are trusted in a sense. So with this, the user can create a transaction that actually operates on several chains. So we have one transaction running on multiple chains, and the bridge operator can execute it on all the chains on behalf of the user, and even transparently deploy the user's account on chains where it doesn't exist yet, but the operator cannot change the account in any way. Because the account self-validates its own deployment. And this means that now the account can validate the transaction on each of these chains. So once it validates the transaction, it means that the bridge operator is not at liberty to mess with the transaction in any way. So because it cannot mess with the transaction, we don't need to worry about the bridge operator. So the bridge, which leads us to bridging, like to trustless bridging. And to permissionless bridging. So you don't need a permissioned bridge operator. Anyone can join and be the bridge operator, including the user or anyone else. As for the gas, with paymasters, it means that you can have the account paying for the gas using a paymaster on each of the chains. So the user only pays on the source chain, and the bridge operator uses a paymaster deposit to pay for it, and then ends up getting compensated from the user's deposit on the source chain. So that's how we can solve bridging. And using a few more standards, some of which are being developed and some will need to be developed, we can really solve the UX problem and making it seem like using one chain. The idea is that the user will never have to select a chain in the wallet, and it will feel like really using a single chain. Some of these standards so among them are key stores. With key stores, the idea is that you can run any, so with key stores, you manage your credentials for your account on a single chain, whether it's layer 1 or whether it's a designated ZK layer 2, you can manage it in one place and use the same credentials everywhere. If you rotate your keys, they get rotated automatically. You can send a single transaction that runs on multiple chains and doesn't even need to hold the native coin of each of these chains to pay for the gas. So it feels like using only the source chain. The wallet can also use something like intent solvers for more complex operations. So for example, performing a complex trade on multiple chains is possible with intent solvers. But unlike with the EOA case, here the account can enforce the result and revert if it doesn't like it, which means that the user doesn't have to take risks when using intents. Another thing is that addresses will become chain-specific addresses. That's a standard that is nearly ready. With chain-specific addresses, the address includes the name of the chain on which the address resides. And this chain is, it actually uses an ENS name of that layer 2. To give an example, let's say we have a user on Polygon, and that wants to send USDC to a friend, but the friend uses Base. So with this, the friend gives the user an address that looks like 0x1234 at base.eth. And the wallet knows how to deal with it. So the wallet can look it up. It knows how to bridge to base. So the user pastes the address, the USDC gets sent, and there's no need for the user to even notice that they're actually not on the same chain. In order to achieve this, the ENS name for each of the layer 2s actually refers to a few records that help with chain discovery. The reason we need this is we're going to live in a world where there are many layer 2s and many more coming up like every month. So we don't want to configure the wallet to support each of these chains. We want automatic discovery. So with ENS, we can get just that. We can have, for example, we can have a record for a standardized bridge. So now the wallet can look at an address and find out exactly how to bridge assets to that chain. It can have a record for RPC provider. So if the wallet needs to transact on this unknown chain, it has an RPC to use. And then it also and it doesn't even need to trust the RPC because there's also going to be a light client implementation, a CCIP-based light client implementation that can validate the chain state against its layer 1 contract. And this is also a record. So the wallet is able to communicate with every chain. It can communicate with every chain without previously knowing about it by just looking at an address and then resolving everything, knowing how to trustlessly transact on this chain. From the user's perspective, it all becomes one chain. So account abstraction is already here. It's already thriving. Native account abstraction is coming, and account abstraction is already improving UX on many chains now. But in the future, in the near future, hopefully, it's also going to improve the UX across different chains. And in the future, it's going to feel like we're using a single chain rather than multiple chains, but with the scaling that comes from our layer 2 strategy. And all this without sacrificing decentralization and censorship resistance. All right, I think we're past our time, so any questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Shua, for the wonderful session. We'll start the first question. How are we supposed to develop a 4337 wallet in the entry point contract keeps changing?
Yeah, so the entry point contract will not keep changing. the last change was hopefully the last ABI change ever, unless some critical security bug we're unaware of is discovered and forces us to change something, which can always happen, but unlikely at this point. If not, then maybe there will be some minor bug fixes inside entry point, but not something that would affect ABI and require changing wallet implementations.
Do you think we will need L2B style risk dashboards for different wallets to make users aware of what these wallets actually do?
Definitely. I think L2Bit is doing very important work on layer 2s, and we will need this for wallets. It's actually not just for wallet. We need someone to verify that the wallet does what we expect it to, but also when we transact across different chains, even though we want to make it transparent to the user, not all chains are equal, and some actually are riskier than others. L2B does a great job highlighting these differences, and we'll need to also account for that. So yes.
Does 772 require the wallet provider to be okay with upgrading the EOA to a smart account? What happens with the wallet provider after upgrade practically?
Wait, I'm not sure I understand. So
maybe the person
it does need the, yes, of course, you need to add the code in order to use it. So you need to add 4337 code to the account, and then you can start using it as a 4337 account. But I'm not sure I understand the last part of the question.
Maybe the person who raised the question, do you want to elaborate a little bit?
Maybe by saying wallet provider, they're talking about the wallet as in the part that runs off-chain on the user's machine, in which case, yes, the wallet has to be aware of the implementation, but the wallet is the one setting the implementation. So now the wallet will determine what code gets set into the EOA, and will use whatever it can also support.
Great, let's move on to the next one. What is the plan if there is a critical vulnerability on the entry point? It would be a black swan that would compromise all wallets at the same time, and by definition, it can't be revoked in mass.
Yeah, you could ask the same question about something that doesn't use something like entry point. Because what happens if there's a critical protocol vulnerability in Ethereum, and then also a lot of accounts get compromised. So hopefully we audited things enough to prevent such occurrence. And if it does happen, then yes, we will need to deal with it at some point where it becomes such a big thing on the network. You have to fix such things by hard fork. So let's say EOA was compromised somehow. We would need a hard fork to deal with it, because we are not going to allow a situation where every account on Ethereum gets compromised. So it's quite similar whether it's account abstraction or EOA.
What's the main technical challenge of key stores? Next one.
The main technical challenge is being able to access layer 1 state during validation. And the way to do it is by having an RIP supported by all the layer 2s to access layer 1 state. And then you can have a key store on layer 1. This is so there are currently two such proposals. One doing L1 S load, meaning you're able to load a slot from a layer 1 contract. And there is also remote static call that would let you perform a static call on layer 1. Either of these proposals would enable key stores efficiently, because now the validation will be able to actually use that. And this will become a part of the proof used by the layer 2 will prove the correctness of this lookup.
Okay, the last question. Should we adopt AA now, considering future features you mentioned might not be backwards compatible?
I don't recall mentioning features that are not backward compatible, and actually our goal is to make it backward compatible. So if you develop a 4337 account now, you'll be able to easily make it work with future native account abstraction proposals. And I think the time to adapt it is definitely now, because otherwise you're not going to get the benefits of even things like 7702, let alone chain abstraction stuff.
Thank you so much. The time is up, Yoav. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. You led an excellent foundation for the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can stay here, like we will continue in roughly 4 minutes for the next speaker. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, I'm very excited to announce the next speaker. It's Alex. He will talk about the top title, Native Account Abstraction in Pectra, Rollups and Beyond. As a speaker before, you have led the foundation, and now Alex will deep dive more a little bit about native account abstraction. The stage is yours, Alex.
Hello everyone, my name is Alex. I work on account abstraction, and today I will follow Yoav's talk with a deep dive into the future of native account abstraction and our plans for it. So for the purpose of this talk, I suggest, like, we all agree that we want native account abstraction. The way for account abstraction is to enshrine it in layer 2s in the mainnet. And we need to answer the following questions before we go into it. First, we need to know which part of native account abstraction is already happening in the next Ethereum hard fork. We need to see why it is not enough and what is still missing for us to achieve the account abstraction endgame. I want to explain how we plan to achieve it. And also explain how other companies and teams can participate in this effort, and honestly look at the possible alternatives to doing what we are proposing. So, and a quick recap of where we stand with account abstraction right now, if somebody was not involved into it. So the first account abstraction proposal is ERC 4337. It solved account abstraction without making consensus changes on Ethereum protocol. It allowed us, with purely out of consensus, to provide account abstraction solution, and it did solve a vast majority of cases. And it has been released more than a year ago. The mainnet and the mempool have been launched, so it's no longer a new project. It has been used for a year by a very serious project. EAP 7702 is a very important proposal because it's the first time mainnet is getting some account abstraction features. This EAP allows, as you know, EOS to like role play for a time as smart accounts, and it's scheduled for the next hard fork. You have mentioned RIP 7560. This is our proposal to enshrine the design of ERC-437 as part of layer 2 consensus. And it has been implemented, and there is a DevNet ready implementation. And now we are also proposing EAP 7701. This is somewhat similar to 7560, but it is trying to be less opinionated, using less of the protocol parts, and it targets Ethereum layer 1, and it relies on EOF to do so. It's in early draft stage, and we request everybody to provide their feedback on it. So a little bit like more on 7702, this is how the account looks for once you update it with 7702. So you still have the private key, but you also have smart contract code. So it changes the behavior of current EOS, allows them to have code as well. And this fully solves the execution part of account abstraction. Your account can do multiple operations in the same time, do intents, whatever it is. It does not, however, solve the security part of account abstraction, because you still have a private key, you still have an EOA, you still have 12 words that can override your smart contract wallet. And there also needs to be another EOA that creates a transaction to use your authorization. The upside of this is that it works great with ERC-4337, and such accounts can be part of account abstraction ecosystem and get gas abstraction and many other features. So one question you can ask is like, great, so next we'll just wait for the rest of account abstraction to be enshrined in Ethereum mainnet. Well, if you look at the specs for the next 3 hard forks, this is the list of EAPs that are considered or scheduled for inclusion in the next 3 hard forks. Like, this is a long list. Like, these changes will take quite a lot of time. And so if we were to just wait out to introduce account abstraction on layer 1, this could take a very long time. And also it's a high bar to clear in terms of production tested specifications, fully spec roadmap, and it requires an unanimous consent among core Ethereum developers to do such a feature. It doesn't mean that we will just wait for these things to happen. We have a lot of activity we can do on layer 2s who are eager to innovate with account abstraction right now. Another alternative is just to keep using ERC-4337 like forever. So can we keep using it? Well, kind of, yes. It's good enough in many cases, but it's very much not perfect. Like, the main downside is it still relies on EOAs to act as bundlers. So you have an account abstraction solution, but you still need EOAs for that. We also create a lot of complexity by implementing a lot of parallel technical stacks, parallel mempools, parallel bundlers, and modifications to the node. And as layer 2s want to innovate, they start implementing their own native account abstraction solutions. There are chains who did that, and it is a problem because it breaks the compatibility. And also there are still new EAPs that introduce new features to Ethereum. One big example is inclusion lists. You mentioned Fossil. And these EAPs don't benefit account abstraction users and account vice versa. So let's zoom into a flow of a single user operation in ERC-437. So what happens is the user signs and creates a user operation, and the user has to provide it to a bundler server. The bundler server then collects n other user operations and bundles them together and provides it as a transaction to the block builder, and it has to use this conditional API, meaning that it performs a validation and he provides a condition for this transaction to be valid. And then the block builder can include this as a call on-chain. With RIP 7560, we make all these superstructures that we had with the bundler and conditional API and entry point contract part of consensus protocol. So it very much simplifies and flattens out the complexity. And for the user, the signs transaction and they broadcast it to the mempool, and the protocol takes care of the rest. The complexity becomes part of the protocol, but again, it's simplified. So how it works is that already now, like all transactions that we broadcast to mempool and include on chain, they have a validation code. However, this code is not a Solidity EVM code. It's a probably Go code that block builders have. We validate signatures, nonces, balances, gas limits, base fees, and these checks are done in Go as part of a consensus, and then the execution is done on the EVM. With 7560, we split the transaction into two parts, and the validation part is also Solidity code that also runs on-chain, and but it's still a single transaction that is split into the validation part and the execution part. And error in the validation part means that transaction is not valid. It's not included on-chain and reverted. It just cannot be included in a block. So if you are familiar with ERC-437, the most complex possibly path for transaction to take is to have gas sponsoring and to deploy a contract, a smart contract, as part of the first transaction interaction. So these are all execution paths in account abstraction. And this is what it looks like in 7560, meaning that for a transaction type, we add a number of fields. And what happens during this transaction flow is first step, user creates a transaction, sends it to the block builder. As part of a transaction, smart contract gets deployed. Paymaster gets queried if it agrees to pay gas for this transaction. Then the account is queried to see if it accepts this transaction as valid, checks the signature and everything. Then the transaction gets actually executed and reaches the target contract. And if Paymaster wanted to, it gets also notified that transaction execution has finished. However, what needs to be said, RIP 7560 is not meant to be included in layer 2 in its current form. And like the RIP process itself was started for features that are common between various layer 2s, but not necessarily target layer 1. It provides us a lot of flexibility because we don't need unanimous agreement of all core developers. It's an opt-in process where rollups can decide to pick up features and implement it on the networks. And it's very feasible and like logical for some RIPs who get adopted to evolve into EAPs. So what prevents 7560 approach to being part of the mainnet EAP? Well, a huge part of it, defines the validation as Solidity methods. Like we define Solidity methods that say, and we say that this method has to return correctly, then the transaction is valid. It is a little problematic because EVM is supposed to be language agnostic, and methods are just part of Solidity programming language. It's not such a big deal for layer 2s because almost all of them already have some kind of precompiles that are defined fully in Solidity, and they already do it. Another thing is that EOF, Ethereum EVM object format, introduces the deployment time code validation, and account abstraction could greatly benefit from code validation. However, without EOF definitions, we would not be able to do it with method selectors. And it can be a problem that your validation code is a part of your contract that can be called by other contracts in some scenarios that can lead to vulnerabilities. So a reminder, in EOF, the contract is being split into parts. So legacy contracts, they have the blob that includes all the code and data of your contract. With EOF, the contracts are split into the header, the code section, and the data section. What we are suggesting with the EAP 7701 is to also split the code section into parts that have roles assigned to them. So the contract would have an EOF validation code, execution code, any other code, and we can verify the code of the validation section before deploying such contracts. And this code doesn't have to be observable on chain from within EOF, but it is still executed as part of transaction validation. So if you look again on all the flow remains exactly the same. It's just instead of calling specific functions, the EVM executes certain predefined sections of your EOF contracts. And this allows us to get away from these magic method selectors into a more mainnet level solution. So now it's time to talk about challenges of account abstraction. People have been talking about it for 10 years. It's still not on mainnet. This is because it's actually hard. If you see somebody talking about validation scope on account abstraction, you immediately think about this picture. And the main problems for that, what account abstraction creates, is the cross dependencies between transaction and validations, and the complexity you get in building blocks efficiently and maintaining a decentralized peer-to-peer mempool efficiently. So let me try to explain these problems. So the cross-transactional dependencies look like that. You have a transaction 4, it modifies the state, and it makes a transaction 5 invalid. So when you received the transaction 5 individually, it seemed valid to you because A was equal to 0. But now you started building a block, you include transaction 4 first, and now A equals 1, and it's not a valid transaction. And in order to work around this issue in general, we just have to split the transaction into 2 parts and have the validations run separately from executions in their separate place in the block. So these are still 3 account abstraction transactions, but their validation parts are separated from them and they run before any execution code starts running. Now you may ask, but what if validations invalidate each other? What if the validation code changes the state that another validation uses? And in general, it would be possible. And in order to prevent that, we need to sandbox the validation code to prevent it from doing certain things that it should not be allowed to do. So what are those things? It's accessing other people's storage and accessing environment opcodes. So environment opcodes are block number, timestamp, base fee, everything that may change from validation and execution or between phases. And other people's code is code in other contracts unless it is in a mapping mapped to your address. And on layer 2s, it's also any stateful precompiles. So this doing this is illegal. All other things are allowed in validation. And it allows us to do many great things. You can use tokens, you can transfer tokens, you can do all of that in validation functions. There are other small complexities. One example is you don't need to invalidate a transaction to make it hard for a block builder to build a block with account abstraction. One good example is unused gas and using unused gas as a vector. For example, you're building a block, you include 5 transactions, you see that you still have a lot of available space because transaction 4 requested 10 million gas limit but didn't use it. So you start adding another transaction to your block. And what happens is transaction 4 saw the change in the state and started using more gas. And now you are you have a recursive chicken and egg problem because now the transaction 6 doesn't fit your block and you need to exclude it and you can get to square one. We do solve it by introducing a gas charge on unused gas, but I'm just using it to showcase the kind of problems we need to solve when implementing account abstraction natively. And another thing is maintaining an efficient mempool to receive a huge number of transactions simultaneously and validate them. You need to parallelize their validation. So assuming here's a block builder, it has 6 CPU cores and it's performing validation of 6 transactions in parallel. So it runs them individually, meaning they don't access each other's state. And if it finds a transaction that is not valid individually, it gets included from block building. And the next step for the block builder is to validate all transactions that are remaining in its mempool and build a valid block. If we were not able to separate the scope of a validation code in one of these transactions, what could happen is we could have a mass invalidation event when one transaction changes some state and makes all other transactions in your block invalid. And it provides a huge DDoS vector for mempool participants and block builders, because we don't want them propagating invalid blocks. Now, developers who are interested, especially if you're working on layer 2s, what can you do to make native account abstraction happen? First, do get in touch with us on any of our channels, Discord, Telegram, and let's talk about native account abstraction. Do just read and get familiar with either both RIP 7560 and EAP 7701. We are looking for feedback on it, and you can also dive into the code. This is the link to our reference implementation of RIP 7560. There is also a roll call event for the RIP process. I guess everybody knows it. Just join it, add RIP 7560 to the agenda, and discuss it with other layers too. And let's start building it. So here are our websites, and that's it for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Let me start with questions. The first one is, if 4337 bundlers don't yet support the aggregation portion of the spec, how can we be ready to make it part of the protocol?
Yeah, so aggregation is a part of 4337. It will be part of native account abstraction eventually. We have a draft EAP for that. However, it's a complex topic in itself. The aggregated signatures are complex, and there has been little adoption of aggregation yet. It does provide additional challenges in the context of native account abstraction, but I think we will overcome them. And again, our approach is to make all these changes very, very modular. We don't want to make one mega account abstraction spec and implement it in one fork. We want to make basically as many EAPs as possible, reasonably, so the chains can adopt them meaningfully, but one by one.
Next one, how critical and how centralized are the bundled? Is the bundled?
Okay, can I see how?
Sorry, how critical and how centralized is the bundled?
Yeah, I guess the bundler. So in ERC 467, bundler is critical, not very centralized if you use it correctly. So if you're using it with a mempool, that is not you don't depend on any centralized bundler. With 7560, the role of the bundler changes. It becomes more of an assistant to the block builder. And then it's as decentralized in the underlying network. There is no added decentralization vector on the bundlers, if that makes sense. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Next one, we have 4337 7560 7702. Can you describe how they all play nicely with each other, and how can we avoid once again fragmentation in the space? In this case, with regard to account abstraction solutions.
Right. So 7702 does not pose any fragmentation challenges whatsoever, because this is just a new feature of the EVM, and I assume it will get supported pretty widely, and it's also it's an addition to account abstraction roadmap. With 4367 and 7560, we keep the user flow so similar that it can have very minimal traction, friction in terms of fragmentation, because if you have two accounts and their differences are so minimal, I assume just most wallets would support both, and both of them will coexist peacefully for a period between now and when 7701 is implemented on mainnet. And so like they are all still part of the same ecosystem. So it's not fragmented. It's just different flavors of the same thing. If that makes sense.
What's your recommended roadmap for MetaMask to achieve the end goal of account abstraction?
Yeah, so MetaMask and other wallets, EOA wallets, it would be great if they started looking into account abstraction. Like they can start with 7702, with getting all users to also include some kind of code in their EOAs. It can be like very simple, like recovery or gas sponsoring and everything, but crucially it will get a production experience of having and managing a fleet of smart contract wallets, because up until now, like most wallets have only been managing like the private keys part and did not look at users' wallets as smart contracts. And after that, like there is no reason for MetaMask not to use ERC4337 wallets for people who are starting now. Like you probably don't need to steer them into using 7702 if they are newcomers. You can just get them to deploy an upgradable proxy smart contract wallet, and as long as it's an upgradable proxy, they can evolve together with account abstraction, like versioning and all that, right?
What do you mean by other code, in brackets, section at 7701?
Yeah, this is referring to this slide. I don't have slides. So you can have any number of code sections in an EOF account. So any code that does not have a role assigned to it, as we described it, is just an external code. So it can be called by like some other contracts or other addresses can just call into this code. And if the code is assigned a role, you cannot call into this code. It has to be executed as part of a EAP 7701 transaction, right? It's so this is the difference between like other code and code with an assigned purpose in terms of account abstraction.
Now the last question. What's the point of separating validation and execution in Ethereum's account abstraction if conflicts can still arise during execution, even after validation under restricted rules?
Yeah, great question. Like the problem is, if the execution conflicts with each other, you can get a state you didn't initially want. For example, you can get a transaction to revert, but the transaction is still valid. And another thing is execution is not limited, not sandboxed. It can be a 20 million gas operation, and it can write all the storage in the world. Validation is limited and sandboxed. So we extract all the validations because we assume they are small functions, relatively, like, I don't want to say pure, but clean functions that only access the account's own storage. And if they were to collide, that would make block invalid. The difference between the reverted transaction in block and an invalid block is the difference between a block builder being DDoSed and somebody having to redo his action if in the event that his execution was dependent on something that changed during the block. Like, so we really need the separation for the DDoS protection.
Thank you so much. Time is up. Thank you so much, Alex, for the topic about native account abstraction. Now we have like 4 minutes break before we will deep dive more into account abstraction by Tim. 4 minutes break. Hi everyone, I welcome you for our third topic about account abstraction. This time Tom will talk about adoption analysis, how account abstraction has been adopted and what are the standards, etc. I would like to welcome on stage Tom.
Hey everyone, my name is Tom Tiemann from the Ethereum Foundation. I'm a product manager for the account abstraction team. So we're gonna be a little less technical in this talk, and we're gonna talk a little bit more product-wise. What's been going on the past, almost 2 years since we launched the entry point contract to mainnet. So this happened back in March 2023. And since then, we also deployed entry point 0.6, 0.7 that Yoav talked to with some bug fixes. But in general, like he said, there's not going to be any ABI breaking changes. And one of the important things from deploying the entry point contract is that a concern that you have when you're talking about adoption is fragmentation. And if we go back to the early days, like when we had, just a couple of EOA wallets, Web3.js was very beneficial. In a sense, you feel like, okay, each wallet wants to bring their own thing to the table, but on the other hand, you do want to make sure that as a wallet provider, I don't want each application to have to develop a different interface just for me. It creates a problem for the users, for the dApps, even for the wallets themselves. So having this very popular smart contract wallet prevents fragmentation. So since account abstraction brings so much to the table in terms of the functionality, it created this effect that kind of coalesced everyone around this standard, and that is a very valuable side benefit that we've seen. So keeping in line with the Ethereum Foundation and Infinite Garden kind of theme, it wasn't just enough to plant that seed of releasing the entry point contract. We also have to continue watering this garden and making sure that when you're a developer, you need to make sure that there's developer tools ready in place and things like block indexers. So when people start writing code, they can actually look at transactions that are user ops and read them and understand them. We had to make sure there's a couple of bundlers and wallets and SDKs ready when we launch so people can start building on that. And in addition, besides just making sure that developers have what they need and can build on top, we also want to start exploring account abstraction. So we gave out grants to teams to look into interesting ways to sign keys, look into complementary standards like modular accounts, stuff like RIP 7212, which is allowing using your key to sign transaction, but that key can be your fingerprint on your phone or Face ID, things which are very popular that are very expensive to do with EOAs. Well, you can't even do them with EOAs actually, but when you do it with smart contract wallets, it's still expensive because that method of signing the key, the cryptographic function, is not pre-compiled in the node, so that's very expensive. So we want to have that, and through rollups we can experiment with that. Education, and obviously also work on the user op mempool. We had to make sure that eventually will come, and as we all know, that has been launched. We'll talk about that a little bit later. So Ethereum is not the only one that wants account abstraction. We have all the L2s and rollups, which we very much love because they're helping us reach the scale that we need. But we do not want fragmentation. We want them all rallying around the same standards. Yoav touched on this in his talk about the fact that as a user, if I have a wallet that works on this rollup, doesn't work on that one, and on Ethereum, it's a whole different thing. That is also something that we want to avoid. So to do that, we introduced RIP, which is the rollup improvement proposal that allows all the different rollups to kind of rally around the same standards. In addition, it's very much worth mentioning that when you want to add, so those RIP proposals are very nice, but if they don't get implemented somewhere, it doesn't really help us. And adding things together, but it's not that easy for good reason. Ethereum, as we know, doesn't move that fast for good reason, but rollups want to experiment, want to start adding things, and we don't want them each forking Geth by their own, because then that creates a lot of work for them. They don't move as fast. And again, we're starting to create this fragmentation. So the EF is working officially with Nethermind to build rollup Geth, which is basically there's going to be a core fork of Geth that all the rollups are going to work on together, and each one can also fork that, adding their own very specific things that they need, but they're going to have this core very much roll-up friendly client that they can all use and save on development time, have that security benefits of everybody's using the same thing, etc. So we also wanted to make sure that all the different rollups and layer 2s are also aligned and we're all moving in the same direction and having the same standards. So speaking of standards, there has been just like an abundance of standards that came out. Some of them, a few of them with our kind of like, I wouldn't say like blessing, our support, but a lot of them are just teams in the ecosystem that realize that they need to have standards to move forward, in a way that is much better and faster and more secure. So I'm not going to go over all of them. There's quite a lot. And just the mere fact that I can say that I probably missed a few just kind of shows how many there are. But modular smart accounts is one of the very interesting standards that have arisen. We have 6900 and 7579. Always good to have some sort of like a competition. Always breeds better results. And I'm going to touch on that a little bit later. But things like 7702 and 7212, which I mentioned, which is the using WebAuthn, or more specifically SECP 256R1 signatures for signing transactions, and a lot of other ones, ways of EIP 5792 is also very interesting, which is the communication between a dApp and the wallet is, when it was in EOA, was fairly simple. But once you start having a lot more functionality in terms of like batching and paymasters, we need to start making a bit more sense of the API between those two entities. So there are efforts to also standardize that. And just like I talked about Web3 back then, this becomes the new kind of thing that you want to have. This has been talked a lot in the previous two talks, so I just wanted to kind of give it a slide to reference this, but we are not stopping at 4337. This is what has been going up until now, but we are growing into more into the future, which is going to be native account abstraction. A couple of things that are really accelerating the growth in the ecosystem that we've been seeing, and at the top of the list is modular accounts. And I'm going to go forward just a second and come back to this. This is, if you look at the smart accounts that have been deployed by provider, and you see that little Lego piece I put next to the list on the right there, those are all modular accounts. Okay, if we're talking about Alchemy and ZeroDev, Pimlico Economy, those are all using ERC-CC 900, 7579. Modular accounts are being super beneficial to the growth of the ecosystem. And top is safe. Well, because that's safe, but they've been around for so long. But it's showing you the benefit of it because other teams don't have to build everything from scratch. They can build on the existing security, on the existing adoption, and everything around that, and just add the models that they want. They have a specific way to do account recovery. They can take ZeroDev's kernel, just take it as is, and build a model that does recovery in the specific way that they want to add something, or some unique interaction with their paymaster, or anything like that. But it's driving growth in a very, very meaningful way. There's other things here that have been very, very useful. If it's zero knowledge, we're seeing a lot of novel approaches. ZK Email has been giving some talks. They're doing some really cool stuff. Paymasters are not just for sponsoring the user's gas fees. We've seen some innovative uses where you can have cross-chain asset transfers. There's Magic Spend++. There's also Magic by ZeroDev, basically allowing you to have that single balance. Anybody who's developed a wallet and has to show users their assets across different chains, even if though it's the same USDC, it's a terrible user experience. This allows you to actually they're doing things like where you put some money and lock it up, and then you can use it cross chains with paymasters. It's really cool, but it gives the users an experience which is very, very friendly. Interesting point about paymasters. So a year ago, 98% of the user ops that we saw were using paymasters. Like gas fees were like sponsoring gas was a big thing for applications. We even saw cases where applications would allow users to connect with MetaMask or any other EOA wallet as if it's just an EOA account, but behind the scene they would deploy a smart contract wallet, use the EOA as the signing key, only so they can actually give the user that gas sponsorship, because it just improves UX so much. We actually saw it go down to 88%. I believe that the reason to do that is just because we're seeing, more functionality that is, that has become important enough. So it's not the only reason to have a user app. If it's transaction batching on DEXs, if it's simpler authentication methods or account recovery, those have become a lot more sophisticated and a good enough reason to actually use account abstraction, not just gas sponsorship. As Yoav mentioned in his talk as well, we've launched a user app mempool that bears mentioning, and I want to thank the EtherSpot team for taking the lead on promoting this, as well as Candid and Silius for also taking a huge role in this. And also Fastlane, which will, thanks to their work, we can also have it on Polygon, because they've really helped solve some front-running problem there that existed. So this has always been on the roadmap, and we really care about censorship resistance, decentralization, and we love user experience that is good, but we don't want to compromise on that. So it's a very important milestone that happened 2 days ago, so we're very excited about that. Let's talk some numbers. So these are numbers that you sometimes see everywhere, close to 100 million user ops, over 20 million users. And I want to focus a little bit on this. Well, you can't really see the laser, but the monthly active users. Now, if you look at the numbers on the left-hand side here on the y-axis, see 3 million monthly active users. Really? Well, no, not really. I mean, I want to keep it. Well, no, not really. I mean, I want to keep. Well, no, not really. I mean, I want to keep it. Well, no, not really. I mean, I want to keep it. Well, no, not really. I mean, I want to keep it. Well, no, not really. I mean, I want to keep it. Gas prices are going down, so we're seeing the number of sponsored user ops going up. So don't be disillusioned by the fact that the gas is kind of staying the same. It's just because the gas cost is going down, which is good. So we're seeing more and more sponsored user operations. I want to talk about several applications out there that have been using account abstraction. I feel like now that we are able to do stuff that is... I've always been, when I was talking about Ethereum, a lot of the time I was talking about the fact that we were waiting for this perfect storm of all the technologies being together. Like I said, maybe the killer dApp already was available in 2019, but we just couldn't pull it off because we didn't have the infrastructure, we didn't have all the supporting standards. I feel like we're getting now to that perfect storm, and I want to show those case studies to just kind of explain how we got there. So Picnic is a DEX that exists, that is based out of Brazil, and they make use of execute to batch transactions, and they make a lot. The UX is much simpler, and it's also in a way safer. It doesn't protect you completely from MEV, but it does help in a way when you have all the you're not signaling what you're going to be doing block by block because you're doing all the transactions in one block. It's the leading safe wallet index volume, and they also received a grant from us to build and open source their DeFi transaction batcher called Jam. You might want to check it out. And they're one of the leading, in terms of volume by indexes, in terms of, they're doing pretty well. Even the total balance that they have on their wallets, you can see very nice growth. So there is, the point of this graph is to show that there is adoption of wallets that are using 4337. It's the usefulness is very much there, and people are putting their money where their mouth is. Mina Wallet is also a very interesting wallet that also received a grant from the EF. Basically turning people in Japan get a government-issued ID that has a chip inside that can sign transaction, and they turn it into their hardware wallet. Thanks to account abstraction, they can do this interesting key signing mechanism. So they've been working closely with the government to explore other use cases, and it's just like the experience is super simple. They did an experiment where they brought a lot of people, elderly people, people who are not only not crypto people, but not technical people, and they were all able to just easily, people are used to doing that with their Visa card, doing that with your government ID is just the same, but behind the scenes, you have a smart contract wallet where this is the signing key, and you can have all interesting ways of recovery and stuff like that. So these are very interesting stuff that we're starting to see happening. Fileverse, you might have known them as DDocs. They're the official collaboration app for Devcon. They're using 4337 behind the scene, and I find them very interesting because this is a non-financial use case. So that's very fun to see. You get all the benefits of having like a Web2 experience for, as a Google Doc, but everything is on chain. Your identity is under your control, the data is under your control, all the benefits that we know from Web3. You can enforce access permissions on chain. That leads to a lot of interoperability use cases that are very interesting. We've even seen some traditional enterprise adoption over the past 2 years, which is Visa. They're the OG paymaster in the way, and they released their own token paymaster and verifying paymaster and released some articles on that. Toyota has looked at, smart contracts for the cars themselves. And this is all on there's links in our Twitter, so you can kind of scroll back and you'll see the links to those articles. And Sony releasing Soneum L2, you all know they're very much working with us about native account abstraction. To sum up, account abstraction is here. There's a lot of factors that have contributed to that, why we are seeing this amazing growth. And it seems like we can finally offer dApps, that we don't have to compromise user experience and security, and also with the release of the mempool, we don't also have to compromise on decentralization. That's it. Questions?
Thank you so much, Tom. Now, time for Q&A sessions. I think the first one is already there. Let me read it. How do you see smart wallets moving towards cross-chain compatibility?
So that's an interesting question. I'm trying to understand what it means exactly by moving towards, like how will it happen? So I think Yoav mentioned in his talk some interesting things that can happen once we have account abstraction natively, and that will allow a lot of cross-chain capabilities. If it's the key, there's a lot of challenges when we're talking about cross-chain. To name a few is asset fragmentation, is the key fragmentation, and those are the things that as we have native account abstraction, we're going to see solutions that actually allow, for users to have that experience as if they're using one chain, but not behind the scenes. It's going to be coordinated across those chains using the technology. I hope I answered that okay.
I think so, yes. The next question, how do you think AA wallets will surpass AOA leaders like MetaMask, etc.? And what needs to be done?
I think it's going to be about the functionality. My personal opinion is that, and this is kind of touching on, this is related to this. So one of the challenges that we have is that when you have an AA wallet, and we're seeing this kind of issue happening, is that each dApp onboards the user to their own smart contract wallet, so there's this type of fragmentation. My personal belief is that once we have this really killer application, something that really takes off on just like email, because when email took off, signing with Google became the way that you sign into other applications. So I believe that once we have that killer application, which is going to have an AA wallet, other applications might say, okay, sign in with that type of account, and that's going to just be something that suppresses MetaMask because it's going to, well, if they stay with EOA only. I'm not talking MetaMask specifically, I'm talking EOA wallets, okay? Because the functionality that the users are going to get through gas abstraction, through transaction batching, through a lot better key management, you're not going to be... I don't see how EOA can win in the long term. Like I'm worried about using an EOA wallet on my day-to-day, and I don't see how that can continue on if we want to have mainstream adoption. So by definition, I think the functionality is going to win out, and that's got to happen, I think.
Do you think in the future AA users know what AOR address they are using?
Well, in the future, how future? If we're talking about future native account abstraction, there won't be an EOA address, so they will not be using an EOA address. For now, also with current account abstraction with 4337, they also don't have an EOA. Right now they don't know if they don't know their EOA because there isn't one. Like the bundler has an EOA, they know their contract address, but that's not something they're really going to see too much. It's going to be shared behind the scenes, and they're going to have like an ENS linked, and there's going to be some sort of like user-friendly address that they're going to be sharing with their friends, just like people are used to, URLs, and they don't share IPs.
Okay. What are some use cases you are excited about besides paymasters?
Personally, well, if I had to list the two most things I'm excited about are paymasters and key management. I think the way user ops allows you to basically add whatever signature you want. It doesn't have to be just an ECSDA signature. I feel like that's a huge benefit because take, for instance, Clave Wallet, another great 4337 wallet out there. They, right off the bat, the way you log in is just with your fingerprint or Face ID, and that's all you know. And I think that's a terrific use case for the average person. So yes, key management, that's the second thing besides Paymaster.
Okay. We still have more time for the last one. Will native account abstraction be more or less profitable for bundlers / block builders compared to ERC 4337?
I think that's a question that we should have asked Yoav or Alex, actually. I don't want to give just an answer. I believe it's...
I mean, we can also...
I think it's a weird yes, because like they said, when we're talking about like the EOF situation, the way bundlers are is a little different. So I don't know if I can answer that correctly, that question.
No worries. Then we go to another one. Will AA wallets gain adoption mostly non-financial use cases to avoid the risk of fund loss on new tech?
I think the other way around, and we saw that with picnics. More and more people are saying that, they're willing to put their money into a smart contract wallet because they realize that if they lost their keys somehow, they can recover their account in a way which is still self-custodial, which is still decentralized. So right now, if I want to use a wallet, an EOA wallet, it's either a hardware wallet and it's super hard to use, or it's something that's on my phone, then it's not secure. This way I can have something on my phone from my day-to-day, but if something happens, I lost my phone, I'm worried, I can go to my hardware wallet and recover it, so I'm gaining that. Everything is with a hardware wallet, smaller things are with my EOA, but with EOA, it's just like all or nothing. So I feel like I should be more concerned about using EOAs.
I mean, time is up, but yeah, I think you're still around, so if people want to ask questions. But thank you so much, Tom. I think we are end of the morning session with Yoav, Alex, and you. I think we had a very great, insightful 3 topics about the future, the past, and the current state of account abstraction. Thank you so much, Tom, for coming. It's time for lunch now.
Thank you for having us.
Welcome you for their session this afternoon. I am happy to introduce Storm, sorry, who will talk data. It's a lightning talk, last 5 minutes. I want to encourage you to scan the QR code so you can place your questions. We will have after 2 or 3 minutes time for the stage is yours.
Just maximize the window. Great. Hi, everyone. Today I want to talk about the gas limit and how we can get a better understanding of it. So this question comes up all the time. Should we raise the gas limit? Lots of people have strong opinions on this, but the truth is nobody really knows. Ethereum is a complex system, and downstream of the gas limit, there are hundreds of different parameters and bottlenecks and metrics that need to be detailed. But this is a really hard problem. So over the past year, I've been trying to understand the gas limit in a more data-driven way. And the most interesting thing has been learning is state growth. The state grows too big. And this is somewhat true, but it turns out that other bottlenecks are more significant, like history growth and bandwidth. So this is a graph showing that history growth is a much larger storage burden for node operators compared to state growth. So I think that the only way for us to gain clarity on scaling Ethereum is doing this type of data-driven analysis, answer 3 of the most important questions related to the gas limit. So the first problem is, how do we price long-term storage? Storage is a lot different than other hardware resources like CPU or bandwidth, because storage creates a long-term commitment. We come up with a new pricing scheme for storage, such as multi-dimensional gas, or state expiry, or some ZK thing. And then we do a data-driven comparison to the current scheme. And this can be extremely detailed. We can look at every single transaction and block and protocol in Ethereum's history, and we can rigorously examine. Another gas limit problem is, how do we make the worst case closer to the average case? Great example of this. It brings the worst case block size down closer to the average case block size. And you might ask yourself, if we can do this for block size, can we do it for a bunch of other block metrics, like the number of times the block building? We can evaluate this solution sort of using the same approach that I just described, where we look at the entire history of Ethereum blocks. We can these new constraints might affect all the different things that we care about. It's a hard problem because Ethereum is a complex system with hundreds of different parameters and bottlenecks and metrics. But it's not an impossible problem. We can model all of these different bottlenecks and metrics as a function of the gas limit and use data to inform those models. And I think ultimately, this is the endgame approach for understanding the gas limit and guiding our decision on what it should be. If you want to learn more about how to actually dig into the crypto data, come to my other longer talk in an hour on stage 3, and thanks for listening.
And maybe people are still typing, but I'm interested in what was the motivation behind deep diving into this topic more? It's like, what inspired you?
Yeah, so right now, Ethereum, it's sort of notorious for being more expensive than other blockchains, and this is due to the gas limit sort of clamping down on the amount of transactions per second that Ethereum can handle. And there are really good reasons for doing this. If you allow too many transactions, that can compromise network health, decentralization, other things we care about. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're in the right sort of sweet spot in that trade-off space.
Okay, thank you. There's already one question. You use to collect the data, are they mature or we need better tools?
At this point, the tools they're getting really good. And I actually go into detail, like I said, in this other talk in an hour, if you can make it. But the short answer is I use Cryo which is a tool I built to extract a bunch of blockchain data sets, and then I use polars to analyze that data and slice it up in a bunch of different ways. And it's really efficient and really robust.
Okay, thank you. This is popping in now. Which bottleneck do you see as lower-hanging fruit to fix?
So probably history, huge amount of space on every full node. And we actually have a solution for this. The node, keeping a copy of the entire history, we move distribution scheme, and then all of the nodes will have a lot more runway for either the state to grow big or just make it.
I think he said there will be a long format of his talk. Maybe you can follow there and then place your questions there. Otherwise, he's there for answer your questions after this session. Thank you so much. 5 more minutes and then the next presentation will come. In the picture of the current Ethereum network. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So I'm Leo from Mega Labs. So I want to start this talk with a quote from one of my favorite scientists, computer science, Dijkstra. And he says, computer science is no more about computers than astronomy is about telescopes. And I think this is a great example. Talking about astronomy, I want to show this picture. It's a picture of the center of the galaxy. And actually, these two pictures look completely different. It is actually exactly the same spot. It's the center of the Milky Way. And this is how it looks with just two different types of telescopes. The one on the, that you see on the left is taken by a radio telescope, and the other one is used by a normal kind of telescope. So this is what scientists do. They create tools to look at reality with from different perspectives. And this is the work what we do in Mega Labs. So similarly, in the Ethereum space, you sometimes look at data from different perspectives. And this is an example that I want to show. What you see on the left side is this client distribution on the consensus layer that we observe connecting with different beacon nodes. On the right side, you have a similar picture that shows how this looks when you look at the creation of blocks using a tool that is called Blockprint, which we actually try to improve and manage to improve the accuracy using a different machine learning technology. You can discard the QR code if you look at the paper, if you want to look at the paper. But what I want to show here is that if you really look at the numbers, there are some differences between one and the other, because what really happens is that sometimes we have many more validators in one beacon node, and then when you took off these two pictures, you will see different realities in the same way you do when you see with two different types of telescopes. And this is what is really important, that to really understand what is going on, looking at reality from different perspectives. So here, for example, if you look at the green, Teku has like 12% of the beacon nodes, but in reality is creating 23% of the. This is because apparently they are focusing on nodes with really high number of validators. If you look at the execution layer diversity, this is what we can see doing some graffiti analysis. Never mind. If you look at the same picture 1 year ago, you will see a completely different thing. So we have evolved, but we still have to do some work here. Of course, not all the blocks in the system have graffitis that allow us to do this work. Only about 13% of the blocks have a graffiti that allow us to analyze this. So this is important, actually, I want to say, for you guys, improvement of useful graffitis in the last 6 months. So that's good. But for those that are running nodes, please try to help on this so that we scientists can look at the data and have an idea of how things are evolving. Now, if you want to look at things like ISP decentralization and entity decentralization, well, we have a lot of data also in our dashboard. The QR code is a link to Monitor Ed, where we publish all this data. The figure on the right shows the different entities that are staking Ethereum. Those that are in blue are entities that have less than 10,000 validators. The ones in green have between 10,000 and to 50,000 validators. In yellow, you see from 50,000 to 100,000 validators. And in red, you have Coinbase with over 120,000 validators, okay? So what we want to see in this picture is less red and more blue, okay? That's what this message should be about. And if you look at the ISPs, about 15% of the nodes are running on Amazon Cloud. The home nodes are staking in the network. So this is still work that we have to do. Now, this is the geographical distribution of the Ethereum nodes. Again, on more blue, about 30% of the nodes are running in the US. And there are plenty of data centers all around the world. So maybe if you are running nodes in clouds, maybe we can move those to other places so that we have a much better geographical distribution as well. Anybody knows how many nodes run in Thailand in the Ethereum network? Any? 23 nodes running in Thailand in the Ethereum network. Okay, basically what I wanted to show is that we will come to our booth next to the Classroom C, or you can call me and ask me questions offline. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leo. Now time for Q&A. As the questions are not in, I have a question. You mentioned that in Thailand there are 23 nodes. I'm curious to know which
5% of the nodes being run in the United States, yes.
Okay, and second place? And second?
Second place will be the US, Germany. Germany has about 16% of the nodes, and the third place is France.
Okay. Cool. Interesting. That means there's room for other countries to speed up on the amount of nodes. The first question, how do you get to this data again?
So we have multiple tools. One of the tools that we have is a crawler that is connecting to the Ethereum nodes in the consensus layer. And we are developing another crawler that is connecting to the nodes in the execution layer. In addition to that, we use other tools like Shatu, which is developed by the DevOps team, the PandaOps team of the EF. That is also gathering a lot of data. That is actually one of the tools that we have used to do this analysis on the beacon, the nodes, the blocks. And we also have another tool that is called EdPoker, which is actually to analyze this decentralization of
market share, but your data shows 0.16 market share. Are they lying?
So we have seen what I show here was just 13% of the blocks have a use for graffiti. So what I show here, the figure, was about the data that we collected from 13% of the blocks that are tagged with a graffiti that we can understand. So that means it's possible that they have 5%, and at the same time, the figure that I show is correct.
Okay, thank you so much, Leo. Time is up, but very insightful talk. I think you are still around. If people have more questions, talk to Leo after. Thank you so much, Leo.
Thank you.
I think you can stay here. Our next speaker is ready. I think we have like roughly 3 minutes until the next talk. next speaker, his name is Mikkel. He will talk about insights from block propagation in the Ethereum P2P network. I want to encourage you to scan the QR code while he's talking. Already scan the QR code, place your questions, because we only have 2 minutes after his talk to go through Q&A. Mikkel, the stage is yours.
PropLab makes it like a really essential key component of the consensus spec, because pretty much like the chain finality depends on whether these duties are correctly propagated to the network and on time. Of course, every node has to run it, and it's even more essential on the scalability roadmap towards peer DAS and full DAS. So in PropLab, we are pretty much interested about metrics, about protocols, with the idea of trying to optimize them and making sure that everything is working as they should. And what we know is that these kind of protocols are pretty much interfering with some external vectors, like for example, in terms of block propagation, there are some things like time gamings that take a big step into when blocks are propagated, like some block proposers are waiting a little more so that they can extract more benefit from the network, MBB. But we know also that block sizes take a lot of, they pretty much define how fast are these blocks propagating over the network. And of course, like the topology of the network has also like a big impact on how much or how fast are these blocks propagating. So Gossip's app in this sense is like an efficient and fast way of propagating blocks message. And as I mentioned, this is pretty much what makes it like a right solution towards things like peer DAS or scaling to more or bigger blocks. So it's not only that there are external limitations, like Gossip's have some minor or soft limit topic, like the new channels to disseminate like different messages have many weird things. It's kind of expected that there are going to be duplicates. This is part of the resilience that it brings to the network. The idea is that you spam a little bit so that you ensure that more people get the message, not only one person. And of course, like these kind of duplicates have a huge impact in bandwidth, which I know that at the time, like it's pretty much the constraints that we have to increase, for example, the blob count. So yeah, this pretty much gets even worse when we increase the block size or the message size. So yeah, in PropLab, we've been pretty much over the last months analyzing how Gossip's app is working, we've been monitoring like how Gossip's app is doing, streaming all the events internally, and we've pretty much defined like we were able to identify how many duplicates are there happening in the network. And what we saw is that, for example, for things like block propagation, 55% of the nodes or the blocks are coming or are mathematics. But the worst thing is that beyond that 55% line, there are like some edgy cases where we receive almost 8 times the same message. And this is something that we believe should be solvable, and we pretty much also took the time to see like how much time does it take from the first time we see a message to the second time we receive the same message, like the first duplicate, how much time was it passing by, and what we define is that it's actually pretty good time to try to reduce it as much as we can. So that pretty much also like try to enforce like some other control message. For example, being able to say others that I already saw a message, please don't send it to me, which yeah, it's still going on, like many consensus clients still have to implement it. But yeah, also collaborated with the Ethereum Foundation and the ETH Panda Ops team. We've put like a website where we are streaming like when blocks are arriving at each, what the Sentry knows that they are having. And we believe that this is a core component, like monitoring is really essential. Leo was previously talking about like these things seem to be not like pretty like, yeah, it's cool, we have a dashboard. But the idea is that by having these dashboards, we can not only see how they predict or at least anticipate to when things are going wrong, or for example, when new versions are rolling out, we can compare to previous versions. And we believe that this is a core component that we should keep in the link to the web post that we wrote. Like there are many things in Gossip's app, and each of them pretty much has its own blog post. So yeah, it won't take much time from the speakers.
Thank you so much, Mikkel. I will ask you, when did you start researching about this topic? How long have you been on this topic?
You mean me, like personally, or in so?
Yes, you personally.
Okay, yeah. So I actually was working previously with Leo. I did my PhD with him, so I pretty much gone into Ethereum and the P2P layer with him, which was I think like 4 years ago. So yeah, it's been quite a while.
Okay. Now we already have the first one. Can you expand about what you use to collect it? Your own tool or something else?
Right, good question. I forgot an open source tool called Herms. If anyone wants to know more, feel free to reach out afterwards. But it's pretty much like a P2P based event tracer. So we've implemented open connections with Ethereum nodes and can keep them connected so that we can trace all the internal logs. And this is already open source, so yeah, feel free to reach out.
What do you dislike about Leap P2P?
I'm not sure how much can I say about this.
I mean, you don't have to. We can go to the next one if you don't.
It's pretty cool in the sense that there are many people working on it. It's quite mature, but of course, like all these P2P protocols are improving things. So yeah, I think that the modularity sometimes this is the right module to add. Like that, I would say that that's the part that is harder for me to follow.
Okay, I think time is up.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for your time. If people have questions, he's around, so you can ask him questions again. Thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you.
We have 2 more minutes, and then we'll go to the next talk, so you can stay around. Hi. I'm excited to pronounce Speak in Hand. We followed later by his colleague Fu Dong and Sang for the Q&A session. I want the QR code. Place your questions because we only have 2 minutes.
Quick intro on fuzzing testing. Fuzzing testing is a software testing method more efficient than traditional way like unit test and about 25 cell fuzzer, Go EVM lab, and the text fuzzer, and so on. We do a review on some vulnerabilities discovered by fuzzing in noting that most were areas like consensus mechanism and the EVM and some of its smart contract. However, there is no tools for P2P network layer. Our work fills this gap. Let me introduce what we do. First, a quick recap on Ethereum Dev P2P protocol. The Ethereum execution layer uses Dev P2P protocol, while consensus layer relies on Leap P2P. Our works mainly focus on Dev P2P. Dev P2P is a modular and layer network protocol for node discovery and session management and data transfer. In our fuzzing efforts, we mainly focus sub-protocols such as Discover4, Discover5, RLPX, and Wire and Snap. So why are we fuzzing on P2P network? Let's take a final message as an example. If we send final packet handshake first and then results are correlated in a time order, the sequence of message matters. Additionally, each node's state changes dynamically based on the previously interaction. So it's creating a huge state space. These complexities make works. It consists of 5 main steps. First, we generate packets according to the deputy specifications and formatting a baseline. Then we introduce variations in these packets to see how target node handles. Then we send these mutate packets to the target node like gas or something and collect the response packet and the node state. Then we compare the response to look for any unusual behavior like errors or crashes. If we found an interesting response, we flag the packet and further analyze. Then we select the most promising packet for the next round of fuzzing. Yeah. So we call this a fuzzing loop, and we can, in this loop, we can explore the more space and vulnerabilities. Also, we got logic flaws or difference in programming language handling, Aragon, Ether, and so on. Each client proposes the packet and produce the output. We then use a compare to compose outputs. Our fuzzing method is not limited to any specific client. It can be expand brief research on our research. If you want to repo, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim. I want to welcome your 2 colleagues for the Q&A sessions.
Yeah, this is a good question.
Are there any? Sorry, the first question: are there any issues found with fuzzy tests in existing clients?
Actually, we are ongoing this fuzzing, so no issues found right now. Mm-hmm.
Okay, there are no other, but I will have a question. Since when do you do this research? When did you start? How many years?
Not a long time. About 3 or 4 months ago, we began the fuzzing and began our engineer and the research on the fuzzing. Yeah.
Okay, then it's quite new. Okay, another question from audience. So fuzzing input is generated randomly or you use some seed?
Yeah, there is some strategy for generate the seed because there is some correlated and depends on the packet. So we need to use seed to small the search space. Yeah.
Do you guys plan to do lib P2P fuzzing?
Yeah, that's our next step. We first build our method to check if our strategy is efficient, and we will do lib P2P about 3 months later, maybe.
Put.
Yeah, that's like first question. We are in our way. Yeah.
We still have more time in case someone has more questions.
Seems there's how long?
I think the next one is comparison tool automatic or you manually check for inconsistencies.
Sorry.
Is comparison tool automatic or you manually check for inconsistencies?
Yeah, it's automatically because there is some feature on inconsistence like crash or disorder on sequence. Yeah.
Our time is up, but I mean, there are 3 gentlemen, they're here, so in case you have more questions, you're more than welcome to answer them off stage. And for me, it's the end of my emceeing for today. It was a pleasure hosting you, and I welcome my other MC to take over for the evening session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Abna. Let's give our MC a big round of applause. You know, all the MCs are volunteers and they really, really volunteer their time. They sacrifice their schedules to come here. So we really appreciate you. Thank you so, so very much. My name is Ross, Haji of the crowd, before we get ready for our next session. All right. Now, let me just check with our stage managers. They'll let me know when the session is ready to begin. They'll give me a thumbs up and I'm going to introduce the intimate. Now, regarding the Q&A, you can scan and send your questions in early. But also very important, when you scan the QR code on the screen, you can collect a card. It's like a little NFT, like a poem. That's much better, all right. Let me quickly introduce our topic and our speaker who's going to be coming on stage. Run a full node, not a light node, not an archival node, but a full node home. Of course, now things have become very, very expensive, which is why the topic for today is optimizing full node costs with monitor tools. Yeah, running a full node is extremely challenging and expensive and technical, but if we really want to achieve decentralization, we need to make sure everybody can do it. And so please help me put our hands together and welcome to the stage our next speaker, Jay.
Hello everyone, this is JS Visa and I come from Group. Before this project, I want to introduce Group. Group is a leading digital finance company. And in the meantime, Group is also holding the AC, which is launched for the Build Quest Web3 Innovation Challenge. And I'm the DA leader of the Group Web3 security team. And besides of my system contributor, and I manage also execution clients for Gas, REST, and Elegant. And here's a picture about my contribution in over the past 6 years. And yeah, I'm continually contributing, and let's continually contributing. Yeah. So today I will introduce a small piece of our fund in the history, which is occurred in the execution class GATS. Before we dive into the question what it is, let me show you what we found in the monitoring panel. You can see there's some abnormal points in the picture, and so we just found this, maybe there's something wrong, and so we need to find what's wrong. But we are lucky. We found some a project, process that use WebSocket to connect with the gas node and pull some data back. So we found the process, then we just people of it. This is a piece of the proof firm graph, and so we find this, maybe there's something server. So what's the problem? We just write some simple code to reproduce this the issue. So in the picture you can see we have two structures. One is the raw result, and the other one is the interface result. And the raw result which uses the JSON.raw messaging, and the other one uses interface. And we also wrote some benchmark functions to just benchmark it. It is really simple. You can just reply it with the simple code in your machine. And here's the result. In the picture, we can see, yeah, let's first one. This uses less CPU, and in the meantime, the memory usage is also smaller than the raw message. So here's the question. In the server side, they store the data as the JSON.raw messaging and use it to mature and unmature again and again. But what we want to improve is just to store it as an interface, and on the end, we just return the interface and mature it into the JSON messaging. And so this is a period and add some test case. Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's give him a warm round of applause. It was JSON file, and you're saving. So if I understand correctly, you're using JSON file to save on memory space, and that's how you save your costs. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm not completely an idiot. I don't come from a tech background, cool. So it can be quite challenging for me. But nevertheless, let's quickly look at the screen. We got 2 questions for you, JS Visa. So let's look at the first question at the top. What do you dislike about the clients that you worked on? Get Aragon Red.
Actually, I select the clients I like. So I like gas, I like elegant, and I like race. But in the meantime, for some other clients like Java, I really dislike.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the honesty. You select clients you like. Fantastic. How much of, one got voted to the top. What other problems did you find in Get's PPROF?
I think maybe a lot of other issues. But in my point is, you need to profit or you need to improve it. It depends on your workload. It depends on your company's workload. You need to first measure it and you need to monitor it, and then you can find the issue you want to fix or you want to improve or others. Yeah.
All right. We got 30 seconds. You think you can do one more question? Let's try. Quick answer. How much of a performance improvement do you get after the PR?
Actually, let me see. Maybe 13%.
13%?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Cool. But it is just for the WebSocket notify, says RPC.
Okay, you got 20 seconds. Let's do one more. How come interface is faster than raw message unpassed bytes?
How come interface? I think I'm not really deep into that one, but I think because in the GoSM side they want to marshal and unmarshal, because every time you marshal it into better understand and marshal back, this is the problem what it is.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our speaker another big round of applause. JS Visa, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Now again, these are the lightning sessions so that we can go through as many as possible before time runs out. Now our next session is not going to take too long. We're going to be starting almost immediately. Let me introduce the title of the session. The session's title is Updating Gas Cost Schedule based on reproducible benchmarks. Now, for a non-tech person like me, this seems very complicated. But I'm sure you guys are inside the hall because you enjoy these kinds of topics. But before I welcome the speaker, for those of you at the back, please, it's so nice to see when the first few rows are filled with people, and the speakers also appreciate it. So if you don't mind, wow, I see someone getting up to come in front. Thank you. Yes, another person left. Oh God, does my hair look that scary? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me give you a quick introduction about the topic. Now, I'm just going to read the description. You can also see it in your Devcon passport. Sponsored by the Ethereum Foundation, this project that our speaker will be talking about evaluates the real cost of executing OPCODEs and pro-compiles in EVMs across diverse clients. Now, our speaker is very interesting. He doesn't have just 5 years, not even 10 years, not even 15 years, but 20 years of experience in developing financial applications, high volume traffic websites, and big data solutions. Now, he was not born into the Web3 environment. He actually came and he joined the Ethereum ecosystem, and we welcome everyone in Ethereum. One of the greatest things that I found while I've been emceeing the Devcon, and this is my first Devcon, is how positive me feel like as if I'm at home. Now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the next session? Yes or no? All right. I know it can be a bit tiring, especially after you guys have had a heavy lunch. I only ask for one big favor. Please make sure you scan the QR code, the questions quickly, efficiently, and target the most popular questions first. Our topic, please put your hands together. Welcome Mr. Jacek Glenn.
Hi, my name is Jacek, and I'm here to present our project, which looks at the gas cost schedule and try to answer the question, how accurate are actually the gas costs that we associated with each of the opcodes. So what we did, we created some methodology which evaluates each opcode, and more importantly, we want to share those tools results. And then at the end, we of course want to look at the existing gas cost schedule and update it. So what we did, for each of the conditions and different number of times we execute each opcode. So we can see that by increasing the times we execute each opcode, the total time to execute increases as well. And then by using some statistical tools, we can figure out for each opcode more or less what time it takes. And as we can see, the results are pretty consistent for each opcode, but there are differences between opcodes, which also indicates differences between gas that each opcode should be associated with. Now, the same process, this gives us a good view of a single EVM client. The same process we replicate for what we want to do is to remove any, and we can see differences and how actually each of the opcode consume time and efforts on the executing machine. Now, what we do, it's a huge data set. What we do with this data set, we want to analyze it and say, well, our existing gas cost schedule can be updated. So we came up with two options. First option is more conservative. We take the existing gas cost schedule and we try to fit the data that we got from our benchmarks into this existing gas cost schedule and only update what is necessary. So in this case, we can see that the mul mode was underpriced. We need to increase the price of it. On the other hand, exp behaves much better, and we can lower the gas associated with exp going forward. We also measure the precompile. In this case, EC recovery, as many people point out, is much more expensive than the current gas cost. So that's a conservative way of updating the gas cost schedule. Now, the other way of doing this is more radical. When we forget the current gas cost schedule and we start from clean page. So we take the least expensive opcode, assign it with gas cost 1, and then gradually we increase gas cost as we go to the more expensive opcodes, which is an interesting approach because it's completely new gas cost schedule. It's a massive change, but there are some benefits of doing it. If we do it that way, we can lower overall cost of each opcodes because we start from 1 and we know that EVM clients are getting better, the machines are getting better, so it does reflect the reality by lowering everything. And by keeping the cost of state changes at the same level and lowering the computational cost, we increase the gap, which might in the future promote more effective use of the data in smart contracts. But of course, it does require a big change on EVM clients. Anyway, all our methodology, the tools that we use, the benchmark, the decisions that we took on the way, it's all explained in our repo. The EIP is coming with the proposal to change the gas cost schedule. Once I finalize it, I will link it in the repo as well. So, thank you. Question.
All right, let's hear it for Mr. Glenn, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. Gas, gas, gas. Always the biggest conversation in the room. How can we improve our gas? How can we make it more efficient? Now, we are waiting for questions to come in. So if you don't mind helping me scan the QR code, I don't want to block it with my hair, but you can scan it and ask some questions. Now, I do understand. Because the format of this talk is lightning, it's just 5 minutes. Sometimes you need a bit of time to digest the content from the speaker, and I totally understand. Mr. Glenn, I want to ask, a few people were actually taking some pictures of your slides because I think they want to go home and they want to read it. If they come and meet you personally later, would you be able to give them a copy of the slides? Is that okay with you? Maybe if people want to understand a bit better, they can ask you more.
Of course.
Of course. Of course. That's what I want to hear. So I know a few people were taking out their phones and snapping pictures. Don't worry. Our speakers are here because they want to share their knowledge with you. The format of this talk is a bit short. Yes, I do understand, and it can be a bit challenging, but don't worry. If you have any questions or you want a copy of the slides, just check with our speakers. They're so friendly. We've got one question on the screen. Thank you so much. Let's look at it together. Did you find or recommend new useful OP code to reduce gas costs with your experience?
It's a vast topic, whether we want to add some new opcodes or not. From the new opcodes that we already added, the M copy is definitely a winner. But can come and measure it correctly and assign it with some gas cost in the future.
Oh, just as you answered first question, we've got a second one. Are the proposed new gas costs, or are they manually chosen?
definitely not manually chosen.
Okay, good.
I recommend you going to our depot and look at all the methodology and statistics that we used.
Is one of the best. I'll wait another 10 seconds to see if anyone else has a question they'd like to ask. And remember, the only way to collect your card to show proof that you are at the session is by scanning the QR. So you have to scan the QR, and then when you enter the Q&A, choose collect card. Okay? We've got a few more seconds. Any questions? Now again, like I said earlier, our speakers are very generous. They're here to share their knowledge. Of course, the format of 5 minutes is a bit tricky, so please, if you have more technical questions, you want a copy of the slides, you don't have to take pictures, just ask Mr. Glenn. He's more than happy to send you a copy. All right, with that, let's give Mr. Glenn another big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your insight into gas costs. Gas. Always one of the biggest topics, and how to reduce it. Now, our next topic is very interesting, and I saw some people coming in. If you welcome you to sit in the front, closer to the front, closer to my afro. You get good luck from my hair, you know. People have been asking me a lot of questions, and, you know, I have been giving them a lot of answers, because the next topic is about where I used to work, right? I used to work in the security department of my previous company. If you saw on Twitter, you know what company it is, but I won't say it. Now, wow, that's a fantastic hairstyle. Wow, two great hairstyles on the stage. I hope someone gets a picture of us together. Now, the next topic is about Web3 security and how embarrassing it can be. How many of you don't have to admit, but how many of you have ever experienced a hack, or someone you know has been hacked before? Raise your hands. Percent of the room. Yeah, 80% of the room. And our speaker is going to be not only just uncovering some of the embarrassing Web3 security problems. So many people fall victim. Web3 is great, crypto is great, but there is extremely... I want your fullest attention on the stage. Please pay attention, and most importantly, ask good questions. All right, without further ado, let's welcome our speaker to the...
Oh, that's a great background so far. Yet no pressure, just have to have slides on the screen. Otherwise, I'm going to do this without slides. Also, I was really hoping that there was a different MC, so that if I had to do something like this, at least I had the hairstyle. Also, I have quite a long session. I'm definitely taking. Okay, can we just display it from the Google Meet, and I'll take a click. Okay, great. Hey, slides. Here we go. Great. You don't need great time. Okay, a little disclaimer to start. I love security. Like, I go to a lot of security events, I meet security people, and they always have things like, oh, they enjoy cooking and mountain climbing and doing croquet. I enjoy security, right? In my free time, I also do security. I also love drama, obviously. Look at my hair. I work in crypto as well. And I love ranting, which you're about to find out. So my name is Andrew McPherson. The alias I usually use is Andrew Mohawk. You won't figure out why. It's because I'm very creative. Previously, I built something called Multigo at Petova. I did incident response at BitMEX. I set up IR at Robinhood. I was the head of security at Uniswap, and I've recently moved to Privy, the embedded wallet company. Also, shout out to Privy, an embedded wallet company that's about to let me rant about wallets. That's very kind of them. I'm also on Seal for about... This is a short rant in 4 parts. That's because they don't give me a longer slot. If you give me a 2-hour slot, I will talk about it. We're going to go through each of these progressively as we get on with it. Okay, so the first slide. Web3 is just Web 2+1. I'm great at maths as well, if you're wondering. Basically, we have all the intricacies of Web 2, except that it's inherently more financial, which obviously is a higher return on investment for attackers. We also have direct user to like infrastructure, or user to chain in our case, without any intermediaries. So if you think of like Web 2, if you go to an ATM and you say, oh, I want to withdraw all my funds, they'll say, like, hey, you have to go to the bank. But we don't have that, right? What's a digital, so you can do it 24 hours a day, and irreversible actions, which are the things we like. So, that's something. So the first part is we are just generally failing our users, we as security people. If you're not security people, that's not for you. If I look at the statistics here, this one is pretty depressing. It is that where is less profitable for attackers than drainers. Like ransomware is everywhere. They ransomware like MGM. It's very upsetting that we lose to these people. There's also 340 million lost in the first half of this year, which is crazy amounts. That's more than yacht money. Drainers are also super common and cheap. So you can pay like a couple $100, you'll get a drainer. It works across all networks. You don't need to understand how crypto works. They have automation. They'll teach you how to set up Cloudflare and do hosting and register a domain. They also have redundancy. So every now and then we get their accounts banned, and then they have thousands of other accounts that they'll use and say, hey, everyone, come to these channels. Don't worry, we have backups. It's a lot better than a lot of Web3 companies, which is surprising. Then also, like, the app stores are filled with fake apps. So I think this really sealed the deal for me when I was working at Uniswap, is that there was some fake Uniswap app in the store, and I was like, okay, well, I've got some free time. So I'll take the app, I'll decrypt it, I have a look at what's in it, and it's just a web view, and at the top it just says seed phrase, and then underneath it it's just like an empty text box, and then a button that says submit. Nothing. No styling. It wasn't pink. It didn't have the logo. I was like, how can I lose possibly to these people? They're doing literally the least amount of work I've ever seen. So that's why we're here. Then also we have a lot of dependency issues. So we've seen a bunch of supply chain attacks. This one recently, and then obviously we had Ledger Connect. We have some things with NPM, like you can't get audit logs. But this is something that we don't see in Web 2. Like, when was the last time you saw Robinhood serve malware on their front page? Also, I'm not going to go into smart contracts. There is lots of attention. There's lots of audits. It's outside the scope, really, of this talk. And in old security terms, this is a layer 8 talk. I'm also really good at graphic design. As you can see, I've modified this slightly so that you can follow what's going to happen. OK, so we'll start with dApps. dApps are basically like the pivotal point between your users and their wallets, right, and the providers and the underlying crypto. And dApps have a responsibility to users, which I find that often they don't do effectively. But users are putting their life savings into your app. And effectively, you want your app to be popular, so you're expecting a lot of users, a lot of funds are going to be in it. It is really important that you look after that. Then also, obviously, as your app gets more popular, you're going to get more attention from attackers like DPRK. Ooh. So the idea is that we're here to help users, right? If you're building a dApp, you're there to help users. For starters, Web 2 before Web 3. Like, we don't have to speed run every Web 2 security problem just because we're in Web 3, right? And the security should be that we help users make safer choices that are easier for them and that they want to make, right? So don't tell users like, hey, every time you want to sign a transaction, go to the roof, make sure you've got those things that vibrate the windows, put security, but it's ridiculous. No one will do it. In terms of things that are effective, YubiKeys and passkeys are super nice. People kind of understand them, and they provide like phishing-resistant, integration, which is really nice. Then also, it's not just external-facing. So a lot of dApps, will care a little bit about the users, but we don't see it internally. Like, if you engineers, please just use a password manager and YubiKeys or passkeys, anything that's WebAuthn. You'll cut out like 80% of the things that we showed, right? If you have money for it, get an audit of your front end, of your interfaces. So we'll see companies or dApps that have 8 audits of the smart contracts, 0 audits of the front end that integrates with the smart contract, that if anything happens, will just point to a different smart contract. So it's really important to do that. If you don't have money, you can follow this great thing that Seal has put out. That's at Frameworks. That QR code goes to that. But then the one thing that I see a lot of is that logging really counts. So I go to a lot of incidents because I love drama. So I like to see what's happening in there. Well, it gets an incident, someone will be like, okay, well, this terrible thing has happened. I'll be like, okay, let's figure this out. What happened with the pipelines? How do people log in? And you'll find out they don't have any logging. And because time only goes one way, you can't turn logging on afterwards. So definitely please turn on your logging. Basic scanning stuff is free. You can scan for secrets, you can scan for dependencies, and you can scan for your code as well. All these tools are free. They'll integrate with your GitHub. They'll integrate with however you deploy. Then also, like, being a good, security culture. There's something that someone in our company says, all engineering is security engineering, right? Doesn't matter what someone is doing. If they're building something for the DApp, it's running down. So we're going to start doing this. Otherwise, he's going to be very upset that I've taken all this time. Security is an arms race. You can break into any time and money. There's nothing that's unhackable, right? Effort, because it's very embarrassing to me to lose to registered domains or deploy stuff. So we need to demand that providers actually do something about this, right? But it is quite difficult because one, being registered at some registrar, then they lose the money from that registration. There is one time of year that you're allowed to make demands that might get actioned, and that's during renewal season. So right when you're about to pay them, if you work at a company, how are you protecting our users? So you do have the options there. Then as part of SEAL, I help out with the MetaMask block list. It's basically like we try and automating scamming sites and just putting them in the block list ahead of time. So we have 226,000 entries, block domains in there right now. There's about 173 that still have whois or ODAP data, and about 127 that still resolve. So you can still browse to them. I started trying to do that myself. It's very quick to get rate limited, and all sorts of bad things happen. I once got our entire apartment blocked from the internet, and I can tell you that my girlfriend was very upset. Luckily, someone linked me with whois.xml, and they did this all for free, which was super cool. So once I got the data, I wrote some code to do the data. I mean, obviously, Claude wrote some code, and I ran it. It's job security. And this is the data. Of all the providers that we have, 68% of our data goes to cloud. 68% of all scam domains goes through Cloudflare, right? And someone was like, well, maybe Cloudflare does most of the internet, but actually in their Q3 of the internet. So that's pretty disappointing. They also do 10% of the. Then also there's a slide that has statistics, so I've got to use this template, 68.2, and then I said, this is too much. That's a quote from me. You can use that. Registrars are kind of the same. I'm going to try to speed up a little bit so we get into it. Twitter, expect that your account is going to get taken away from you. Unfortunately, that's the state of affairs now. You don't have options because you're relying on a third-party provider. But obviously, do follow the guidelines, so it's not trivially easy for someone to do that. AT&T and Verizon, we get still happen. This is crazy, right? The government forced them to say, hey, I don't want my account SIM swapped, and basically they'll go, okay, cool. And that's it. They'll add a note that says, add it as a note into your account, and then when someone is doing a SIM swap, they should go and ask, what is that password, what is that account number? Obviously, that is no security whatsoever. If someone is getting paid minimum wage to be yelled at by people who hate AT&T, and you go and offer them their entire yearly salary, they will definitely do that, right? It would be an insane choice not to. If you're worried about it, I like to switch to Google Fi, and the Google account you can protect with hardware tokens, make sure it's safe. Okay, wallets. This is my favorite part. So wallets are obviously evolving rapidly, and I'm mostly going to be talking about extension wallets and then other things going on. So make it easy to address the underlying complexity of crypto. Give away all your money. The wallet will be like, great, we're having a great time. Let's give it all away. So I was thinking about it, and I was like, well, what do wallets really know? And they know a bunch about us, right? So wallets know where you are right now. They know the IP address, they know your time zone, things like that. They know where you're connected to now, because you just click connect, and they know where you connected to before, because you click connect then. They still know that, right? They also know who you've sent funds to. So, okay, there's an asterisk there for the ERC20 thing, but if the wallet is in the browser, it knows that you sent funds to someone, because you clicked on the buttons, you put in the address, everything like that. And then they also know, usually what do you do? After 5 p.m., you go to Pumped on Fun and wreck yourself on memes. So the first one that I have that really is bothering to me is these lookalike addresses. So lookalike addresses are when the first, 3 or 4, or 5, or whatever, of the address are the same, and the last are the same as the legitimate address. So if you set up, so that when you go to send again, you accidentally click on those ones and you get it. But if you use a modern wallet, it'll just say, hey, there's a new account. You sure you want to send here? And actually, you see that dialogue a lot, because everything you do, you're generally sending to new addresses and things. But actually, the odds of you hitting a wallet that you're intending to send to that has the same 4 and last 4 is crazy. It's like 1 in 18 quadrillion. I promise you, if you hit those odds, I will buy you a hat, right? Not that much, much money I want to spend on this, but I will buy you a hat. So why don't Wallace just block it? There's almost no reason for you to get into that situation. Know the domain that you're connected to. They're in the browser. They have all the context of it. So if you go to like unichain.org and later on you go to unichain.top, what does in the wallet say? Hey, you know, basically like look at this. We can look at Liebenstein distance to say like, oh, okay, how close are they? We can have a list of known good. We can use an SSD hash to say, well, the site we originally went to and this one look very similar. So that seems quite suspicious. Even the age of the domains surely should protect our users better. You can just block stuff. Then wallets also expect users to be crypto native, right? I don't know how anyone is expected to do this, but if anyone checks the call, that its equivalent approval flow, my mom is never going to understand this, no matter how many times I try to explain it to her. And if you love your mom, I love my mom, and it would drain all of her funds, right? Wallets don't have the ability to go into a safe mode where I can say, okay, here is a list of all the domains I think that are fine. You know, you can interact with those. Anything else, just don't interact with it. Because really, I'm okay with my mom losing all her funds to Mudeng shitcoins, but I'm not okay with her getting drained, because then she's going to be like, Andrew, what do you do in security? And I'm going to be like, well, nothing, I'm sorry, I'm a disappointment, etc., etc. So also, wallets don't warn users when unexpected things happen. Like if you do drain someone, you have to make the wallet suddenly notices that, hey, like all of your USDC just yeeted out of your wallet. Why doesn't it say like, whoa, we didn't do that? Is that something that you were expecting? Or even better, why doesn't it just move it to a new wallet? If I have seed phrases, this is terrible for me because we suck at remembering passwords. That's why we have password managers and trying to get rid of passwords. And then we also suck at keeping things safe, right? I definitely do. I can't find most of my things. Seed phrases are the joining of two things we're really bad at. So we should just stop doing this. It's really difficult to manage. It's difficult to handle. There are better ways that we can secure these. So there are some alternatives. And look, I put in a slide from the company. We do this, we're on an embedded wallet. So that's where people can like sign in with like different authentication methods, things that they know they can use like Google, or they can use passkeys. In that way, you don't have to have a seed phrase that's moving around. The other one that I really like is the Uniswap extension. So if you've loaded up the extension and you have the mobile wallet, you can scan the QR code in the extension. It will then you'll put in the code and it will transfer the seed phrase, right? You didn't have to copy it. It wasn't in memory at some stage. Like there's a lot of good alternatives there. Okay, so then the improvements that I really like to see, WebAuthn and Passkey. I'm like a WebAuthn maxi. If you don't agree with me, find me afterwards. I will convince you anytime you want. Allow listing, or what I like to call mom mode. Like, why can't I put the wallet in a safe mode that says you can only interact with stuff that is pre-approved? If you're a high net worth individual, all the time we'll say things like, wow, this person had $1 million in their wallet. What a crazy idea. But if you are a high net worth individual, why doesn't the wallet say, okay, well, if you're going to interact with a site I don't know, I'm just going to create you a new wallet, let you interact with the site, and then I don't have to risk all the other assets. It seems like things that we could do. Emergency buttons. Why don't the wallets have everything to be revoked? I don't want to have to go to revoke cache and half the time get scammed because there's also scammy revoke cache sites. Then also we should rethink the approval flows. Like I think that UX people rock. They're super good at figuring out like how can we explain something to a user? How can we make them feel comfortable? We should let them handle that. And then of course clear signing. Like I don't want to look at call. It's too difficult for anyone reasonably to use the wallet to understand and process. Like it's much better if we have a description of it. Make this time. The last thing that we'll say is security folks need empathy. So there's a lot of real people getting scammed. Many times you'll see people like just punching down, being like, wow, you suck, you got scammed by this. They will feel less likely to report it, right? They're already in a bad place. You don't need to do this. Then sometimes I'll see things like this, where someone's like, what's sad is someone sold their house for some scam, and then someone says, well, what's more sad than that is that I won the project. I promise you it's not more sad that you won the project and they did nothing than someone who lost their house. Security folks should dog food. So if you give out security advice, you should take it yourself, right? A lot of people I see like giving out very difficult to follow. They're saying like, hey, I want a different email and telephone number for every account that I have. Try do that. It's pretty difficult to do. It's not easy to manage. And as soon as you run into those, you can't use the Devcon app. It does not work in lockdown mode. Do you have FIDO2 enabled on your WebAuthn? Like, are you putting in a PIN every time you want to sign? Do you authenticate before signing every transaction? So I think that using these really gives us a good idea of what is good and workable, because we will use it. Then the last one, security folks should support. So if you see good security work, say something. Be like, hey, that's awesome. We really like that you're doing that. That's a cool thing. So you can find me and tell me about your cool security things anytime you want. I'm good with that. Security people should share their knowledge. I find that a lot of people are very nervous to share their knowledge, but it is that you can then extend further. And then lastly, you can submit a bug without getting paid $1 million. Andrew's mom, that's me. Thanks.
Come. Let's get a selfie together. My God, I very rarely see a mohawk. How many of you see a mohawk these days? My God. Because our speaker, he had so much content, he decided to use his Q&A time to teach you guys a little bit more about security. But I think all of us really enjoyed it. Let's give him one more big round of applause. And really scariest things I've seen in Web3, and you might have seen this, is when people copy an address, a crypto wallet address, but when they paste it to click send, the address changes. Because there's actually a malware that has infected the device, and it changes the address as you click send. Because some of us, we don't really check every address that we send to, right? And so one of the things might be hiding in your computer, and your antivirus doesn't see it, your malware scan doesn't see it, but it could be changing your address without your knowledge. And I've seen it happen live. I've seen it happen. So it really is. Now, in terms of security, today's talks, the rest of the talks for the rest of the evening are all going to be about security. So if you're interested in security, stay here. Those of them who are leaving, they want to get hacked, right? I'm just kidding. Of course, I'm just kidding. But please do stay. Let me tell you why. I came from a background where I saw people losing money every day. Not just 6 Bitcoins. I saw it in a wallet. He's right. The speaker, to onboard people, right? We all want to onboard the next 100 million users. But we forget that, like he said, all engineering has to look nice UI, UX. But when it comes to security, I think he highlighted some really good tips that I hope any developers here will employ. Now, our next topic, let me talk a little bit about our next topic. Yes, our next topic is very interesting. It's going to be about a little bit more about Web 2. Now, many of us in the space, we know that Web 3, yes, there's a lot of vulnerabilities we need to settle. But also importantly is the Web 2 front end. How many of you have seen a front end get hacked so many times? Interact. But if you're not following, you wouldn't know, right? And so Web 2 security is equally as important, because Web 3, we rely a lot on Web 2 as well, right? So our next speaker and our next topic is going to be about from Web 2 security with love. And our speaker is going to be giving you an insight into solving some of the challenges, especially if you're still in the hall. Can I just remind you, later when the speaker is speaking, you'll see a QR code, right? It's going to be there the whole session. And please scan the QR code. So see an option called Collect a Card. And last but not the least, speaker feedback, right? Can you please do all three? So first, of course, you join the Q&A, you submit your questions, and then you click Collect Card. It's like a little POAP, a little NFT token to make sure that you remember that you joined this event. And very importantly, give the speakers some feedback. Speakers can only improve if you give us feedback, right? That's the way that we want to improve, by supporting each other together. All right, we're almost about ready to begin, but I just want to again try my very, very best to welcome those of you who are sitting at the back and coming in front. We'd really appreciate it. I can tell you from a speaker's perspective, when we see the front row full of people, we feel a lot more happy and energetic. But I know, of course, some of you prefer and more comfortable sitting at the back. Again, that's fine. Most importantly, stay engaged by asking questions. That's the best way that you can get the most value out of these topics. And one of the ways that I protect my mother, for example, from hacks and scams is that I refuse to install for her any banking applications on her phone. I refuse, because she's always on Facebook and she's always clicking on scam links, and then only after she's clicked it, she's asked me, Ross, is this a scam? I'm like, yes, please stop clicking on it. So whenever she needs me to send money, I'm the one. It's very, very scary, especially for older generations. And if we really want to make Web 3 and Web 2 inclusive, we have to be very careful with how we do it. Now, let me just check with the team if the speaker's ready for our next session. We're about ready. Yes, a thumbs up. All right, we still have a little bit of time. So we're going to give you guys some time to settle in, and you can actually start asking your questions right now. So if you want to ask now, go to your Devcon Passport app, click on the session from Web 2 Security with Love, scroll to the bottom, click Join Q&A, and then you can join and you can ask your questions. It's a lot better if you ask them in advance so that they'll be on the screen, and then we need you to upvote. So if you see a really good question, vote it, vote it, vote it, and the more votes that we get, well, then the easier it will be for us to choose the most popular questions. I see some people coming in from the back. If you're just joining us for the security talk, please come and have a seat in the front. We'd love to have you in the front with us. Security, again, is my passion, and I'm really excited about it. It's something that's very important and something that we should all take over, right? We should all take ownership, rather, not take over. And when we sit down, and we don't realize, we're not aware of our surroundings. And I just did this with the person who sat next to me, Mario. Sorry, Mario, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. But oftentimes, when you sit down and you're using your phone, some of us, when we unlock our phone with a PIN number, we just type it in, right? And we don't realize that people can be looking at the left and looking at the right. And a true story, I've seen this happen before. Someone has stolen that phone, and they've just been watching over your shoulder, and they already have your PIN number. Or in this case, I saw his Telegram, and I had him on Telegram and sent him a message, said, hello. And he didn't even realize. He was looking, was like, how did you find, it can happen, right? I just did an experiment, just for the sake of case study example. So please be careful, right? These are the small adjustments that we can make in our life to make sure that we keep ourselves safe, all right? Now, our next speaker is very interesting. He is a threat intelligence analyst at Mandiant, now part of Google Cloud, where he leads efforts to identify and track threat actors using cryptocurrency and other Web3 tech. Forensics, incident response, and intelligent analysis. Wow, this guy really knows what he's talking about. And again, the sessions today onwards, all the way until 6:30, we're going to be talking about security. And one of my favorite sessions actually is hacker groups in the world. I actually personally met someone from my company previously who hands warmly together and welcome Joe Robson.
You have someone that infiltrated, having them infiltrate your company. So I'm Joe Dobson, and first I want to thank Andrew. If you saw the funny speaking guy with the mohawk in the last talk, he mentioned that he doesn't want Web3 to repeat the mistakes of Web2. We shouldn't have to speed run. I am Joe Dobson. You can call me Dobbs. And I've got over 15 years of experience in cybersecurity, which is kind of crazy. I didn't have any gray in my beard when I started in this industry, but I'm pretty sure if you just do it for a year, you still have gray. And my job is threat intelligence. I track bad guys. And that means the infrastructure, the malware, what they're doing day to day. That is my goal. That's my role. And previously, I did digital forensics, focused on extracting data from hard drives, thumb drives. I did incident response. I've worked for a couple startups. I actually worked for Mandiant twice. Now I'm at Google because Google acquired Mandiant. Now, in traditional cybersecurity, there's a terrible thing called FUD. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt, right? Everyone is trying to sell you something. And they're doing it by saying, oh, the sky's falling. If you have to run out, you have to buy something right now to solve all the problems. And that's not what I'm here to do, is to spread FUD. Because the security situation, you heard Andrew talk, as it should be. And the solution isn't to run out and buy things. The solution is to innovate. We need to innovate our way through the problems that we have in Web3. And part of that is understanding where we are in Web3. There is no Web3 without Web2. In 2024, that's just how it is. And what does that mean? That's going to be Web2. Your social media, right? If you're interacting with your users on Twitter, on Telegram, that's going to be Web2. Think about your development pipeline, right? How are you writing code? Your CI/CD. If you're using AI models to enrich the code that you're writing, probably doing it all through Web2. And that all has an impact because that's an attack surface is what it is. And threat actors are looking for ways to infiltrate and attack that surface. This also means that Web3 security is about a lot more than just smart contracts. That's not to say that smart contract security isn't important. I think the community has done a fantastic job of focusing on that and refining that. But Web2 has made a lot of mistakes. 3 hard truths about what's going on in Web3, and then we're going to talk about principles from Web2 that can be applied to Web3 and make it a better, safer ecosystem. So, first hard truth is everyone is a target in crypto. If you're a developer, if you're someone that's going on pump, that also means that you're the front line of defense. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more later. But you have to first understand that you are a target. The second hard truth is that you're outgunned. Cyber conflict is asymmetric. You have nation states with what seems like endless amounts of resources, and they've targeted individuals. How do you defend against that? How do you expect a user to defend against that? It takes about 35 seconds from the time that a wallet gets its first deposit, 35 seconds until it gets airdropped a malicious token. That means crypto noobs are getting airdropped tokens before they know what a token is. Is it fair to expect those same noobs not to fall for the fish? That is a problem that we have in Web3, and it's pretty bad. Attackers, they're clever, they're well-resourced. You know, there's a Rants because it's wired to, it's their job. Hack. Billions of dollars have been siphoned out of the ecosystem. Every time there's an attack against anyone and they lose funds, that hurts everyone. That hurts the entire ecosystem. Social media accounts are getting hijacked, DAOs have been hacked, right? Front ends get hacked, and bugs and vulnerabilities, they're going to be found. The attackers, they have the element of surprise. So the other day, Hudson Jameson was giving a talk. It was at like 4 o'clock. So you have a crew that is jet lagged in the middle of the night, and that's when the attack happens. You have to be prepared because it's like a car accident, right? If you say, oh, that's ridiculous. And so it's the same thing in security. You have to be intentional about security. And to be intentional about security, there's a few key principles that I think are really important. One of those is, and this comes from Web 2. Web 2 security has been here before. It's assume compromise. You have to expect that you're going to get compromised, you're going to get hacked. Think about what that means for your key management. If you assume bad guys are going to get a hold of your keys, how does that change how you're managing your keys? What they can do, be prepared so that when you are compromised, you can actually do something about it. Is your code supply chain bulletproof? The SIM card in your phone that you don't want to get SIM swapped. All of these things you cannot expect not to get hacked, right? 0 days happen. Bad guys, at some point, they're likely to get in. And at this point, you might be asking, well, if I'm just going to get wrecked anyway, then what's the point, right? Why bother? Well, that's because it isn't just about stopping hacks, it's also about minimizing the severity and the impact of those hacks. One way to do that is through defense in depth. Defense in depth was first deployed or applied to information security by the NSA in America. And what it does is it means layered defenses. And layered defenses can be applied to Ethereum especially, but it can be applied to cryptocurrency. So here's some very simple examples of defense in depth in practice. And really what it comes down to is just having a well-planned defensive posture, right? So let's say you work for a centralized crypto exchange. Well, your customer support, they should be on a separate network segment than your actual operations folks. Maybe you set up a trigger so that if X percentage of the funds are moved out at once, then it enacts a cooldown period. And these are simple things, but if more DEXs and centralized exchanges and bridges did these kinds of things, then we wouldn't see as much theft as we do. But you have to assume that there's going to be a compromise. You have to expect at some point someone is going to get access to those keys or they're going to be able to sign the transactions. If you're a freelancer developer, right? Isolate your social media access. Put it in a VM. Make it a separate device, something. Throw a wallet on there that's got a few bucks in it, so if an unsophisticated attacker, if they get in there, then they're not going to, you'll know it, right, because you'll see the funds move, but they're not going to get access to anything more than your social media. Another thing is to have an incident response plan, right? Don't make it easy on the attackers. And that's what so many organizations do. I can't tell you how many compromises we've seen from Web3 organizations, and they don't have logs. Their logs don't exist, right? People in Web3 hate EDR, endpoint detection and response tools, and so there's no centralized logging on the devices. They'll have something in their AWS instance or GCP in the cloud somewhere. They'll have some logging there, but a lot of the compromises don't come from the cloud. They come attackers getting access to the devices of the developers, the people working on the project. You want to have a plan that helps defenders and costs attackers. With proper tooling, you get earlier detection. Earlier detection means you can actually get the word out about the attack. You can share that information to the rest of the community. Again, it comes down to how do you make the ecosystem better? And early identification of the attacks, how those attacks are happening, that would help significantly. You know, unlocked homes are easier to rob. So like I said, I want to talk a little bit about something called attribution, right? And I know what you're thinking, all right? But Dobbs, I need to stop, you know, that's the mindset. But really, attribution matters. And when I say attribution, it's understanding who is attacking you. A deep dive in attribution is for some future talk at some point, but protecting users and organizations means we need to understand who's attacking us. Script kiddies, cyber criminals, nation states, who is it? What kind of resources do they have? And financial theft, that is just one motivation that we've seen when it comes to compromises in Web3. There's a whole slew more. Excuse me, stored on chain. That's using Web3. That impacts everyone. Command and control. There's been drainers like Angel Drainer that will actually use C2, they'll use smarts and storing information like that. That can't be taken down. So that's, you know, and there's nation states out there that are posting misinformation and storing it somewhere like IPFS. These are different ways that Web3 technologies are being abused. And understanding how that's happening can help us understand what we can do to mitigate attacks, to identify and track the bad guys so that we can protect the users and protect the ecosystem. So on this slide, I have a North Korean threat group. This image comes from a Mandiant blog. And the reason why I have this here is so that you can see that that's one threat group using all those different families of malware. It's important to understand attribution because then we can identify who's using the malware, how are they using the malware, when did they develop of the malware, how many people do they have on their teams that are doing this type of activity, how sophisticated are they? With their malware, where does it beacon to? What's the infrastructure look like? Can you identify it off-chain or on-chain? And these questions also apply to smart contracts and on-chain activity. When you're looking at malicious smart contracts, who wrote them? Where were they first published? Were they on a test net first, or were they on, you know, published in the main net? Does it have code segment or portions of the code that were used in other malicious attacks before? All these different things can feed into attribution and help you understand who is the attacker, how did they get here, and what are they doing? It comes down to the who, what, when, where, why, and how. And then there's dwell time, right? Dwell time is the time between compromise and detection. So if a bad guy gets into a network and they're there for a week, 2 weeks, then the victim may not know it. And this comes down to detection. The earlier that they're detected, the less dwell time that they have, the less time they have to actually deploy their attacks. And ask yourself, how can the ecosystem prevent attacks? This is also a quote from Mandiant's M-Trends report, and it mentions that in 2023, the dwell time was down to 10 days. In 2022, it was 16 days. Interesting statistic, if you ask me. But all that being said, there's hope, right? Again, this is not doom and gloom. I'm not here to tell you the sky is falling. You need to ditch Web3. It's not the case. You don't have to go it alone. The industry is decentralized, and so is crypto security, right? You all are the front line of defense. Remember, it's because everyone is a target. That also means that everyone is getting access to the information of attacks. Share it out. Let folks know. You can do it through something like an ISAC. There's the Seal ISAC. There's a crypto ISAC. You can also, there's tons of posts on Twitter, Telegram, areas where people can go out and they can of what they're experiencing and what they're seeing. Because trusted sharing, that is critical to the health of the ecosystem. And think about the future, right? The people in this room, you're building world-changing technology, all right? you don't have to accept security the way that it's always been. Think about how you want to change it. What should it look like? What responsibilities should or shouldn't fall to the users? What information should or shouldn't be out there? And you don't have to repeat the mistakes of Web 2 security. Web 3 is young. It's innovative. That's the thing that has astonished me going to Devcon and other conferences, is just how much innovation there is. But you have to be intentional about security. You have to think about it. You have to actually account for it from the get-go. And Web 3 security can also look a lot different than Web 2 security. Think about DAOs. DAOs, they should be investing in security. When it comes to developers, they should consider what are the different security practices that developers should have. But I really encourage you to be innovative. Consider building something to support or enhance.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Very, very inspiring as well. I think a wonderful follow-up as well from our previous session to this session. They complement each other. Perfect. Remember as well that if you want to, you must scan the code because there's a secret embedded in the code. Yeah, very secure. All right. So let's address our first question right at the top. We've got 2 votes right up there. Okay, what is the biggest Web 2 gap you see in terms of security amongst Web 3 products? Great question.
I would say it's lack of preparation. That's the biggest gap.
Lack of preparation.
Lack of preparation.
Preparation, okay.
They expect to never get compromised, and so they don't set up logging. They don't have an instant response plan. So when something bad does happen, they may not have a way to contact their other developers. It may be that they only talk to their developers over Telegram or Signal, and then that gets compromised, and guess what? You don't have a back channel.
Exactly. I think it's surprising when you said that teams don't have logs. That seems unbelievable to me. How can you not log things these days?
It's awful.
It's awful.
And when I say logs, I also mean logs on endpoint devices, right? So what machine is a developer using to write their code? Because so many projects, they'll outsource, they'll hire someone to do code development, and then that person is just shipping out the code. They get compromised. There's no logs from that developer's box.
Exactly. I think a great tip. I believe all the developers here have logs, right? Okay, silence means they don't have logs and they're going to have it now. So tonight, let's go to the next question. We got 4 votes up there. Flip the question a little bit. What can Web 2 security learn from Web 3? That's interesting.
That's a good question. It's a tough one too, because I'd say that Web 3 security is still...
Sorry, Joe, could you hold the mic a bit close? Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
I think Web 3 security is still pretty young and figuring out what it wants to look. A lot more rivalry, I think, in Web 2 than there is in Web 3.
Right.
And I think the collaboration...
That's a wonderful learning point as well. Let's look at the next question. What do you as front end for Web 3 DApps?
I'm not touching that question.
Okay, spicy question. I'll just stage. Let's go up again. DIY services, consultants. How much of security should I do myself versus outsource? I love this question. This is great.
I think that's really up to the team, but I'll say this much.
Yep.
If you're outsourcing anything, I encourage you to do some research on North Korean IT workers. Successful they have been at infiltrating companies, because they're going out there and they're freelance jobs. They'll go out there, they get the job, they'll do a little bit of work, but they can also put in backdoors, they can enable attacks.
Right.
And North Korea is a sanctioned country, and it impacts, again, it impacts everyone when they come in and they're able...
You got to do your due diligence on who you outsource to. Again, let's go up to the top. We still got time for some questions. Let's do it. How many attacks have you traced that were state... Joe, you got the spicy...
Crypto.
They're in crypto,
They're doing attacks.
They are, yeah.
Right?
You would expect.
More than you would expect.
Crazy, crazy. It is a crazy time to be alive. All right. How to do asset inventory of Web3 assets?
I don't have a good answer for that one.
Okay, no worries.
Yep, not my area, I'm sorry.
Not your area, that's fine. What do you think is one thing, security posture? That's the solution.
I understand the question, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of folks, if you're not familiar, it's looking at the content of your devices, it's trying to find something malicious.
Yep.
And a lot of folks don't like that idea because they've got keys on their devices, they've got crypto, their device might be dual use, and I understand that, but what's something else that they could do? Hardware wallets.
Hardware wallets, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's an old answer, but
Yep.
tried and true.
No, I've sat next to a friend of mine and his hot wallet just got drained right next to me. And he's asking me for help because I come from a security background. And what can I do?
Yeah,
it's not a hardware wallet. I can't do anything.
There's no backsies in crypto.
Exactly,
you know?
right? So that is definitely some things to take note of. Let's see. So they're really small. They don't have the money. They don't have the resources to do audits and stuff like that. What would you advise them to do?
Right.
Sorry, your microphone just a
Nope.
little bit.
Yep, sorry.
Perfect. Thank you.
With small teams, oftentimes they don't even have a full-time IT person, let alone having a full-time security person.
Yep.
So I would encourage you, talk to the folks like SEAL, right? Mada's going to be up here talking here shortly about SEAL security framework. Go through that, look at that. That will get aware, communicate, get on Twitter. And it amazes me that it's 2024. We're still talking about how Twitter plays such an incredible role in security, but it does. And having that collaboration
keeps you up at night regarding the state of Web3, Web2 security.
Adapting fast. You know, you're people that are losing their retirement funds. They're losing, you know, college kids that have invested all their savings in crypto and then it gets wiped out because they don't know any better. It really comes back to, should the burden be on the user or should the burden be on the organizations, the DAOs and wallets?
Particular handle? No?
Oh,
Spicy question?
I think I know what that is.
All right. Answer.
I love things like Rec News, but I wish Rec News didn't have to exist.
Right.
Right?
Right. Of course, yeah. Let's do a few more. We got 30 seconds on the clock. What's the highest impact thing a user can do to improve their personal security? Great question.
I think.
Yeah. The next question is about DPRK. I believe that's North Korea. And TTPs. TTPs, I'm not so familiar.
Yep. DPRK is that's North Korea. TTPs, that's TAC. And ISACs, yes. Like SEAL ISAC.
Ladies and gentlemen, that comes to the end of our Q&A for security. Let's give Joe a big, big round of applause. Thank you, Joe. The spicy too, you know. And so we're going to get ready for our next session very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Stay in this hall. As you can see, the topics are really, really important, right? But security, personal security, your computer security, your hardware wallets, I've seen people drained right next to me. My friend was sitting next to me one day. I think it was a Wi-Fi, he connected to a public Wi-Fi. But I managed to get a friend who works with Arkham Intelligence, and we actually tagged the wallet and we found it actually ended up in a crypto exchange, and I gave him some tips about how to contact. But these are the things that we need to try and avoid as much as we can. Of course, we have a response to it, but the best prevention is cure. Excuse me. The best cure is prevention. Oh, no. Prevention is better than cure. You can tell. Our next topic is security frameworks by SEAL. Now, SEAL, very, very a buzzword that it will hear in security, very important for all of us to know. I'll just give a quick as well to get you interested. Comprised of dedicated security specialists, SEAL aims to spread awareness and educate the community about Web3 security, best practices and pitfalls. Now, again, like I mentioned, a few of you have just come. He gets hacked. It's just a matter of when. Have I gotten hacked before? Let me think. I almost got hacked once. I almost accidentally clicked on an NFT thingy, and I almost had my wallet drained, but I thank God I had like Rabby wallet. If you use Rabby, it gave me a notification. It's like, are you sure? And I looked at it, I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. And thank God, you know, I was like, oh my God. He refers to himself as a techno hippie, a security nomad, and the co-founder and member at the Red Guild, right? And also very, very much so a proud SEAL member. So when he talks, he knows what he's talking about. I think we don't have to spend any more time. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Yeah? Yeah, I'm right here. What up?
Oh, hey you are. Oh, hey man. Oh, didn't realize you were busy.
No worries.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good to see you. Yeah, pretty good. Thank you.
Do you mind if I Twitter accounts for Word3 orgs?
I think you mean the post that Sam put up on Twitter a little while ago.
I'm sorry, Sam who?
Sam CZ's son. You know, the guy who saved Ethereum's ass.
Like, I think I know that guy. The guy with the anime avatar and a sword. And I think I remember that post, but no clue where to find it.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding here.
It's a pain. Let me see if I can dig it up for you. Yeah, I don't know. It's like all these Telegram group chats trying to find information is just so hard these days.
You know what? Now that you mentioned Telegram, I think someone sent it to me, but I have to really, it's going to be really hard to find it there.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you need that you're here?
Yeah, I didn't realize you were. You remember that upset guide that you mentioned yesterday? The one with all these SIM protections and SIM swapping protections and phishing prevention techniques. Does that ring a bell?
I think you're not mentioning the Officer SEA's recollection of advice and posts. And you're not talking about the insights from the book How to Disappear.
No, that's something super detailed, like a step-by-step guide, giving you detailed instructions on how to
Who
deal
wrote
with
it?
upset. I was one of us. I was one of us a little while
Wait,
ago.
I wrote something that's on our internal Notion, which is like a transcription from something I did with an AI. Wait, was it one or many guides? Because Awesome Privacy has like a ton.
I think it was one actual guide.
Wait, Pascal. Pascal shared
That's
one
the
on
one.
Twitter
That's the
the
one.
other
That's
time.
the one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me go back to his Twitter page. I'm gonna have to scroll over hundreds of
Yeah.
tweets to find it, but we'll get there. Thank you. I wouldn't have found it without you.
Do you have a minute, now that you're here, would you be so kind to share me some best practices for developers?
Oh, dude, there's like, let me see if I can find that.
Shit, didn't realize there were so many.
Yeah, so tons these days, man. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I can see. Wow.
Yeah,
I was thinking...
I can't find it now.
No, no worries, but
Again, yeah.
if only there was a more organized structure or place where we can all go and see all this stuff, you know? And you know
Yeah.
what people say? People say that the security issues are not because of lack of information, but rather because of ignorance.
That makes sense. That makes complete sense. You mean something like maybe a community-owned wiki of sorts where we can all contribute and point our lovely users towards?
Yeah, man, I mean, I'm tired of scraping the entire internet, looking through my bookmarks, and when I'm thinking about this centralized thinking, I'm not thinking about Notion or Coda or Chambers. Oh, please not. I'm thinking of something else.
Yeah, man, that makes sense. Yeah, it's crazy. I spent so much time all dig up
You
these
know
resources.
what I was also thinking, that even if the information is out there, but it lacks readiness, it's outdated, and you have to look for it everywhere, it's, I mean, what you gonna do, right?
Yeah. Well, maybe we can help. Maybe we can build that central repository, a single source of truth when it comes to security best practices.
You mean like a generic best practices thingy?
Yeah, like security guidelines or
security
frameworks.
Yeah,
All
man.
right, I'll leave you to it. Thank you.
Oh, didn't realize we were here. How are you? So today I'm going to be talking about the security frameworks, which are high-level best practices in Web3. So I'm not going to, since it has already been presented, but the only thing that I'm going to say is that we are working with a lot of respectful people, because I don't know why they are on a triangle formation. That's some Illuminati shit right there. It suits them, apparently, pun intended. And also with the seal, if we fit into that, someone has to protect us too, right? So back to the presentation. We do many things, but my name is Mara. I work at the Red Guild. I am one of the founders. The other founder is there, Tincho. And I am also leading the security frameworks at SEAL. And the Red Guild, we work as a non-profit organization doing public goods for the benefit. And we're very much aligned with SEAL. That's where we're working together. So this is going to be like really quick, fellas, because I don't want to bore you, and I dislike talking more than it's necessary. Liar. So, like the book John dies at the end, instead of pitching something and leaving it straight at the beginning. So if you go there, latest malware, just kidding, it will take you to one of those links. I forgot which one. I think it's the main one. So as you can see here on the links, both are synced and are deployments of those two branches. And I'm going to show you some screenshots so you don't stare at the phone and look at me or look at the presentation. So here, as you can see, it's very basic. The current state is like a wiki. If you use Gitbook, it's something really similar to it. To navigate it, all the frameworks there, of course. Write the content. And also there's a disclaimer that reads, this is a work in progress. Not a release, not a release. This is very important. We are looking for a note about on that icon. It will take you directly to edit on GitHub. And if you are on the .dev domain and you log in with Vassell, you will be able to select any part of the content. Are like really interested in some of the frameworks or the pages that you have found, you can bookmark them. So what we did on top of this is we implemented a way to navigate generic, and there's room for improvement. But as you can see here, right next to the magnifying glass, you see you can search there. And in this case, I'm showing community marketing and, of course, some of the community management platforms that to awareness. So filtering by tags. The tags that are outside the screenshots, the bullets, are the rest of the tags that have been implemented recently. And on the left, I have another example. If you see, it reads security policies and procedures, governance, risk management, compliance with regulatory requirements, metrics, KPIs. So it's on the right side, you have HR. And if you pay attention to that, it's mainly related to onboarding and offboarding of employees and members of an organization. So if you want to look your bookmarks, you just click on bookmark, and that's it. And now I'm going to show you a few classic examples of, in this case, the category operation category for you to read at your home with the family, sharing a nice meal. And also here, this is one of my favorites. Say an incident happened and you don't know how to organize your information. Here, you can use this template to assess and act as fast as technical details. This is, as you can see, this is really simple. We have an open repository there. We are using, instead of a Git book, empty book. And it auto-deploys with Vercel. You commit, and you see the preview of the deployment. And right now, only the .dev is accepting comments. So it's basically markdown files and pure docs. I hate to admit it, but my mother was right. I did end up studying 15 years just to write fucking documents. But whatever, what you gonna do? So on general details, we have a currently community core team. I'm really fortunate to be working with Freddy and Mehdi. I have them try to put minimum content on every page, so you don't see some of the frameworks empty, and you can jump there and criticize what we have wrote. But a lot of work is really needed for the first release, so this is why I put the disclaimer, this is not release. And the next phase is currently right now collaboration, and we hope that making everything public will incite further collaboration. So what's the problem that we want to tackle? You've seen that security threat was saying, if you paid attention to his talk, and something that's happened is that most RECs, let's say, are not only aimed at decentralized infrastructure. Related to the information, if you remember the sketch, it's like really difficult to keep track of all the stuff. It even happens to us at the guild. We both, you know how it is. It's like really difficult to keep track, and it happens. They get outdated of your role in an organization. To create best practices, metrics, and if we can do that regardless of the specific technology, the better. What might difficult our process? I mean, if you come to DSS or this track, you know that the knowledge is out there. You're possibly something in your head that I don't know, and the other way around, so I just need to understand how to get to each one of you. Even proofreading is something that helps. And that's what I'm insisting. So then let's say that we created something and it's useful. We need to convince people that they should follow these practices. So seeking adoption is something we have to make it at least usable or easy to navigate. Otherwise, it would be like a painful experience. So, of course, now that we create, and another stuff that's happening is, if you saw, we have more generic approaches, but then you saw something like Google Suite, Discord, Telegram, and you are going to say, hey, but that's like really close to an implementation. Yeah. So the thing is that we don't want to go too abstract in order that we have to understand better how to see where it is needed to go further deep on the implementation versus on high-level practices. Right number, I'm going to drive you crazy about this. So you can go there, log in with your creative PR, you can create an issue, you can create a discussion, hop on the previously created ones. Here there are 25, more than 25. So if you don't know where to start, there is even the label Good First Collab, and there are 15 of them right now, and I will start creating more after Devcon. So why should you collaborate? I think that we need to shift our perspectives, stop negating the human nature. And we're going to make mistakes. So if we use mechanisms of control trying to avoid people committing mistakes, it's negating the human nature, right? So what we should do is just accept that we are going to commit mistakes, as I said, and build more important. And of course, we can do this alone. So since we can do this alone, I am also going to show you this recent initiative that we are participating along with Securium and the Ethereum Foundation from the Red Guild. I'm not going to say much because you can find everything there on ETH Rangers, but if you have participated in public goods working in security for the past year or past months, then you may be eligible for 25K in 2 tranches. And even if you participated in the past and you're eligible and don't know what the fuck you should do, we are going to give you different initiatives where you can support continuing your work, because it's really valuable. And of course, security frameworks fits into one of the initiatives that you can continue supporting. So that's it. I thank you very much all for your time, and I hope you contribute to the security frameworks.
Awesome. Let's give Mata a big round of applause. Can I just say I love his outfit as well. So colorful. That's why he calls himself a techno hippie. Yeah? One with the stage, one with the environment, and one with the security. Now, we haven't got any questions yet, maybe because I forgot to remind everyone to please send in the questions. I know you're really interested by his presentation of the frameworks. So let's give everybody just maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Quickly send in some questions. You can scan the QR code, submit some questions if you want to ask about the SEAL Alliance, about the security frameworks that he briefly mentioned. In fact, I was just looking at the QR code that he got on screen. I scanned it and I got it. If you missed the QR code, it's frameworks.securityalliance.dev. Very, very interesting. It's a resource, a collection of best practices written in abstract or general fashion to be applicable regardless of the specific technology. Right? So it doesn't matter whether you're Web2, whether you're Web3, everybody can read it. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Absolutely, everybody can access, completely free online. I love the fact that this is the kind of things that we collaborate and we build together. Speaking of building together, I see you guys building the questions on the screen. So let me look at some of the questions and let's go right so we can target the most popular ones. First one on the top, Mata. Why create... Oh, excuse me, it moved. Okay, they voted for this one. What's the highest impact action a Web3 user can take to improve their security? Oh, it moved away, but we'll go to that one. Highest impact that you can take to improve your security. What
questions? Really hard to reply to them, so I'm going to try to be brief.
Sure.
I think this answer has to be it's more related to the relationship everybody has, be it Web3 or Web2, to the technologies. I feel like we're using a lot of technology and we don't understand it. Yeah. It happens even on household items. You have a router, you have a portable computer which is capable of doing a lot of stuff, and people don't know, for example, on the iPhone you have a lockdown mode which protects you for a lot of stuff. You can even disable, I don't know, a lot of stuff that may pose you to other threats. So I'd say that getting awareness and understanding the technologies that you use is a more important stuff, because I've seen people say, no, you should use this extension when you interact with those things can be tricked and have been tricked in the past. And if you only rely to that kind of technologies to protect you, what happens when they don't? Are you going to get wrecked? So I'd say understanding the technologies that you use and the risks that they pose, it's the most important stuff.
Excellent. Very good. Understanding the technologies we use, right? We use it every day, but we don't always take time to understand it. Now, 3 votes at the top. Why create a new framework instead of adding to existing ones from the Web2 companies?
I like to see those. I like to see those. And what happens, at least to the ones that I know, things that I have seen from organizations, I like really jealous of on like getting stunt. I'm not saying it's not valuable. So it's like really hard. And for example, if I want to collaborate or others want to collaborate, it's like really difficult. So we thought of doing something that everybody could, you can even fork it and start doing a new one if you think that our ways suck. So this is an approach. I'm not saying it's the best one. This is an approach. We have more ideas to improve the interface that will come later this year. So we wanted to be more, to give the community more control over this stuff that is really important to us.
I completely agree. It's not always companies that are willing to share. Companies usually protect their stuff. They don't want you to know their security practices because otherwise you might then take advantage, right? So, but this is collaborative. What SEAL is doing is to collaborate with everyone to build a document together. Okay, 4 votes at the top, Mata. Do share any memorable incidents, if you don't mind. What can you share? Something that happened that you...
Which made me get interested in security.
Sure, yeah, that'd be cool.
Totally off topic, because I mean, we can talk about like DPKR or some other stuff. If you wanted, I don't know who wrote this, if you wanted something more like that, we can talk. Doing, let me go back. I started playing online games like in 2000. There was a very popular Argentinian game called Argentum Online.
Argentum Online?
Argentum Online, yeah. Cool. It was the first MMORPG. ORPG there. Yep. So I made a friend there, a female.
Okay, nice, nice.
So, and then we started exchanging messages. And back in the day, we used Messenger 4.0.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're old.
Yeah, we were chatting, and she told me, hey, you can see these emoticons, not emojis.
Yes,
so
emoticons.
Let me send you this pack. So I accepted the pack, and then my compact disc was the tray was started opening and closing, and she said, thank you for your IP. I was like, what the fuck? So I got logged off, and all my contacts were erased to friends online. I was like, I felt like violated.
You got hacked from MSN Messenger?
Yeah.
From an emoticon pack?
Yeah, hack started.
Wow.
I'm on my good one right now.
Now that
you
is
can see I'm working for 2 non-profits. I'm not good. I'm not bad.
Thank you. Slip of the tongue there. Wow, I've never heard of anyone getting hacked on MSN.
Yeah.
Of all things. But thank you for sharing that story. I mean, that was really memorable. We got a few more minutes, so let's see the question at the top. 2 simple things to enhance security the most. So you mentioned awareness, and I think maybe if you want to add one more thing that you think would be something practical that everybody in the room can do.
Well, I can tell you what I do.
Yeah.
For example, I have a Linux machine. I have full disk encryption, and I also sometimes paint the screws.
You paint the screws with nail polish?
Yeah, in case I get an evil-made attack to your room and then unscrews your computer and puts a backdoor on it. So if
I see. You'll know if someone has taken out the screws.
Yeah, that's...
Wow.
But if you have full disk encryption, it's like...
It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what's your threat model. If you're like a very high-profile target, you may be doomed. But
that is quite extreme.
what I do is, for example, I use a firewall. In my case, I use OpenSnitch, but on Mac you can use Little Snitch or Lulu. I prefer Lulu better. And I have a virtual machine, and inside the virtual machine I run containers. And every project that I try to run, even the ones that we have created, I run each one of them inside a container, because the container even runs the extensions in today's workshop. There are even misconfigurations that can leave you...
But I think what you pointed out is important. Not everyone has to do all of these things, right? It's about your threat level. If you're dealing with things which are dangerous, then of course you have to implement. I don't think I'm going to paint the screws on my MacBook at home, but I mean, those are very interesting tips. I've not heard that one.
I got this tip from Greg.
Yeah.
Hi, Greg. We're using a GINet. GINet, was it? GLINet router. It's called a Veril. It's really small.
Yeah.
So what we do is we take it, for example, to these conferences. It comes with a VPN inside.
Yep.
So we create a local network and we
Right.
connect all our devices there. Even if you're on a plane and you are only allowed one device, it also works like like this. So isolating yourself.
Sharing, those are some very follow your work.
Since we work at two organizations, mainly our organization, our organization is the Red Guild. You can go to theredguild.org.
The Red Guild, okay.
Yeah, we have created for Devcon especially a CTF on our platform, which is called Direct Games.
Okay.
Direct Games.
Okay.
They are direct, so you have to play the role of an adversarial.
Right.
And then you have to help, for example, the Ethereum Foundation to retrieve some credentials that Vitalik has pushed and deleted on a file on a repository.
Okay.
And then we have the phishing. They suck.
Yeah.
They put you like a video.
The phishing test.
Yeah, this is I'm really proud that we came up with this.
Yep.
So phishing.theredgames.com. There you have, for example, it starts with an interface of an email, and you have to understand if you see someone or something fishy, right?
Yes.
And then it changes sceneries, like you sign in a transaction, you're watching Etherscan, trying to see if you get spoofed, but it's all fake. Even the wallet, you don't have to leave the entire platform. It has been thought that way, so it's safe to play and have fun. And then, we have, I think, like monthly updates, kind of like that. And on Seal, I'd say join our community. We have a Discord where it's public. There's not much activity right now, but maybe if you come, we can start talking there and share.
Very much. All the way from the Seal Alliance, ladies and gentlemen. These are the kinds of people doing the good work of security and collaboration to make our space a safer one. Now, we're going to take a quick, very, very short break of 5 minutes as we set up the stage for our next session. We're going to have two speakers coming up next. I'll just introduce the topic as well so that you stay interested. We've got a lot of interesting topics, and after this, we're going to see Lazarus hacker group information later on. That's really interesting. Now, the topic coming up soon is deep dive into fork choice, compliance for Ethereum clients. So if you're interested about Ethereum forks and understanding more about that, please stay tuned, and then after that we'll be hearing some more interesting security talks as well. We're going to take a quick 5 minutes, and 5 p.m. sharp, please make sure you're here for the next session. All right, I'll pass it over to the stage team. Thank you. right, welcome back. It's 5 p.m. on the dot. Good to see everybody. If anyone is just joining us for the first time, welcome to stage 2. Please come and sit in front. Those of you, it's always, can I ask you to please, the moment you see the QR code appear here, you start scanning and you submit your questions, okay? Now you can submit throughout the entire presentation, but the earlier you submit, it is easier for us. And please upvote your most doing for today's session right now at 5 p.m. Guys here are devs who are interested to learning more. The 2 speakers are Ethereum researchers themselves, core devs, and I'm sure they're going to have a great time. Warmly, and let's welcome Alex and fans in the audience.
Yeah. Hello. Compliance and how we approached it. And to start, let's understand first why fork choice compliance is important. The fork choice rule is the part of Ethereum protocols that decides on the head of the canonical chain. That is the chain that you use to confirm your transactions. That is the chain that will be eventually finalized by the protocol. And a non-compliant with the fork choice spec implementation can cause different security issues, such as confirming your transaction with the chain that your local node to say that this chain is canonical, but the chain is at the observation of the majority nodes in the network splits, which can affect validator voting, validator voting rate. In the real world, every implementation is formally verified to be compliant with the fork choice. Expect this to happen because it is quite challenging and costly. And our approach to the compliance is to extensively test every implementation against the fork choice spec. So now a bit about from the messages that are coming from the network, such as blocks, votes, and others. And the fork choice rule algorithm is executed over this state in the following 3 steps. So as the first step, there is a filtering function that selects blocks that are candidate for head. We call them viable for head blocks. At the second step, validator votes are used to compute the weights of subtrees, which contains those viable blocks. And at the last step, the algorithm recursively goes down to the block found, and that leaf block will be the head. So the algorithm doesn't look complex. It's relatively simple, but the complexities here coming from the different place. There are many nodes interacting in the network, and they produce many messages, blocks, and votes that results in a huge variety of states over which the fork choice algorithm is evaluated. And every client implementation, in order to compute the state fast, and in order to run the fork choice rule. So those 2 things makes the fork choice compliance incredibly complicated. And now over to Alex on how do we fight those complexities.
So our goal is to reveal differences between fork choice specification and implementations, and we need a lot of interesting test scenarios, but generating lots of really interesting scenarios is a challenging problem. And so to overcome that, we developed a strategy which is based on the following principle: differential testing, property-based testing, model-based testing, and final ingredient fuzzing and randomization. Okay, about differential property. Fork choice spec is executable, so we can compare implementation behavior against specification directly. And this is why differential testing. Calculates the head of canonical chain correctly, but it does not mean that, so if the head is correct, it does not mean that protocol state is correct too. And so we can check additional properties to reveal more bugs using essentially the same test suite.
And here is the example of how the property checks can be really helpful. On the left side, there is a buggy implementation that for some reason just missed 1 vote. Cases in case of implementation and specification is the block C. So this vote miss did not affect the head computation. And if the test case would just compare the head The client, this bug implementation, running this test case would pass it successfully. Comparing the weight of block C in this case would help us to reveal bug much easier, because otherwise we would need to create a test that running which this bug implementation would lead us to the different block to be the head, like for instance block B. So it's just like less tests can reveal more bugs. That's the short description of it. So yeah, what we haven't yet mentioned is that our compliance tool leverages on the already existing fork choice testing framework. There is the consensus, in the consensus specs, there is the fork choice testing format. There are manually written fork choice tests, and clients already run them. Those are integrated, and yeah, the clients already check some of the properties. So the differential property-based testing is just add one more property, which is to check weights of viable for head.
But just covering various execution paths is not enough, because this rule executed on many nodes, and they're interacting and building blocks using the rule. And so what we want is to capture these interactions, but we do not enumerate all possible scenarios. And so we use model-based approach. Our models basically allows us to focus on the aspects that are interesting, abstract away from other stuff. And we have 3 models here: FFG checkpoint, tree shapes, block tree shapes, and also filter block tree predicates coverage model. And each models, for example, we have 10 blocks, and we have vector for each of this tree shape. And if we are able to do that, then we have 100% coverage of our model. And for our 3 models, we currently obtained 1,000 of solutions, but in practice it can be arbitrarily larger. So it can be 1 million models, no problem.
Yeah, so to give you like FFG checkpoints model, this model is parameterized by 2 main parameters, which are number of epochs and the number of supermajority links. And here is the example of a couple of solutions that satisfy this model with 4 epochs and 2 supermajority links. And if you look at the top, the epoch number 4, in this case will be finalized according to FFG checkpoint to the finality gadget rules, and in the second case, which is on the will be finalized. So basically, when we do the test generation, we ask the constraint solver to find all possible combinations of justified and finalized checkpoints given the some certain model inputs, and we all links with 10 epochs and 4 supermajority links and so on. And this gives us a lot of solutions to further work with in our generation.
Okay, so now we have many model solutions, and everyone can be turned in blocks, but as a result, we can have the same shape. And so we use randomization to instantiate these model solutions, basically flipping a coin. And after we have a test suite of test vectors, we can additionally do fuzzing. It's important because our models actually assume that all events arrive in time, which is unrealistically. But we can easily overcome it by shuffling, duplication of messages and dropping some messages, and also by mutating messages. We will also plan to implement in future coverage-guided fuzzing of implementations. And this randomized instantiation and fuzzing allows us to increase the number of tests by orders of magnitude.
Yeah, here is the example of how the randomization is used. As Alex mentioned, we have these model solutions, and we use them to produce like various test vectors. And on the top, there is just a model which says that basically there is a block that has 2 children. the client has not a real test vector to make it. We have to make it a real blockchain that follows the. And we use consensus spec for doing this, for making these blocks turn into making this block dependency to turn it into real blocks and real votes. And in this case, the model does not answer you to many questions that the protocol need to create an instance of a blockchain. Those questions, such as like which validators are voting for which block every single slot, where is maybe there is an empty slot between those blocks. Which is the total number of validators participating at a moment in time, whether the message is like some message is invalid or not, and so forth. And for every case, for every possible case here, to answer such questions, to decide on such things, we flip a coin. So we have like every test generator run, there is a combination of model solutions that we use and a randomness seed. And running the same combination of model solutions with different randomness seed can yield a different test vector. What matters here is that this test vector will be completely different from the fork choice point of view. So like in this example, the heads are different, but the model is the same.
So we have implemented the initial phase of the strategy, and this work was supported by a grant from Ethereum Foundation and from Consensus. And so we have a test generator, we have a PR in Consensus Specs repository, we have generated test suite which contains about 13,000 of tests, which I believe is enough for initial phase.
Yeah, and so we did as a prototype, we did the integration of this tool in Taku. As I mentioned before, there is already the fork choice test, and clients was relatively straightforward. We added the new property check that mentioned before, found some issues. A couple of them are related to optimizations. I'll cover this on the next slide. And we found 4 edge cases where Taku is not kind of like compliant to the spec, but these edge cases are very unlikely to happen on any test. We found those edge cases shows us how powerful this tool is with only 100,000 tests or 1 million tests. And we're looking forward to have this tool to have this suite integrated with other consensus layer clients to find issues in them as well.
So we have test groups inside test suites. For example, block tree focuses on trees of various shapes, and block weight, we try to produce block trees where weights are distant from each other. We also have a shuffling group and test group which focus on test translation, invalid messages, and combinations of filterable tree predicates. And overall, we have about 13,000 of tests right now. Advanced mutations are challenging to implement. For example, if you change a block, we need to recalculate its hash, and descendants blocks and attestations should be recalculated too. This takes time, so test generation is slow currently. It takes about 10 seconds per second. We have investigated the reasons for that, and okay, one reason is that fork choice row is expressed using Python, which is an interpreted language, and it's slow. But that's not the only source of the problem, because there are also some slow spec components. Slow test generation limits the practical.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, there are some optimizations that cause some tests fail, and those optimizations that we have faced with are related to DOS protection. So some attestations, some old attestations that are not going to affect the fork choice decision are discarded in Taku, for instance, and in other clients as well. And different clients use different heuristics to discard such a problem. Is that the suite cannot be designed to avoid all those failures, and because of different clients has different optimizations and different heuristics, there will be a different subset of tests that are failing. And we have like just 13,000 tests, but imagine if you have 1 million tests and you have like, I don't know, thousands of tests failing, and you have to ensure that the client developers on. And as a next step, as a next little step, we want to integrate this test suite into other consensus layer clients. Here we engage other client developers with. And
Yeah, okay, so one of the most important things to do is to speed up test generation. And okay, one thing that we want to do is to transpile specification to C or to NIM, Rust, other compiled language. And of course, there is a problem that transpiled code, there can be a bug in the translation. But since we are translating function to function, it's actually much easier to test each function individually. And another approach, another important thing is that to optimize slow components. We have already experimented with faster implementation. So as a result, we expect that our tests should run, tests should be generated at least 10 times faster. And also an important thing is to implement coverage-guided fast testing of client implementation. And for this reason, it's critical to have fast test generation.
So if you want to talk about this topic, reach us out. The description of the test and methodology, there is a link to the PR, to the spec, which introduces the test generator for this suite. And also there is the PR PR to Taku that integrates the suite into Taku. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex and Mikhail. But I didn't. But I'm sure the audience did because they're asking lots of questions. I'm very honest about it, you know. Please upvote your questions, which are most popular, and we're going to look at the screen and take a run through the questions. Right at the top, do you run fork choice tests covering non-finalization with multiple forks? Who'd like to take this question?
I love this question because before this talk, an hour before this talk, I was thinking about having this test in suite because if you've been at the Devcon presentation, who was presenting on the non-finality and how can it kill Ethereum, this is very important for clients to have this kind of testing suite. We haven't thought about this much, but I think it is doable. Discuss this and try to make something and try to make a suite that would test non-finality and let client a computer.
Excellent. From one question can change everything, right? Now the question at the top, this test generator rocks. So another round of applause for creating such a wonderful test generator. Again, if you want to give feedback, before you go into the Q&A, there's a little box for speaker feedback. Please go and write it there so the speakers can take a look at that. But well done to both of you. Let's go to the next few questions. Do you plan to set up a dashboard to show test results from different CL clients like Hive? Who'd like to take this?
I'll take this. We don't have such dashboard for other CL tests. We have plenty of CL tests that are run by clients. And yeah, I haven't thought about it. We haven't thought about it, so probably not because, yeah, if it will be useful, we can, but maybe not.
Okay. All right, let's go straight to the next one. What does it mean for the fork choice spec to be executable? Go ahead. Yeah.
I'll take one.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's expressed as a Python code. So it's basically a number of functions, and some functions prescribe how to react to events or messages arriving from network. It's on block, on attestation, on attester session, and some others.
So tree model is just one of the models. And there was just an example, so with randomization. And we also have the FFG checkpoints model that gives the all possible combinations of justified and finalized checkpoints given the model input. So it was in the presentation as well. So we have a model for that. It is also this information also used by the test generator.
All right, thank you for answering that. I'm going to mark it as answered.
Separately.
Very good.
I can expand on this. We actually have three possible cases for this. One is that just in pure on-chain attestation. The other one is pure network attestation, that the attestation that is not included in any block, and it is coming from the network as well. And this is all decided by the randomization. So we flip a coin and decide which attestation.
Then the answer, I don't. But the audience, I can tell from the audience is nodding, and I'm just nodding along with them. Okay, we got one voted. Okay, we got 51 seconds. Let's do it. If the model is written to test the spec implementation, how do you guarantee the model correctness?
Because we use it just to produce interesting test vectors, and yeah, we are using spec code to produce this test vector on the Python spec and check that everything is okay.
Very good, and I believe I can help you answer. Do you execute the Python spec? Do! Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our two speakers a wonderful round of applause to Alex and Mikhail.
Thank you,
gentlemen. Thank you very much. I love the fact that you got so many long. Now, you don't have to leave, by the way. You don't have to leave. Our next session is very, very interesting. It's going to be talking about the Lazarus group, yeah? Now, among all the hacker groups in the world, Lazarus is one of the groups that have stolen, I think, probably the most money in the cryptocurrency world. Whether it's Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies, a lot of people believe that the Lazarus group is a state-funded hacker group. Now, whether that's true or not, it's up for you to decide. I hope they don't watch this live stream, but they might be. But now, I'm not a hacker myself, but sometimes the best way to learn about these kinds of things is time, and we do have some minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys be comfortable, and I want you to just enjoy the next session. I had to run to the toilet just now because we were really right. 5:30. 5:30, yeah. Okay, we're going to start at 5:30, so you got a few minutes. If you want to, what you can do is, the toilets are located just outside the hall. Turn to the right at the end of the corridor. That's where you find the toilets. And I also want to remind everybody, please Spot app, but you need to scan the QR code if you want to collect your card as part of attending the session, okay? We're going to give you a few minutes to settle down. Those of you coming in from the back, thank you very much. It's wonderful to see you guys learning more about security and how to defend yourself. We're going to take a very, very short break, so don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here 5:30 p.m. sharp, and we're going to have a great session learning about Lazarus. Alright, I'm back. I hope you guys had a quick... It's a very, very important topic, something that's close to my heart as well. You know, no matter how much you tell people, don't click on a phishing link, don't click on a phishing link, don't click on a phishing link, people will still click on the phishing link and get scammed. Now, Lazarus Group is no different. They use the same attack vectors all the time, and guess what? Companies still fall for it, people still fall for it. We're only human, and we do make mistakes. And that is why this session is particularly in the crypto world, because Lazarus Group has stolen a lot of money in the crypto industry. So please be very careful and please pay close attention. Our next speaker is going to be sharing about the different attack vectors they use in Lazarus and how you can protect against them. That's the most important. Now again, I always encourage the audience, please be engaged as much as possible by participating in the Q&A. The QR code come on the slides on the screen, scan it, scroll to the bottom, join the Q&A, and start asking lots and lots of good questions. And don't forget to upvote the popular questions so our speaker can address them. Now, our speaker is a blockchain hacker and developer. He's very experienced and is going to be sharing his knowledge with us. Let's pay him our fullest attention. Please put your hands together and let's welcome Mudit Gupta.
Everyone, thanks for coming. It's gonna be a fun talk. So we have slides up, everything's ready. So we'll just get started. So first of all, me, if you don't know me, I'm Labs. I lead security and engineering at Polygon. Today, I'm gonna talk about Lazarus, which is the biggest threat actor in crypto, if you ask me, or if you ask the and by far. Most of the other large, and we'll discuss about that. I have 20 minutes to discuss about 20 hours of content, so we'll go a bit fast. So first of all, like who is Lazarus? They are a North Korean hacker group. Started out in 2019 in South Korea. I mean, that's how it starts in North Korea. But then they realized they can go global. So they started attacking banks and other big companies from 2014 or so. The Sony hack was a big one where they were inside the Sony systems for over 1 year. Sony realized, oh shit, someone's in here. Then they started focusing on crypto exchanges in 2017 because they realized, oh, these guys have lots of money and no security, so let's do it. But they hit the DeFi lottery in 2022 with the 600 million Axie hack, 100 million Horizon hack, source of revenue for North Korea, which we definitely should be stopping. So let's talk about the top hacks from these. In all of this, let's see if you guys, they do it. Just give the answer. It's like every single hack that Lazarus does starts from phishing or social engineering. So estimates, and they have the expertise in all the Web2 attack vectors. Most of the operators are based in North Korea, but Intel suggests some of them are in Thailand, some in China, some in Cambodia, and so on. So they are getting global slowly. Yes, it was phishing all along. Like it's a bad thing. Most of the phishing attacks as a category falls under social engineering. So it's a big category that you need to be careful about. I'll go over really quickly some social engineering techniques that they have incorporated, and just imagine like how many of those will you fall for. So one very common one right now is they get hired at your company. They'll do the interview, they'll do a great job at it, they'll do all of the homework you give them, and boom, they're your employee now. And if you are an employee, it's relatively easy to compromise your company. Zach did some research lately, and he found at least 15 companies in crypto that were employing North Korean hackers. There might be more that we don't know about, but this is definitely a big one. Another big one I've seen people fall, and this is one MO that these guys have picked up. They would reach out to you and say, hey, we are this big name VC or whatever, we invest in you, want to invest in you, and start chatting up with you. Now they can attack you at various stages. It can be at the first stage where they say, hey, join this video call, and then the video call wouldn't work, and they'd say, oh, run the script to fix it, or let's use this, and job is done. But I've also seen them go through it at later stages and get to like legal paper side and then do it like we are getting this they will act like, hey, I'm the senior reporter at Forbes or some vector, fake video call software and things like that, fake video call job listings. This is a big one. This is what the Axie fell for. They would try to hire your employees. They would offer and ask you, hey, come join us, work for us. And they would give you like either a malicious exercise to do, you start writing code, you execute it to say it's working, and you're compromised. Or they give you malicious PDFs, you execute them, and then you're done for. So there are a bunch of these things like using which they can get you. And the reality is like if they actually come for you, it's very hard to defend. But there are some things you can definitely do, and you should. Everyone thinks like they won't get phished or they know better, but the reality is like the other side is getting so advanced that it's important to keep up to date. Just look at the latest methods they are doing, do some trainings. If you have a security team, ask them to do phishing campaigns to make sure everyone in your org is safe. Because even if you are perfect, if the other guy in your org is stupid, you will still get wrecked. Imagine a scenario where you're working on a GitHub repo together. You're following all of the best practices, but the other guy gets compromised. They end up pushing some malicious thing to your GitHub repo. You pull the code for your latest work, and boom, you're gone as well. So it's very hard, but the only way to do it is to have proper training is to do it for any communication, then just ignore it. If it's important, then reach out again. Can be messages, emails, letters, anything. The other one is verify identity independently. It goes into like the rule of multiple factors of authentication everywhere, where like if someone does you to do something critical over Telegram, for example, make sure to verify it over Slack also, or verify over WhatsApp also to make sure it's the right person you're talking to, things like that. If a new person connects to you at this conference via Telegram, hey, I lead this thing at this company, blah, 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 maybe ask them to send you an email from their or another attack. Some of the operatives might be here with us learning how to get better. So we have to stay a step ahead of them. Avoid clicking suspicious things, use strong passwords, 2FA, keep software updated, educate yourself, and so on. Like I'm going really fast because lots of content to go through. The thing is, if they really want to get you, they will get you. There are so many attack vectors that it is almost impossible to defend against. So what we need is layers of security. Layers of security is what's going to help you. For example, you should architect your things in a way that even if you are compromised or even if one person is compromised, nothing is lost. This is why multisigs are very handy, if properly done. I'll come to that. But imagine a scenario where there is, let's say, even a 3x5 multisig. To compromise a 3x5 multisig, you need to compromise 3 people. Even if it's via phishing or social engineering, compromising 3 people at the same time, which might be using different mechanisms or might be physically located differently or will have different ways to responding messages, is very hard versus just compromising one person. So I can, like, if they want to compromise any one person, they will reach out to you now. You might get compromised today, or you might defend against 100 attacks and you might get compromised 2 years later. But eventually, you will fall if they want to come after you. But if they have to go after 3 people, it is very hard. Even if one falls, they will know and recover by the time they can get the second one. So just have more people in line, layers of security. And that's the other thing. Like, yes, social engineering is the common thread here, but actually none of the attacks are just social engineering. Social engineering is just a step inside the door. It doesn't give them anything if you architect things properly, and that's how things should be. You avoid social engineering at all costs. You make it hard and expensive for them to do it, but you architect your things in a way that even if someone is social engineered, nothing really happens. And one of the best things to do is principle of least privilege, but we'll get to it. First, the layers of security. First one I mentioned is principle of least privilege. I really stand by it in the sense, like, I see in a lot of companies, like the CEOs and everything will say, oh, give me all the access, like I'm the most important person. But the reality is, if you want a proper security architecture, the most public faces should have the least authority or the least access. If you look at Polygon, like, the founders have no access. Sandeep can't even open my calendar. So it's just like, even if they get wrecked, the attackers will get nothing. Even me, I have less access than anyone reporting up to me, just because I am a bigger target. It's natural people will go after me. But yeah, you come after me, you will get nothing. So is not how you secure things. Multiple factors of authentication is very important. As I said, like, if someone sends you on Telegram, verify it on WhatsApp and so on. MDM EDR is very underrated, but a very nice tool. It's basically corporate antivirus. And as I said, it's all about layers of security. You will stop, EDR will stop another 99%, and it's additive in the sense, like, then you're stopping 99.99% attacks. Like, so it's better to have those layers. Then just architect things properly. Don't have a 3x11 multisig, for example. That's not very safe. Don't have a 1x2 multisig as well. Don't give access to all of your keys of the multisig to one hot wallet. It doesn't help that way. So yeah, just architect things properly in a trust minimized setup where you don't need to trust anything. The other big one is safe custody. Most of the hacks that Lazarus has done, if those protocols were custodying keys safely, it wouldn't have happened. The underlying root cause really was just poor custody of keys. And always use your spider sense. Like if something smells wrong, it probably is wrong. Be cautious about that. And this is the big topic. How do you custody safely? I'll focus on multisigs, but I'll start with a caveat that consider using a professional custodian, maybe even service like Fireblocks, if you don't know what you're doing. Once you get comfortable with it, once you learn the things, then you can do it on your own. But there is no shame in using someone better if you are not experienced in something. Nobody can know all of the things in the world. So it's better to not risk it and just use a professional custodian if you're not comfortable. But if you are self-custodying, then let's talk about it. One thing you need to do is use hardware wallets. It doesn't matter if it's $100 of crypto, $1,000 of crypto, or if it's just a multi-sig key, use hardware wallets. Like browser wallets are just inherently not safe enough. The other one, the obvious one, is do not share your mnemonic, private key, or whatever with anyone. Do not share it with MetaMask support. Do not enter it out in a computer. Do not copy paste it. Do not take a photo of it and upload it on Google Photos as a backup. There's so many ways, but this is the most common way that people fall for it, believe it or not. So just keep your private key safe and make sure it's backed up. Don't lose access to that wallet. Then I'll get on some more dedicated tips. One is, if you're using hardware wallet, always try to connect it through Rabby or MetaMask or other browser wallets to websites. Then you can verify what's happening in your browser wallet as well. So you're basically, instead of completely just trusting the website, you're trusting your browser wallet to. So yeah, you're connecting to Gnosis Safe. Connect your ledger to your Rabby and connect your Rabby to your Gnosis Safe. So whatever Gnosis Safe sends for signature, you verify on Rabby. You can consider using a dedicated device for signing significantly. Then use multisigs. It's a very basic. Hardware wallets are totally fine, but definitely use multisigs. Before that, I will focus on one more point, which is very ledger wallets. Like I know you only see hash sometimes, but you need to verify it. There is actually a good script perhaps that would take your safe transaction, convert the hash, and then you can verify that the hash on your computer screen and your hardware wallet matches. The reason for doing that, if computer is compromised or the website is compromised and you are seeing one thing, you are seeing, okay, I'm transferring $100 to Al. Which you don't want to do. But if you don't verify it on your ledger, the screen and the device, and your ledger, which can be compromised, which can change this. So you should verify always everything on your ledger device as well. When using multisigs, the other thing is ensure a 7 is not secure. It's not the industry best practices, as some might claim. So just you have to balance out risk and practicality with security. So I'm not saying do like 99 by 100 multisig. It's not going to be practical. Nobody is going to follow it. But create risk profiles and set standards for what you are going to do. If it's very critical software, then I would say like use some ratios like 8 by 11, 9 by 12, something like that. Very high ratio. So people would have to compromise like 8, 9 people to compromise what you're doing. The other thing is always segregate wallets based on their action. Multisig for all purposes, for operations and everything. Like, don't use your critical multisig to do $10 payments. No, like have a separate operational multisig, have a separate treasury multisig, have a separate one for risks. So, and you can have different thresholds then accordingly. So your operations are not blocked. I'm expecting nobody is doing upgrades every day, so that multisig can be a lot more secure. If you're doing smart contracts let's have a talk, something is wrong. But yeah, like ideally you should not be upgrading things every day. And I'm not gonna stop you from making $10 payments every day. That one you can do in a more practical way. Then for signers, try to use a diverse set of signing devices. And the reason for that is to compromise like a Windows machine plus MetaMask is a completely different risk profile than compromising Android plus Ledger NanoX with Bluetooth and so on. So the more diverse set of signing devices you have, the harder it's going to be to execute an attack against you. You can argue that one stack is theoretically safer than the other, but having the diversity gives you security of both. It gives you benefit of the both worlds. And you can enforce, you don't really need to enforce it. If you let naturally people use what they want to use, you will have a diversified set. But if you somehow end up everyone with one set, you can ask them to move to another. The other big one I want to mention is do not ignore failures when signing. This is how WazirX and other folks fell for it. They signed a malicious transaction and they saw a failure on the screen because it wasn't the right one the app was expecting, and they was like, it's Web3, 5 failures, 1 success, it's normal, let's try again. But no, if you fail a critical, or if you have a failure on your critical device, figure out why it failed before moving on to more signatures. That is very important. So these are some of the things you need to do to stay safe. Once you have safe custody, actually, you would be in a very good situation. And when I say custody, it's not just crypto custody, but any secret custody. For example, for Axie, their custody system was their private keys for validators, signing keys for validators, or the bridge operators, basically. They had to keep those secure, but they weren't. That's where they got hacked. 3, it's Web 2. Compromise of a secret. The secret can be a private key. It could be something else. At the end of the day, it's the same thing. We have not seen Lazarus execute a big smart contract hack so far. I'm not saying they don't have the expertise. I'm sure they are building it up. But in the current world, we need to be more worried about these basics instead of the smart contract. I think we have covered a lot of ground there, and we are very good at smart contract security. We just need to get better at other things. And that's it for today. Thanks for coming. I will open it up to questions.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Round of applause for you. All right. First question on the screen, which I also had in mind. Do you think there's anyone from Lazarus in Devcon or even in this talk? What do you think, Mudit?
Most likely, yes.
Most likely, yes. When you were saying they're in Thailand, I was like...
So, I don't know. But like the likelihood is slip someone in. That's why just be careful with your security. Don't scan random QR codes for questions, maybe.
Yes. But this one, no, wait, this is not random. This is randomly generated, but it's not random. It's purposeful. There's a secret inside. You can get an NFT and it's 100% secure, right? Right, Mudit? Say yes.
Yes.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Okay, next question. Did you say that Lazarus has 25,000 operators? I'm not sure, but was that what you said? Yeah.
So nobody knows the exact number.
Okay.
But this is the best estimates from...
That's all right. Passkeys versus YubiKeys. What do you think?
It doesn't need to be versus. It can be both. They just have multiple factors of authentication. I'm not a big fan of just using passkeys as your authentication mechanism because, again, then you're relying on a single medium. And the way passkeys are implemented, it's a whole different topic, but I have so many complaints. For example, like all of that would be, if you're using iPhone, it would be backed in your iCloud. If you're using Google, it would be with multiple factors of authentication every time.
Exactly. I think echoing what he said, diversity in your security. All right. Do you think the guy asking if Lazarus members are here is from Lazarus?
Could be.
Double bluff. Huh?
Technically, Lazarus tries to stay under the hood. They don't want the limelight. So unlikely that the person would ask.
Unlikely, but possible.
So I've been trying to, since morning, probably 10 phishing attempts.
Really?
I don't know if it's Lazarus. I don't want to know if it's Lazarus. And you should...
With the 10 phishing attempts, if you don't mind sharing a little bit so people are aware.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just Telegram messages, Twitter messages, emails through those, and all of the attack vectors I mentioned here this morning. And it keeps happening. The more public visibility you have, the more people will go after you and the more security...
Not perhaps of Lazarus, but have you fallen victim to a phishing scam or another type of scam before?
We have detected at Polygon a few times when Lazarus tried to, we never even took their interviews, but it was obvious it's Lazarus. On the infra side, they keep trying to get in with scan Lazarus IPs that we block and so on. So I know they are trying, but so far we have not detected any successful attack.
I'm very happy to hear. I'm sure the audience failed. What is the highest impact thing a user can do to improve their personal security?
Just be cautious of things. Don't trust.
I was wrong.
Probably.
It was the actual Kobe. So if he's watching this, I'm sorry. Moving on to the next question. Are you considered a local dev isolation as one of the security, or do you consider local dev isolation as one of the security solutions?
I mean, I'm not sure what this question. You eliminate lots of attack vectors, but there are still a few which sneak in. So here, security concerns like the world-class policies which would make you impenetrable. But if you are practically not able to follow those, it means nothing.
All right, thank you for that answer as well. Very comprehensive. Few more before time runs out. What's what was obvious to you?
Yeah.
But how is it obvious?
So the most obvious giveaway for me has been fake job experience. Like, I was leading R&D at SushiSwap. Before that, the developers say they are the lead developer at SushiSwap. I'm like, no, you are not. So verify the references. That's the biggest one. And beyond that, like it's usually gets clear from the resume. If it looks fake, it probably is fake. Like even if you miss out on a good candidate, it's better to be safe. But once, if you don't detect that at that stage, you get in a call, try to get them to turn on their video, and you would see like the way they behave is very like robotic kind of. Their English is broken. They would say, I've been living in America for 25 years and then speak broken. Things just don't add up. It could be anything, but if you have that spider sense, you'll realize.
Right. Very, very good points as well. Verify. Are you part of Lazarus? I'm going to answer that as, leave it as mystery. Let's go to a few more. We got 1 minute and a half. Phishing campaigns are too basic, and phishing done by DPRK is very sophisticated. So why do you think it's useful to do them? Good question.
Phishing campaigns are not basic. Maybe the phishing campaigns you have seen are basic, but I can construct phishing campaigns that. So it's just that. Yes, by default, the default template phishing campaigns are simple, but some examples I
manager's name and said, please join this meeting urgently, Ross. And I almost hovered over it and I was like, wait a second. Checked with my manager and found out it was phishing. We've got 30 seconds. Let's see one or two more.
Internet.
The internet?
Yes, some private intel, but this number I think is on the internet as well.
All right, 10 seconds to answer this.
They have a big laundering network. They use, you can learn about it a lot more. I don't want to detail how to launder coins, but there are ways to do it.
A nice, careful answer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our speaker. All right, now don't go anywhere. We've got one final session and we're going to be learning about one of the biggest scam techniques in the world. Now, as for someone like myself, I've worked in security before. I've seen this happen to people. I've seen people lose their life savings. And so if you want to protect yourself, you want to protect your life savings, please stay tuned for this next talk, because this speaker is going to be talking about something known as the long con. Yeah, there are types of scams which is like you just click a link and you get hacked, right? There are other scams which can go over for days, for weeks, for months. I have personal experience of handling a customer, and he was scammed for 2 years, sending money to a con. Pig butchering, drainers, and job scams. Yeah, pig butchering is really, really, really terrible. It's called that way, and I'm sure our speaker will explain a little bit more about how you gain the trust of the victim and you feed them information they want to hear when they've trusted you, and then you keep on draining them of their funds, right? It's really, really quite terrible. So please don't go anywhere. I know some of you may want to go for another session, but personally, I would say please sit down and listen to this session. It's really important, not just for you, but people around you as well. When you know more, you're able to help other people understand. Ecosystem since 2017, holding key roles such as managing editor of ETH News and project manager at MyCrypto, currently serving as the director of MetaMask security. How many of you use MetaMask? Say yes. Yes. Okay. How many of you protect your MetaMask with a hardware wallet? Say yes. Okay, I saw about 3 hands. Okay, the rest of you, you've just heard hardware wallets are good. At the moment, me from getting my NFTs drained, I can attest to that personally. Our next speaker is going to be teaching you about these long con scams. Now, no one else is going to get it, and we won't get it. But that's exactly why we have to be more aware, because we might, right? Everybody can be scammed. I've seen it happen 1,000 times. So please, let's put our hands together and welcome our next speaker to the stage, Luca. Big round of applause for her. All right.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my talk. Thank you for coming. We're going to cover, as mentioned, pig butchering, drainers, and job scams, or as I like to call it, the most depressing talk at Devcon, so buckle up. It's going to be fun. But before we get into any of that, we're going to have to start with social engineering, of course, because the vast majority, or you just started getting hit by social engineering. Some of you may have seen the headlines a few months ago when $243 million worth of Bitcoin was stolen from a single person, and that was because of social engineering. The scammers were actually able to pose as customer support from Google and Gemini, and they talked this target into giving up his Bitcoin. Thanks to some investigative work by Zach XBT, shout out, they were able to track them down. So there are some groups in the space, there are others, and if I haven't mentioned you, thank you for the work that you're doing. But we're all trying before, that is true, and you are about to interact with the URL that's on one of the block lists. And just so you know, it's getting a facelift, so if you see something different than what you're expecting, that's never going to contact you. Never trust links that are shared on social media, come from unsolicited emails, Discord, Telegram, all that stuff you're going to want to avoid. And if support does contact you about something that you think might be legitimate, stop that conversation. Go to where you know they'll be able to tell you what's up. For builders, make it really obvious for your users. We protect the users. It shouldn't be put the other way around and the owners to be on the user, the onus to be on the users. But let's get into drainers. They are designed to maximize the value out of theft. The drainers as services they are complete with their own advertising, their own customer support, and as it turns out, even mergers and acquisitions. Getting back to the account, or to the social engineering, there's account takeovers are one of the tactics that is usually employed to get those risky clicks, and these scammers are bold enough to compromise NFT impersonations, fake airdrops and giveaways, and another tactic by access to publish malicious versions of packages that are then used by DeFi front ends. Spin up, again, you don't need any kind of advanced expertise to use them. Fighting them is like playing whack-a-mole. They are constantly iterating. They can target many users with a single campaign. Calculated just one of these drainer services, which this was Inferno, has amassed over $250 million from 215,000 victims. And so if you see with just these 7 campaigns here, there's a combined reported loss of over $75 million. And what we're seeing a lot is countless cases of individuals who are losing smaller amounts at a time. So that really adds up. But I do want you to rest assured that so far, there have been no reports of theft by Mudeng. Some campaigns become more successful. The drainer vendors are looking to acquire customers from other vendors who are retired, making a percentage off of each hit. And by acquiring Inferno, Angel Drainer has now gained all of their affiliates and all of their drainer strategies. So don't get drained. Double check URLs. Don't trust unsolicited messages. Beware of giveaways. Read and understand the transactions that you're about to sign, and just practice general good wallet hygiene. These are the basics that we should all know. On one side of it, it's the scammers are posing as recruiters, mentioned in the previous talk. They could offer exciting job opportunities, competitive pay, really good benefits. Maybe this is a big step up from your current position. It's very enticing. But they're going to contact you through social media or some kinds of messaging app, and then once they garner your interest, they will have you do a skills test. And this is very common for developers in our industry. But what the next step is they're going to ask you to clone a repo or download some files, and then that's how they get you. And if you notice on so really, once they get you to do the cloning and the downloading, then they can compromise your machine and do a whole lot of damage. Come to you and ask you to collaborate on a project or ask you to help. And I think especially in this space, it's kind of our nature to want to lift up the builders around us too. How they get you, because you kind of need to always be aware of the stranger danger when it comes to these sorts of things. And if you happen to be using your company's laptop to help them out, then you've now compromised your company's server infrastructure, and that's not going to be good for anyone. Don't run or build code from strangers unless you're using repo. And again, just practice really good everyday crypto maintenance hygiene. They are targeting crypto projects from startups to big powerhouses in the space. And Zach XBT, again, using counterfeit identification to get hired by a startling number of crypto companies. One high-profile hack from March was Munchables, who lost $63 million worth of ETH, and it turns out that that was actually at the hands of one of their own developers who allegedly had ties to North Korea. Besides the financial loss at stake, it's illegal to violate sanctions laws, and if companies come forward, they are seen as victims themselves. There might be a tipping point where that is no longer the case, and if you are a company who is hiring, just always play it safe, and if you suspect that you have hired someone from a sanctioned country, then it's going to be in your best interest to report it. Invest in really thorough, high-level, thorough background checks. Some of these people are going to have verified previous employment. Some of them, it's going to be really hard to spot some of them. Some of them are easy, but some of them are not. And some best practices, again, are the principle of least authority, the access to sensitive materials to the bare minimum number of people, and look out for suspicious behavior of new hires. What we have been seeing a lot of is like one identity of a worker will actually be passed between several people behind the keyboard. So keep an eye out for big shifts in personality, big shifts in speech pattern, all that kind of thing. Yeah, they're usually not going to be on camera also. These are some of the top advanced, but some of these DPRK workers don't even have to engage in sabotage. All they have to do is show up for their job, do their work, collect the paycheck, and then funnel money back to the regime. Because really, at the end of the day, that's where all the money is going anyway. And it's being used to fund the North Korean military. And they have been able to make significant advancements over the past decade off of the UN estimates between $250 and $600 million every year going to the DPRK. It's very possible that over half of applicants in crypto are DPRK. And just a little factoid, a wage mold make Mudeng very angry. But don't worry, it gets worse. Pig butchering, this is the fun one. This is where the scammer will build up a relationship over time to gain trust. Sometimes it's through social media, sometimes it's through dating apps. And again, they're building up the trust over weeks, months, years, and they eventually forms. And then they'll ask for more money and eventually just drain the account, which is going in for the kill after fattening them up. So this tactic was initially popularized in China before it spread to other parts of Asia, and now we're seeing it actually in all sorts of places all over the world. And it'll start off usually pretty innocuous. Either, it's a connection on a dating app, or it's some colleague that you kind of sort of remember but don't from back in the day reaching out to you. And it'll never start with them talking about crypto. Again, they're laying that foundation of trust, and then after a long time, that they'll clue you in on some investment opportunity that they have for you. And of course, if a stranger contacts you out of the blue, and they're like, "Oh, invest in a thing," it's really easy to have those red flags. You're not gonna engage with them, but as more and more of our social relationships are happening online, it's getting a little bit trickier, because I'm willing to bet that a lot of people in this room have friends and colleagues that they've never actually met in real life. And I'm sure most of those people are not pig butchers, but some of them very well could be. And it's once that trust is formed, once that you've engaged, admit that they've been playing you this whole time. Because these targets, they're sometimes who's expressing affection for you, and then they're putting in, hey, there's like this financial gain you can have on top of it. It all becomes very enticing. And sometimes these people are have insecurities about their financial future or the financial future of their families. So it's not always just based in greed of getting the gains. I just wanted to point that out. So some of the major steps that we see in most of these scams is first, the scammer will present themselves as very successful, wealthy, put-together individual looking for a long-term relationship. They will send a lot of pics, but not doing video, although with the rise of AI and deepfakes, we might see a shift in that part of it. But the next part is grooming. They will move very quickly to declare their love to the target. They will chat daily, again, being very affectionate. And then eventually they will introduce the target to some third-party DeFi app or website that is fake. And they will coach them into how to buy crypto from an exchange and make the transactions, because most of these targets are not crypto savvy to begin with. Will be or a tax that you need to pay. It's any, and that'll keep going until either the money is gone or the victim catches wise. And at that point, the scammer will ghost them, and that's the end of that. And this is just an example of one of the fake platforms. I don't know if I'm standing in the way. You can see that it's very realistic. And that's where you are watching your fake gains, which are pretty colors to look at, but your money's gone once you put it in there. Syndicates, and the scammers have been specifically trained in order to gain trust and get the most value out of their victims. They have quotas that they have to meet. And a lot of these activities are taking place so the gangs are able to run wild there. And it's going to get a little bit darker now. It's easy to see everyone involved in these scams as just evil, but the truth is that a lot of them are actually participating against their will. Often they themselves have been scammed into being abducted by these groups. So just put yourself in their shoes for a moment. They don't have a lot of money, but they have a promise of a really good job. The company has a fake online presence, so you look into it, it looks legitimate. You show up to get the job, they pick you up in a really nice car, then they take you to another car that has a different driver, and then maybe another vehicle, and then you're on a boat, and then you're just gone. And what really happened that you have been trafficked across international borders, and you're worth a lot of money to the people who have just bought you. And the only way they're going to let you go is if your family comes up with at least as much as they paid for you, if not more. And it's such an exorbitant amount that there's no way your family will ever be able to come up with that money. And then, of course, because of that, now you're being forced into labor of conducting these scams against other people in scam centers. This is what one of the compounds looks like that they are taken to. This one's in Cambodia. They have hundreds of rooms for tens of thousands of internet victims. And this is where they are taught all the tactics to use against people. One of the largest, if not the largest, they have made well over $100 million just in 2024. And this is how close we are to con trips up that way. However, this is how close we are to Mudang, and that might be a lot more fun of an adventure for you. I'm running out of time, so this shows money movement that goes actually to some mainstream exchanges that have not been named. And, okay, trigger warning, I'll go through this part fast. If the people don't meet their quotas, they are tortured, beaten, deprived of, be a little heavy for some people. Of course, some people do get out. They are coming forward with their stories. They are sharing. But these escape attempts are... Global Advanced Projects is a nonprofit. They're dedicated to extraditing people from places like Myanmar, where these things are happening. And they actually bring them back here to Thailand, because the company is based in, or the organization is based in Australia, but they have a lot of people bring them back to Thailand to get them safe. I don't have any affiliations with them, but if you're trying to throw money at something, this might be a really good one. And if you want to dig deeper into what's going on with pig butchering, they have a really great documentary. It's short, it's heavy, but I would check it out. And we did it. We got through the most depressing talk at Devcon. Pat yourselves on the back.
Come on, let's give a big round of applause. I thought that was a very, very informative session. Thank you so much. I know you had to rush through a little bit, but we really, really appreciate it. Now, it really is important. I've seen victims of these scams in person. I know someone who was actually trafficked across the border and thrown into the back of a van, passport taken, whipped it right into the concentration camp. It's not even a room, it's a concentration camp, put in front of a computer for 12 hours a day. He has to scam people. Thankfully, his family got him out, but it is wild. It is wild. Anyway, let's look at some of the questions on the screen. Who are at most...
I would be acceptable to social engineering, and that's really
Exactly.
at the heart of all of this.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah. Would you say that there's any people who are more at risk, perhaps? Like older folks, do you find that older people usually get more pig butchering scams? Or
Yeah, I would say older people do.
It's a way of putting it. Everybody can be scammed, so never take it for granted. All right. Okay. Oops, excuse me. Have you ever... Thank God. Thank God for that. All right. Next question. Is it common to decline a skills test or decline downloading a file in the process of an interview? Do you think employers should uphold their end of protecting everyone in the process? Now, that's an
This is a good question,
Yeah.
and I do think that it should be on the companies to be educated themselves on
Right.
what risks are out there. And
yes, file, and you could very easily be compromised. Okay, have you seen examples of hackers using AI to make their scams more legit? Or, for example, using facial editing technology to impersonate others?
Oh, 100%. And I
Yeah.
didn't have it on one of my slides. I feel like we are going to see a lot more of the deep fake happening, definitely, as
Yeah.
time goes on.
Do you know what my family and I have done is that we've come up with a secret word. So we told our mother, especially my mom, because she tends to films.
Yes.
If someone calls you and says, "I've been kidnapped, please send me money," I have to say this secret word. Some other secret word, perhaps not my hair, but because I think that's important, because families really can fall victim to these scams, and I would highly recommend that you and your family come up with a safe word. Secret word.
Oh my.
Slight slip of the tongue there. Sorry, live streamers. All right, let's go at the top. Okay, everybody's voting. Okay. Keep the votes on consensus. What is your opinion on Chrome security extensions that help secure MetaMask? Example, Cerebus, Fire, Revoke Cache.
An imposter faking to be wallet guard.
Yeah.
Just like do your homework and make sure that you're using the legitimate extensions, and I would keep them to a minimum.
Exactly, and I would highly recommend hardware wallets, guys.
Yes.
Hardware. Okay, in phishing attacks, there are many attacks by North Korea, Lazarus, but are there any cases where you've heard of Russia or China, Russia or China hackers? What's your experience with... All right, I mean, basically anywhere in the world, right? Anywhere people want to make money, they will find ways to hack you. What in-person social engineering tactics are you aware of? What should be wary of when traveling? Okay, so this is in public. Let's say I'm in a setting like a conference. What are some of the
area of expertise, but doing things to distract you, touching you, like any way that they can pickpocket you or get your phone, anything like that. I would watch out for.
Yeah. The one that I've seen is when people say, "Oh, could you show me your Telegram or something?" and they open their PIN number, and then you've got their PIN number. All you need to take is their phone, and you can unlock everything. So please be careful. Yeah. We've got 20 seconds. Let's do one last two, or rather, look aware.
From the Google. However, they're also saying that semi-autonomous AI could be used to combat them by security, which is kind of exciting. I
AI
think.
versus AI.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Again, I know many of you had other final day at Devcon. It's coming almost to the end, but please, we welcome you back to the stage. Tomorrow's topics are going to be crypto economics, and I believe we have a session on layer 2 as well. Crypto economics is a fascinating area where you can learn more about cryptography, crypto economics, and so much more about layer 2 as well. So please come back to stage number 2. We're always happy to see you here. And other than that, please enjoy yourselves. We've got lots and lots of other talks as well. Wherever you feel best suited, go and enjoy. My name is Ross Stevenson. It's been a pleasure being your MC and host for the end of stage 2. Thank you guys so much. See you tomorrow.